Welcome to our historic broadcast of the elections, general elections 2025 here on St. Lucia. We are joined by our esteemed panel. We have Edwin St. Catherine, renowned statistician, Dr. Jimmy Fletcher, who is a former government minister, well placed in this discussion and this context to carry the discussion. We have Riza Joseph, who is a political science graduate, a political analyst in her own right, and certainly has really earned her spurs and proven her worth as a very, very insightful analyst and commentator in past elections. We're to be joined in a bit by Raheem Augustine, and also on Zoom, Cynthia Barrow-Giles, Professor Barrow-Giles out of Barbados. First off, the historical 1951 was our first election. Riza, quite a lot of history. This one said to be one of the most important, but rich history indeed from 1951.
Thank you so much for that gracious welcome. And again, good evening to our viewers on social media, television, St. Lucians, and regional viewers alike. This election does not only impact St. Lucia, but our entire region at large. And as we mentioned history, it's also important to share for St. Lucians who are listening. This year would make it 100 years since the first elections ever took place in St. Lucia in 1925, March 9th. So la jani yon san l'année depuis première fois en cette lycée mettez quoi yo pour choisir qui moun kay représenter yo conseil pour gouvernance. So we see a legacy of history, of development taking place, and every election counts, but particularly this one, where in the past, in 1925, there was no campaigning, and 3 individuals entered into the Legislative Council. They were Thomas Hull for District West, Thomas Westall for District North, and George Palmer for District East. Right now, we have 17 constituencies. We are an independent nation, and we want to emphasize the importance of the vote. We know that it's 5:05 right now, 55 minutes left to cast your vote,
55.
And we want to encourage everyone. Faire assurer qui ou servi droit ou faire assurer qui ou choisir qui moun kay représenter ici 4 et puis 5 l'année kay vini.
Yeah. Lots of history and lots has changed. The evolution of elections, the approaches, the attitudes, and indeed a simple matter as the independent candidates. One may say that in a true sense we may have regressed as an independent candidate in the real sense contesting elections at the start was in fact quite an option, and very often is successful. Jimmy Fletcher and then Edwin St. Catherine, we see a rich history, and the comparison is certainly apt with now the number of electors, your view on how the elections have evolved, and then telling us today how Edwin will guide us on how the numbers have stacked up. Jimmy, the evolution?
Thanks, Teddy. Good evening, everyone. Good to be back here on what is a momentous occasion for St. Lucia. I just want to, before I go any further, to echo what Riza said. This is a very important part in the history of our country, but also our own enfranchisement. People worked hard to ensure that we have the right to vote. Prior to 1951, it was only a very small group of people who had that right to vote, and that was based on economic class, on the amount of money that they had, on their social standing. 1951 saw that change, and we've had this will be the 19th election since then, and that is something that I think we should hold very, very dear to our hearts. That ability that we have to vote freely and fairly for the people who will represent us in the parliament, and who, as we know, because of the type of system of government that we have, many of them will find their way into the cabinet and be part of the executive. So that is extremely important. The whole question of independent candidates, Teddy, is such an important one. I mean, I have some personal family history in this. One of the first candidates who took part in that 1951 election was a gentleman by the name of Gilbert Mason, who contested the election as an independent candidate in Choiseul. Gilbert Mason happened to have been my grandfather, my maternal grandfather, and he won that seat in Choiseul, and then he subsequently joined the Labour Party, and he helped Sir George Charles form that government. And we've had so many independent candidates if you look at the period, particularly I think up until 1964, very many independent candidates, people who sometimes aligned with political parties, sometimes not aligned entirely. Going back again to my grandfather, I remember there was an election he won in Choiseul, and he won it with a minority of the vote because there was something like 4 independent candidates and one candidate from the Labour Party. So it is very important. We do have some genuinely independent candidates this time around, but we also have independent candidates who are operating without the governing St. Lucia Labour Party fielding a candidate against them,
without the two established
parties being in place. So that that's not the true independent candidate, but we do have some independent candidates. And yes, the elections have evolved. The manner in which we campaign has evolved. We were looking at a simple document, manifesto. This was a manifesto in 1982. That's not that long ago. As a United Workers' Party manifesto in 1982, black and white, nothing online, but that was a very important document back then. So the whole question of online campaigning, information being made available online, information being made available instantaneously, having been involved in a few elections of my own, remembering the novelty of having a campaign broadcast on television. Now every single local campaign, every single local meeting is on Facebook, is on YouTube. So many things have changed.
One platform or the other.
On any platform, yes.
The aspect you mentioned, independent candidates, and way back. In fact, the evolution we speak of is a situation where we have drifted and developed towards an absolutely polarized, almost tribalistic situation, which makes it very difficult for any third party, as it were, or independent candidate to thrive or emerge. And so that is a situation very common to much of the Caribbean, where the polarized situation, persons sticking to the camps, and in fact seeing the parties as options for running the country and the government, and so having little time for independence, as it were. Often the example that comes to mind is that of one of the most legendary politicians and populist in the sense to George Odlum, who failed at the attempt to run independent, and not since maybe the era of Collymore and John Compton, the persons run, and even the John Compton then, they weren't the two established parties at the time. Parties were evolving, and not until his famous amalgamation and combination to form the UWP did it become the second established party. Up until then, the party was the Labour Party, and all sorts of permutations fighting against them. The development is certainly interesting. We want to look, Edwin, straight away at maybe some of the figures from this year, how we're seeing them stacking up, the number of voters registered. Are we seeing a big increase in registered voters? Has that happened across the board? What are you seeing?
Teddy, thanks for having me this evening. It should be a very, very interesting process that will unfold before our eyes. I'm sure there's a lot of anticipation and excitement even about what's about to happen once the results start coming in at 6. So in terms of the electors, all right,
numbers,
in terms of the numbers, we had 174,279 registered electors in 2021, and that has increased by about 2.8% in this current period, the elections that we are about to complete, and it's increased to 179,154. Okay, that is considerably higher than the total population of St. Lucia. And there are certainly issues about, the efficacy of these numbers in terms of, how they are compiled and what they still contain and probably should not.
Which brings us straight away, Edwin, to the contentious issue of that famous, some would say infamous, reference to voter turnout. Remember?
Yes.
That has been discussed, and many contend that it should be virtually disregarded or ignored until we get really more efficient and accurate in establishing the number of persons actually able to vote and eligible to vote on island. There's the diaspora factor, I'm sure, the persons who have in fact passed away, and so we're seeing a kind of consensus now that the voters list is not always reflective of the true situation, the number of electors, and so it is a very inaccurate reflection when one cites very often a low turnout. And so I think, certainly for the purpose of our discussion here, to minimize the importance of that figure. Jimmy, quickly, your thought on the voter turnout issue?
Well, Teddy, as you know, this is something I've been speaking about since the very first panel I sat on, which is at the Vaughan West by-election in 1996, where I looked at those numbers and going back to figures that the Department of Statistics had put out, and it just didn't mesh. When you look at the number of people who are in St. Lucia and you take out the population 18 years and below, there is no way we can have that number of registered voters. However, I will tell you that in 2006, there was a very extensive enumeration exercise that took place, a house-to-house enumeration exercise. I remember I was cabinet secretary at the time. In fact, it caused Dr. Anthony to choreograph the date for elections, because Dr. Anthony did say at the time, he was prime minister, and he did say that he would not have an election until the house-to-house enumeration exercise had been completed. So everybody knew that elections would not be held early. And if you, at that particular voters list, I think there were 2006, there were 132,000 registered voters. The number went up from 119,000 in 2001 to 132,000, and it has climbed. So you ask yourself, okay, if there was a house-to-house enumeration exercise in 2006 that established this number at 132,000, then you have to assume that that there's some level of accuracy in that. So, going back to the point Edwin made, the diaspora, what is the diaspora figure? Because if somebody migrates from St. Lucia, and let's say they're living in Canada or the United States, you can't strike them off the voters list, because they will at some point come back to exercise their right to vote. So it is a very curious thing. I mean, I do know that the Electoral Department is very strict in removing dead people off the voters list. I checked with my own mother, who passed 2 years ago, and not too long after I checked the voters list to see whether she was still on, and she wasn't. So I do know that they have been doing a good job of taking people who have passed off the voters list.
No doubt in collaboration with the registry.
With the registry. But the point remains that we cannot, in a population of 185,000 people, what's the number, Edwin?
No, it's actually 171.
That's our population?
Yes.
And we have more people on the voters list than we have residents in St. Lucia. So that certainly the denominator is wrong. We cannot be measuring voter turnout on the basis of a number that is larger than the number of people who are in St. Lucia. Let's even say that maybe 10,000 people fly into St. Lucia to vote. That still would not allow us to have any kind of accuracy in that voter turnout. So I think we are being too hard on ourselves when we say voter turnout in St. Lucia is 50%. I think it's a lot higher than 50%, based on that denominator being the number of people who are eligible to vote and resident in St. Lucia.
Physically present on island. And so you alluded to the number of electors actually registered this year. As we go through the list. And Riser, we'll get back to you, Edwin, but Riser, we're speaking of the approaches we said to campaigning. Early on, the two established parties, the history that you mentioned. Jimmy touched on...
Well, there were no parties at that time. They were just by themselves, and now we grow into the affiliation of clans. And when you touched on the eligibility, I would not have been eligible to vote in 1925. So women were cut out of that completely, and we see women's role in politics very present in the campaigning. However, when we go into representation in terms of the candidates that we'll look at later on, for the three candidates vying for elections this year, women are underrepresented in that number. We also want to talk about our own political culture and how political parties fit into our Westminster system. Because we can talk about independence, but it's kind of unfair to actually expect them to perform well in a first-past-the-post system, but we don't have proportional representation that allows them that vantage point. So whether or not an individual would genuinely want to be independent and not affiliated with the party, the likelihood of them winning is very marginal without that kind of base and support. Because you're talking about over 50 years of building relationships, of building partnerships, and the nature of our politics is so familiar, so paternal, that persons do not necessarily sever that link between a political party, whether it is the St. Lucia Labour Party or the United Workers' Party. So these are very important points we want to bring up when we talk about that. Nous voulons, je sais que nous choisir moun asso qui manye yo ka vide, mais en même temps nous savons l'histoire différents communes côté différents partis politiques j'ai fait un chaque contribution pour le développement dans ces différentes places là.
Yep. And as you mentioned the growth towards adult suffrage, where there wasn't as much distinction, where persons not on the basis of property or class, property ownership or class, really 74 years now since the population could speak for itself and really truly speak for the representatives and what regime they want to choose. A simple point we want to make as we remind persons what's important tonight, the discussion, the analysis, yes, but the country, the entire diaspora diaspora, looking forward to the count of the votes. We are what, Jimmy? What do you make it? 43?
42 minutes away from the closing of the polls.
That moment when 6 o'clock, when it's all over, the campaigning.
Except people who on the line before 6 o'clock will be allowed to vote. Yes.
And so it becomes very important. Once we get to 6 o'clock, we here will be last elections rather, very early as 6:20, 6:25, the first results came in. We're expecting no different. We saw St. Vincent just recently, very prompt and very early with the results coming in by 20 past 6, they were getting in the results. The question of, the much discussed rejected ballots and spoiled ballots. Jimmy, you want to touch to them on the difference and what we think the approaches have been, should be? There's a fundamental difference.
I was a little embarrassed, Teddy, when I was watching the election results in St. Vincent to see the small number of rejected ballots that you're seeing. Granted, it's a smaller voting population, but disproportionately, we do have too many rejected ballots in our electoral system. And, it says something that at this stage we do still have so many rejected ballots. Rejected ballots being a ballot where somebody has not placed that X in the manner in which they were supposed to have placed it. The lines don't intersect. It's not very clear where they voted. It might be crisscrossing. It might be overlapping you have two people on a ballot, and maybe the where that X is, it's not clear who you're voting for. You don't put an X, you put a tick, you put something, you must have an X. And I think that is something that it's so fundamental to our voting, but still there are so many ballots that are rejected that it's sad, because it means that people have gone to the polls, they have exercise their franchise. I don't think people have deliberately, maybe there might be one or two instances where somebody does not want to vote for a candidate. So their way of showing up and voting is to deliberately, I don't want to use the word spoil, because a spoiled ballot is different, but in protest they have caused that ballot to not be valid. But there are so many people who go and they exercise that franchise, and for their vote to not be counted, it really is something that we have to pay attention to. If you're not used to putting an X, muscle memory is something that we have to take account of, that there's some people who are not entirely literate, and the practice of putting an X in a confined space will pose them some challenges. And that's why as a candidate, you really have to ensure that you work with everybody in your constituency who you believe will vote for you and may have some challenges voting, that you have to get them to practice, so that by the time that day comes around, that muscle memory in putting that X in that right place and overcoming any nervousness that might cause that X to not look like an X, that has to be addressed. And I don't think we've spent enough time in the period between elections addressing this issue, because it's something that every time I see rejected ballots, these numbers, it's something that I find is a little unfortunate.
To interject for a moment too, because I also think that we have not been as inclusive to our full Creole and English population in giving information. We assume that when we give information that everyone in St. Lucia understands, and the assumption without public education is also a disadvantage. Even when we talk about statistics and gathering data, in our last census, we never even took time to try to find out what is the population of Creole persons in St. Lucia and how are we effectively catering to them. So we are labeling people as illiterate, but maybe we are illiterate in our approach to ensuring that the entire population is properly appreciated and apprised of what's happening today. C'est pour ça que je suis obligé de parler plusieurs Creole là aujourd'hui pour dire qui ça qu'a fait election à cette ici.
But that point Rice is making is so important, Teddy, because even this whole question of Mete Tikwa, I distinctly remember, I mean, my father was alive at the time, and I lived in Central Castries, it's corner of Coral Street and Grass Street, and I distinctly remember there was a lady who came from voting very triumphantly the day of elections, and he said, "Nuka tiweyola, moi Mete Tikwa." So my father interrogated her and said, "Well, qui m'a voté?" She thought Mete Tikwa. No, she put it for the opponent because you can Mete Tikwa Okoi. So not understanding that the Tikwa you have to put is for the person you're voting for, and not crossing out the person that you do not want there. And I mean, now it was unfortunate, but these things happen. So even things that you take for granted, hopefully this doesn't happen anymore. But this was I think the 1992 general election. No, my father died in 86. 1986. So this would have been like the 1982 general election. I remember vividly that was, and I just stood there and I said, wow, you know, something simple. Because Brother George was going around telling everybody, mete tikwa, and that's how the lady interpreted it, very literally.
Rise out, be happy. That speaks to the richness of our Creole, of our folklore. That tikwa expression is just so, you know, just so rich and so loaded when you explain to persons, visitors about the tikwa expression, what it means. I mean, just the little cross. No doubt, back then, Jimmy, an attempt to simplify it to the persons who are not so literate, that is a little cross. Okay, if you have a difficulty, that the two cross and you get a little cross. We are joined by Rahim Augustine, who much demanded, much sought after. Rahim. Roger would indicate where we have him clear and loud and clear, Roger. We are looking at development and trends and how it has grown and differed. Certainly the typical politician, the path then to public office was the typical trade unionists were very popular. Lawyers were extremely popular. Some say regrettably.
Too popular.
That's the most common path. It's a lot more diverse now as we look towards the path for persons. We look forward to see the kind of makeup of candidates now, persons coming self-employed, economists, persons involved in business, being the diversity of candidates. Remains very democratic though, that the simple paying of a fee and certainly makes you eligible to enter for a seat, and persons really treasure that the truly richly democratic process, that there are no big barriers as we go. So we want to discuss that in a bit, but to avoid the regional context now, without politicizing it too much and showing any preference, we're very cautious before the 6 o'clock time to go into any opinions. But Rahim, you're very much a student now, a traveler of the world pursuing your studies. What are you sensing, as we welcome you to the panel, sensing is the level of interest in St. Lucia's politics, and what has them so interested?
Yeah, thank you so much, Stay, and good night. I think obviously people in St. Lucia, or people who are in the region, are looking to see whether St. Lucia follows the trends that have happened across the region in the year. Albeit I think that some of these trends point to some of the more conservative parties being able to regain office, whether it be from opposition into government, or whether it be government retaining, whether it be the Jamaica Labour Party in Jamaica, or the UNC led by Prime Minister Bissessar, the opposition leader then as she was, as part of the government. And therefore you've seen sort of this unification of party mantras and party engagements with some ideological underpinnings. And I think to some extent the global politics as well as part of the United States of America causes individuals to think that there is this sort of conservative movement, right-wingish sort of moving across the world and the region. Again, I tonight will tell us the extent to which that is true. But suffice it to say that analysis isn't always as true, because in 2013 many governments across the Caribbean changed, but the Barbados context remained the same. Earlier this year, I think Belize also had elections and their government was retained. So this isn't always as clear-cut as individuals like to make it seem, for their own individual motivations, because of course based on what side you support, if you have a partisan affiliation, you will see this is where the trends are going. So I think people are looking very keenly, but also I think people are looking keenly because St. Lucia's had a history of this sort of one-term government for a very, very long time, or at least from 2001 onwards. And therefore, to that extent, people are saying, will St. Lucia return to what commentators call as that level of political stability? I at times share a different view, because I don't know that stability means two terms. I think the will of the people is the definition of stability. And in much the same way that the British Prime Ministers are turned out every 14 days or so, that is people expressing their opinion. So tonight will tell us whether we follow the regional trends or not.
Yeah, and certainly the interest as far as that is concerned, interesting point you raise, whether it's in fact a pattern rooted in an ideological current throughout the Caribbean, or whether it's simply incidental, that the victories have gone to persons of a certain leaning or parties of a certain leaning in the last few regional elections. That left to be seen. St. Lucia, that has heightened the interest in St. Lucia to see whether in fact we are part of a pattern, or whether there is a separate determination as far as St. Lucia is concerned and moving towards it. We were speaking earlier on, before introducing Rahim, of the persons who come through. Riza, we know, particularly interested in the role of women in politics, reminding all our viewers that we will be going to the count once the polls are closed at 6 o'clock, thereabout, and at about 6:20, 6:25, we're expecting the first results. Doing some general discussion on context at this point without getting too opinionated, without in any way slanting and affecting persons who are still on the way to the polls. Riser, women in politics, where are we? Are we progressive enough? Are we doing enough? The quota pleases you as a woman very conscious on the involvement of women in the public life?
Well, generally, the benchmark is set at 30% of women's involvement in politics in terms of being represented in parliaments. However, if we were to do an assessment of women's involvement in political parties, they have always been involved. They are the canvassers, they are the persuaders, they are the ones that decide where their families vote, and they are the influencers. However, to transcend the glass ceiling into representative office.
And they tend to vote more.
Yeah, they vote more because
your figures confirm that, Edwin?
Yeah. Although I wish there was more. This is aggregated data to tell us what age groups, and so also go further and ask them in our communities, what are the issues that push you to vote? Whereas maybe versus a man, these are different issues that might motivate him to vote, but women don't just vote for themselves, they vote for their families, they vote for their parents, they vote for social issues because they are the ones who, in a number of ways, carry the burden of society. So nous avons femmes qui participent à toute la vie politique, mais quand ils parlent, nous pas qu'à shy femme. The difficulties also for women entering into politics, fortunately or unfortunately, is you don't really see the kind of grooming for women to succeed their predecessors in terms of coming into a winning seat. They might be thrown in sometimes, unfortunately, as persons who go up into strongholds against candidates that are stronger, or you might also see women put in because we could not get another candidate, unfortunately, although there are competent women who come to the fore. And then when they come on, the level of analysis that goes into representation of women too is also very wanting in our state. What emerges both from the official media and also from our citizens is very harsh criticism
of women.
Men also get criticism too. However, the commentary tends to be very ageist, very sexist. It goes into the very personal and not necessarily what is the quality of this woman's representation. What has she contributed to policy making and decision making? You rarely see that. It is really more of an aesthetic attack or analysis of the person, but not their performance. And that is one of the challenges in terms of getting women to actually participate in the process in a way that is more front-facing. They are usually in the background, but if you want to see the change, our political culture has to transcend, where we'll elevate them to the same level of dignity as their male counterparts in politics.
Yeah, I hear you clearly that you're saying they're much harsher judges, that they don't often give women credit and look to women for gravitas and reliability and content in the delivery, but they see them more superficially. And so the net effect is judging them more harshly, a lot more for women to break through. And some would argue the same way that women participate more in the electoral process, they perhaps among the harshest critics of their fellow women that they go through. We mentioned the candidates and the spread of it as we come up to 6 o'clock, who has been the candidates nowadays, but also the issue of candidates. Two things. Do people vote now? Edwin, your research panel, your reflections, do people vote a lot now on the candidate, where we've drifted to? The candidate per constituency issues, or is it still the overall, the party and indeed the leadership? Are these greater factors when it comes to that in moving forward? And then also, as an extension, how pertinent has it become for the person to be of and from the constituency? Jimmy?
That's a very good question, Teddy. To be honest, I think it differs. I think there are some constituencies where the candidate is probably the premier consideration for the constituents. However, across the spectrum, the leader of the party is extremely important, and that goes way back. I remember writing an article in 1997 where I compared the approaches of the United Workers' Party and the approach of the St. Lucia Labour Party. And back then I said, I think I used a basketball analogy to say that everything in the United Workers' Party with Dr. Lewis revolved around Dr. Lewis. So it was like a center and the others were just feeding the ball into him, as opposed to the Labour Party where Dr. Anthony, although he had a significant stature, but the St. Lucia Labour Party at that time also sought to bring out the importance of people like Mario Michel, Philip Pierre, George Odlum. You know, there was a very impressive slate there. And so, yes, it was Kenny Anthony, but it was all of the others around him, as opposed to the United Workers' Party in 1997, which was just Dr. Lewis and the others seen as subsidiary to Dr. Lewis. This election, again, even the approach of the two parties, I think, has differed in the way in which they've promoted their respective leaders, and that's something that we can probably go into a little bit after 6 o'clock. I don't want to speak about it now since people are still voting, but suffice it to say that the leader plays a very important role in the likability and the electability of the party. But there are some constituencies. We saw it last election with a Stephenson King breaking ranks, and a Stephenson King not running as United Workers' Party, and certainly not running as Labour Party, and identifying himself as someone who was, leading a blue wave, and how supporters gravitated towards him. And Richard Frederick has shown it, even with the fact that he has had support of either party when he's run as an independent. So I think it's a mixed bag. You know, I think all of that to say it's a mixed bag. In some instances, it is the candidate. In many instances, it is the candidate. If you have a bad candidate, it doesn't matter who your leader is. It'll be very difficult to elect that person. In
the old days,
you could sell a broomstick.
The Comptonites,
yes.
the Comptonites voted
Yes.
for whoever, and they weren't so discerning and discerning as far as who the candidates were. They knew that they wanted a certain man to lead the country, the Messiah, John Compton, and so they would vote then.
And you could understand in that constituency where Sir John and whoever ran in Mico North or Mico South would get 97-98% of the vote. There really was a non-election there. That was almost by acclamation. So it was difficult to see someone else coming in, because the United Workers, and remember, that Eastern Belt was one constituency before. Then Mico was one constituency. So John broke it up into 4 constituencies, and the support in that Eastern Belt, that banana belt, was extremely strong for the United Workers' Party. But I don't think you see that anymore for either party, where you could send up anyone, and that person, once they're wearing a yellow shirt or a red shirt, they are guaranteed a victory in that constituency. I don't think that's the case anymore.
Yeah. And let me ask Edwin whether the empirical evidence, how it bears out, how it plays out. Some say that, on observation, that in certain constituencies, the parochial considerations, constituency, the footpath, the new road, and different amenities more important, personal favors, the retail politics more important there, whereas in some others, the more cosmopolitan considerations, that they're more interested in what the person or the party would do for the country, and more national and broad in the analysis. Does your own research bear that out? That there's that distinction between constituencies?
Well, Teddy, generally there is a prioritization of issues that the electorate engages in, and typically that is employment and economic activity related first and foremost, and by a substantial margin, right? So even when there are lots of complaints about crime, and those are in the press, they are graphic, and it engages our imagination, persons are still more concerned about their employment situation and economic the bread and butter situation. So that should never be minimized in any way. And secondarily, you will hear a lot of concern about the health situation, right? The health situation, the hospital, access to drugs, access to medical care, clinics, and all of that, right? So these are significant issues. And then you will get crime, right, as a third.
In your surveys, you find that?
Yeah, typically crime is a third. Usually if there's a crime wave, crime may nick health slightly, occasionally, but it's not a sustainable thing, right? So after a little while, it becomes health, So I think that big framework, right, is ever present when it comes to people making their decisions about. And then there are the local issues like proper roads, okay?
A footpath that may change people's lives.
Availability of the playing field, and
Water.
Water.
Big one. Big one.
you know,
Big
like
one.
for example in Swagel, the issue of access to water and water scarcity was an extremely big, and maybe still is an extremely big problem. So there are all these issues, and then there are candidate-related issues, how accessible the candidate is to the voting
or simply how effective.
how effective, how much access, how often they see the person,
Especially
their
in rural-
relatability,
especially in rural areas.
right? Yes. So these are all very important issues that typically you come across, and if they are specific nuances about the candidate that they don't like, they will tell you, right? And ever so often the leader of the party has a role in every local election, either an enlarged role or a likability role or something. There are also likability factors that candidates portray, right? And that typically helps in the sustainability as a politician over time.
And there's another point, Eddie, that sometimes in choosing your candidate, you may want to blunt the strength of the opposition in a particular part of that constituency.
Right.
So, for example, if you are looking for a candidate in Choiseul and you are the UWP, you would want a candidate who would poll very strongly, or who might be from Morgouge, because Morgouge is a Labour stronghold. And likewise, if you're a Labour Party and you're looking for a candidate, you want somebody from Delsey, because Delsey has been a bastion of UWP support in Choiseul.
We'll come back to the point in a bit, and on to Rahim for the intellectual factor in politics, in contemporary Caribbean, certainly St. Lucian politics. They've gotten a bashing over the last few decades of not being practical and effective, pragmatic and effective. You'll answer the charge, Rahim, your intellectual cap. But we're going to reports. We have two reports from Grosley and Babono on the action earlier today on the field as the electors went about the voting process. Have the first report? Okay, not quite ready. We'll continue with the discussion. Rahim, you're speaking of the intellectual factor. Many have accused the intellectuals' involvement or intellectual approach to politics as not being pragmatic, not being results-oriented. And so, unlike the days when we were loaded with the intellectual factor, the 70s, the 80s, and so on, we've seen a kind of withdrawal. Your own take now on the place of the intellectuals and their approach to the place in politics.
Yeah. I think obviously the intellectual always has an appeal, obviously naturally among intellectuals anyway, and within the country by and large, because it gives the country a sense of an air of superiority, to use that term, among other countries. But I worry that at times there is the intellectual who is not able to relate to ordinary struggles and may frame it in esoteric language, as I am doing right now, guiltily so, and which doesn't resonate with people on an everyday basis, which is problematic. So I observed, obviously, within the campaign, individuals speaking very heavily of economic policy and social policy, language that suggested to me that they were going up for presidents of the European banks and the Caribbean Development Bank, and I don't mean it in a disparaging way, but just to say that we must understand how to engage with people about very critical issues. And it's not a problem of intellectualism per se, but it's just a question of being able to reframe things and get people to understand in a very real way that this is the language for what it is that you're feeling. Because the truth is, there are many rules of science and many rules of economics that individuals, ordinary people, may not be able to explain in that language, but they feel it every day. And they know it. So they know what the taxes are doing to them. They know what inflation is doing to them. They know what a disinflationary policy is without being able to call it that. And I think at times there needs to be that level of engagement within our politics. And I've always made the point that I think at times individuals are very keen on just sort of coming out of the bathroom and just jumping into politics, believing that you can just enter and say and engage in that way, as opposed to submitting themselves to a very deep process of public speaking, of communication, of these things that allow people to understand you, because you will not be able to be related, especially in a context where you have a country which doesn't have very informed debates among political leaders, a country that the part of the political culture is a lot of platform speaking, and it's certainly not, the platform speaking is not a place where all of the intellectuals go to have coffee. But I think these are some of the issues that over time some of the candidates as part of the election need to work on, and they need to work with ordinary people to do it, because I think that may be affecting some of their own deliverability and their own success at the polls.
Yeah, well, we are at the youth vote. Another constituency that we throw at you. The youth vote, often almost cliched, persons speak of recognizing, acknowledging the youth vote. How you think, how efficiently and effectively it has been, and respectfully it has been treated in the Caribbean. Let's do it more broadly first and St. Lucia.
Yeah, I think in some respects young people, first of all, I think the data needs to be disaggregated, right? Let's start there. I don't think we've gotten particular data from across the region that gives you a very quantifiable way of knowing how many young people have engaged in the voting process. But at times I worry also that the young people as part of the process are engaged in a sort of piecemeal, anti-intellectual way, that they're engaged in as part of the fanfare of Caribbean politics, which is a very fundamental part, which I totally enjoy and love. I think it's a firm part of Caribbean culture and it should never wither away. But I worry that they too are not being taken seriously as intellectual components as part of the process, whether it be as part of candidate selection, whether it be as part of manifesto creation, whether it be as part of engagement, as part of the political party, the reframing of the policies, beyond just the sort of mere canvassing and searching for votes among individuals. The truth is, I think at times politicians believe that the demographic doesn't come out in a very massive way. They don't have the data that suggests to them that these individuals are coming in a mass way. So the middle-aged individuals are those they may target more, because these are people that they could count on, that have familial ties to the party, that over time have been loyal and faithful supporters. They're coming to the rallies, etc. So these are the individuals that they can count on. But what I witnessed this far in this campaign suggests to me that young people are part of the campaign rallies. They are part of the production of music as part of the campaigns. I saw some very young faces as part of the rallies that I don't know that they're 18 years old to vote either way. And we've seen a lot of videos as part of our own political terrain which sees young children singing campaign songs and engaging in that process. So that is why I see these sort of young people fitting within it. And if you look at the candidates again, you may not see individuals within that 20 and early 30s bracket as well that indicate a very strong sense of engagement of young people. Probably as canvassers, probably as part of the youth arms in the parties, probably as part of the foot soldiers, but not embedded within the political parties themselves or part of the process.
There's something I want to interject to your points, which I support, is the fact that if we want to see young people more integrated in the political process, they have to be integrated not just during general elections. And that also begs the question of young people in civil society and the agencies to represent them. For example, the National Youth Council. Where is the role, or what is the role of National Youth Council in ensuring that youth voices are represented not just in parties but in their own organization that represents them? That's a question that we must ask. And even in our school systems, are young people properly apprised of what their role is? As an educator, when I have discussions with my students about their vote, many times their participation is influenced by their parents, and it's also limited by the fact that many persons also have a limited view of what politics is. They get their education from their parents, and maybe what they might listen to might be one program, and that is about it. And maybe later on, as Ryan mentioned, the popularization of music, whether then we segment, or maybe a few pop-ups of social media influencers as the voices to really engage, but to say that they understand the thing that we are dissecting here, it is not something that is brought forward in the education sector in a formative way, or even in other aspects when we think about national development, so that they have a stake, because we want them to be engaged, not just when there's general elections, but throughout St. Lucia's national development. And that's an important point that we must bring forward.
Well, what I can tell you,
we'll get back to you, Ryan, in just a bit, but the producers are ready and screaming to run a report from Miku North from earlier today. Miku North.
And we are here in Micoud North, and we are, of course, making sure that we keep you upbeat with what's happening for election 2025. Here, we have heard quite a few people came in early on. We saw numbers, according to the officer, that has been unprecedented. She said, and I quote, that it is probably some of the largest numbers she has seen in our history, which shows that the eagerness is there and the excitement is rife for election 2025.
The morning was very, very busy in all areas. Persons actually came out. We had elderly, we had disabled, we had all types of persons coming in just to cast their ballots early. So it was indeed very hectic for us. Polls opened on time, and we went ahead. We tried to avoid delaying the process. There are persons that we were not able to locate on the list. So what we had them to do, just wait a bit, and we attended to somebody else. So as soon as this information came in, those persons were brought in. They were not allowed to wait or to take the back of the line. They were brought in to vote. Actually, we had assistant poll clerks on the outside, assisting with directing the electors to the correct areas for voting. We also had the police assisting to ensure that law and order was maintained. So it went quite smoothly. Persons stayed on that line because they knew that they want to cast their ballot, because they know any rowdy thing, any rowdy behavior, they would have to go out and then relax and then come back in.
I am outside the polling division N5, and this is the Micoud Secondary School. Now today, according to some of the officers, we had seen unprecedented numbers as voters were eager to cast their ballots early. We are seeing numbers coming in, however, steadily, slowly, but surely, individuals are still coming through to ensure that their civic right and their duty is being upheld.
Thank you, Kendall Skadi Eugene, for that report out of Micoud North, certainly one of the constituencies with lots of interest. One of the absolute strongholds of the United Workers' Party, the father of the UWP, the founder, father of the nation, as it were, and the UWP thought then to have been unbeatable for a long time, and so a phenomenal development last elections when Jeremiah Norbert came through and won. Interesting examples, as we mentioned, the candidates and the parties, and what causes certain drifts. One could look quickly at a stronghold, a powerful stronghold, a fortress of UWP in the days. Alan Bousquet, your question, Jimmy, about whether it's candidate or whether it's party. Alan Bousquet was absolutely invincible for so many years when elections. Once he left, and then the 1997 avalanche of tsunami, your choice, came. The UWP lost then. Since then, it's been ding-dong, and certainly not as garrison as it was in the old days. That was one example. Micoud now drifting and up for grabs, which was not the case. And also the thinking about what made certain areas strongholds. Why was the Micoud-Dennery belt maybe easier explained with the Compton influence and the banana belt, as it were, and loyalty to Compton, who really put the pressure on the plantation owners and really led, in a true sense, the struggle for banana farmers. But a number of others, the absolute loyalty through the years of Labrie, Vieux-Fort North, lesser extent, Vieux-Fort South, much lesser, but Vieux-Fort North and Labrie. Why then? Why then, back then with Alan Bousquet, what was the magic of Alan Bousquet that so endeared him to the public? And these factors we could look at as we go through and get past 6 o'clock.
To the point where, Teddy, bellwether, Babonneau has actually now become a bellwether. But since 1997, Babonneau has never voted with the opposition. Right. Babonneau has always been in government. Whether that remains this time around, bellwethers are bellwethers until they're not. So whether that remains, the question of Micoud is an extremely important one, and I think we also must not discount the influence of what appeared to be a split of the Compton family, because remember, Janine ran not as a UWP in Micoud North, and I think that may have served to erode the support of the UWP in that constituency, because the Compton name was no longer strongly associated with that constituency. So that that's one of the things. But you're right. I mean, why is Vieux-Fort North's loyalty to the St. Lucia Labour Party, is that because of Cecily? Is Cecily the one who consolidated?
More historical, than beyond Cecily.
Exactly, beyond Cecily.
These factors are interesting. One has the stories and from the early analysts of the Compton then, in his wisdom, in his shrewdness, Saltibus was a UWP area, and so he took it out of Labrie and annexed it to Chazelle. Some would say gerrymandering, some would say very shrewd move. But what about Saltibus in that little pocket? What made it so peculiarly attached to UWP and ultimately to Compton?
As opposed to Labrie.
Labrie.
But I also think we need to consider, apart from community supporting a particular party, what has the opposing party not done to convince a community to vote? Dela nuka kachile nuka palia sumanye lebara nisipo avefo, menupaka kachile ki kalite kandida floboka voye pumun choisio. Because people, yes, the reverse. So
But that's
a wrong kind of mentality to have, because even in the discussion on the Miku North,
both parties
in the Miku North respect, I remember when Jeremiah Norbert was running, and some of my colleagues there were telling me about his approach, that he did not assume that it was a stronghold. He took every household seriously and approached it with that measure, in addition to other local factors, maybe the anti-government sentiment that was on the ground, helped to secure support. And I think an important point that you also raised, Dr. Fletcher, in addition to speaking about Janine Compton's running as an independent, is not merely a lack of support for Compton, but a shift in mindset that we're not taking note of, that is happening among our people, where we have a political memory that links us and gives us loyalty to a party. But when the party no longer serves the community in a way that it sees, there needs to be a breakaway, and many persons are seeing themselves in that light, that yes, we are grateful for the contribution of various political parties, whether it is the St. Lucia Labour Party or the United Workers' Party, but at this present time, does the party really serve or represent what we are? And the parties themselves are going through their own forms of transformations, where we see different iterations that may not match the value systems of a bygone era. And these are some of the things we want to look at in terms of the evolution of our voters' behavior, and also what the results are, where we see historic shifts, as we saw in Miku North, happening in constituencies. So no constituency should ever be a safe seat, because you treat them with a level of dignity and respect by sending your best and doing your best when you're in governance, so that they feel that you are an option that they want to select.
And also the evolution of that demographic.
I want to get back to that in a bit. We have a number of reports, as many as 4 from the field, and we'll be running them back to back for the benefit of our viewers. Let's go to some of the action from earlier today. As we approach the close of polls, you're doing the count, Riza. 6 more minutes. What do you have? 5?
We have 6 more minutes.
Let's go to the reports.
Until the official end.
Yes,
hello, St. Lucia. I am Claudia Monlouis, and a warm welcome to you on voting day, December 1st, 2025, as the GIS brings you the happenings on the ground. We are here at the polling station G4 in the electoral district of Ancillary Canries, and the candidates are Mr. Wayne Girard and Mr. Dominic Fede. Here at polling station G4, we are told that the atmosphere has been relatively quiet and calm, and the logistics have been flowing smoothly. We're taking some interviews and some perspectives from the presiding officer, other staff of the electoral department who are assisting with the flow and running of the elections, and some voters.
I am Dominic Leonti. I am an assistant superintendent of police. For the elections, I have responsibility for the Ancillary Canries constituency. So in terms of a law enforcement point, I am from Canries, and therefore the polling division and the 100 yards mark have been respected. We are, of course, in the safest part of the island, which is Canries, or I could say crime-free. And so, except for the little banter in terms of persons now realize that they could show off their color. So you see a lot of colors around, but on a law enforcement point of view, we have had nothing whatsoever, no disturbances, no quarrels, no fights, nothing. Things have been as quiet as ever. From 5 a.m., the place was packed, but as you know, voting started at 6:30 a.m. promptly, and then there was that kind of, I would not say long lines, but moderate, and there are different polling areas where you would find the concentration of, for example, the box where A to C and D to H. This is the box that has been constantly have persons on it. The other boxes, so right now if you go there at this time, 11:25, you would find that the L and the NZ, these things are actually free and open. So we are just preparing for, of course, the contentious part, which is when polls close at 6 p.m.
I'm Roger Labadie, election clerk for the electoral district ancillary canneries. And I am supervising this polling station, which is G4 of the electoral district, which takes in persons from Anslavedi down to Belvedere of Canneries. That is the area that we cover for the polling station. When we open on time. Started on time from 6:30, and we had a very, very large number of persons waiting to go and cast the ballots, and they were able to queue up in a decent manner, and the voting started well, and we did not have any hiccups at the beginning, except for when the data or the persons had to begin to flash who has voted and to actually access whether those persons are on the system as they are verified. And because of the traffic, the number of persons at the moment accessing it had dropped, but we were able to get it rectified through electoral department, the IT unit, and so the voting process has been moving smoothly. Well, with that being done, you had persons being able to come and leave because they have to work, and some persons who want to vote early and get it out of their way. So the process has been fairly and squarely. There isn't any kind of problems as much to complain about.
Okay, I'm Princess Augustine, presiding officer for polling division G4. This morning, we came here quite early, before 5 o'clock, and this was basically to ensure that polling started on time, voting started on time, and that everything went smoothly. We wanted to ensure that every sign, everything that voters needed or required was ready, and that the poll clerks took their oaths. So we came in quite early to ensure that this happened and to open our gates at exactly 6:30. We have about 20 persons on our team, 5 presiding officers and 1 poll clerk per station, as well as an assistant and a lines person. Okay, so coming in here, this election day is not an easy task, and so you always need to ensure that the presence of God is in your midst, and to ask for the patience and the guidance to deal with everyone that you will be encountering for the day, because we know what that's like with different humans of different personalities as well. So yeah, it was essential that we seek God. The polls will close at 6 p.m. At this time, the presiding officer will count the number of persons who are on the line at 6 o'clock. So if there are 3 persons left on the line, the presiding officer will ask the police officer to stand at the end of the line. The gates will be closed, and everyone on the line before 6 or at 6, which is closing time, will be allowed to vote. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. So gates will be closed. Once you are on the line, you are on the compound, you are in to vote before 6 or by 6 p.m., you will be allowed to vote.
I'm Kezia Charles, and this is my first time voting. And I wouldn't say that I couldn't sleep last night. I think I slept really well, in the hopes that Lucians would make the right decision this time around, especially as a student and, a first-time voter. I listened to both policies of both parties, and I decided to make the right choice for my future, and hopefully other people do the same. So, yeah. I haven't gone inside yet. I'm still waiting on the line. We've been waiting for over an hour. I would say it could be a little bit more smooth, especially for people who this is not their first time voting. They already know the procedure. You don't have to explain to every single person. So for people like me, I would say yes, an explanation is needed, but not for every single person. I think that's exactly what's holding up the line. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And since so many people with the surnames, A to C, that's a lot of people, so it could have moved fast, I would say.
It is plain. The issues are there, and you have to choose the best place that you want to vote, because it is critical and it's important for our country. And if we, as individuals, as people of St. Lucia, love St. Lucia, will do the right thing. What I will say to them, please, don't be reluctant. Come out and vote, because our country, we need it. Well, it was fascinating, but I'm thinking, I was taking a look at the ballot. It was too clear, so that people can see. If you don't cover it with your hand, they will see where you vote. Mm-hmm. It wasn't good. But I covered it, and I put it where it belongs.
Yeah, from the reports and certainly the anecdotal reaction and we've gotten earlier in the day, that generally the elections seem to have gone well and organized, the occasional incidents, but generally, as has been the case the last few elections, has gone well. It would be remiss not to go into the personal experiences of the panel earlier today. Edwin?
Well, I got to the polls just after 6:30, went up to 7. The lines were not very long. I don't know if it was particularity about the line I was on, that it went through within 10 minutes. I was able to get to the various officials.
But tell us where you're coming from.
Sure.
Tell us where you were voting for.
Oh, I voted at the preschool, the convent preschool, right? And this is where I voted for the past 3 or 4 elections. Okay, so it's very familiar to me. And I could see walking down the road that all the posters were removed, right within the 100 yards area, except 2 curiously were still there. But I suppose it's sometimes impossible to get to all of it. The flags, some of the flags were still there. I suppose it's much more difficult overnight to remove flags and stuff like that. And they told me to take off all my electronics, and I went and exercised my franchise, so to speak.
Show us your voting finger.
My voting finger.
Right.
Yes. Is it that time?
It's 4 minutes after 6, so polls will officially close. However, those persons who are still on the line will still be granted the right to vote.
So persons are no longer, as they say, to go to vote.
No.
Those on the line will be allowed, but you cannot now be heading to a polling station. History, gentlemen and lady, we certainly presiding over it, that the decision night, as we're saying, it was decided today. In a few minutes, the results will start flooding in, as they did. They will indeed flood in, and the curiosity of the public and the electorate has hardly ever been higher as we went through. But quickly, Raim and Riza, your experience at the polls today?
I'll allow Raim to go before.
I think mine went smooth, actually, at least for myself. I may have been some issues of my own doing with finding my name on the list by virtue of having 2 surnames. So I wasn't sure whether it was registered under Augustine or Joseph. It turns out it's the first surname, not the second. Interestingly enough. So it went pretty smooth. I think nationally, however, we will hear some more reports of the very long lines as well, and the situation in the police over the weekend, which was quite
The mid-morning seemed to have been okay though. The mid-morning. Let's just try to make contact with one of our panelists who is remotely joining us, Cynthia Barrow-Giles, Professor Cynthia Barrow-Giles in Barbados. Do we have Cynthia on the line? Good evening, Cynthia. No, we don't have Cynthia.
Not as yet.
We don't have Cynthia as yet.
So
we can go in, Riza.
Continue. So I am registered to vote in Bayport South, and I was a little earlier than Mr. St. Catherine. I leve bien bonne. I parti bien bonne quand c'est mon na. I tell 10 minutes après 6 heures, so 10 past 6, and the line was long. So there was great enthusiasm to vote in Beaufort South. It took me about an hour for me to cast my vote. I did so with my mom, and then to prepare for us to be here today. So from all looks of it, persons were enthusiastic to come out early to make sure that their vote counted. And that says something about people wanting to make a statement as to where they want this country to go.
I really think the enthusiasm in Beaufort South, Beaufort North, Labrie will be very high.
It is.
And that is because of that health-related issue with the opening of the hospital and how they felt marginalized to some extent. So I think that there will be some implications for that.
Candidates too, both in terms of the incumbents and the opposition candidates as well are playing a huge role in terms of these elections. And again, when the results come out, we'll be able to give a more concrete analysis of the why. We're not going to predict or say anything that we're not sure of at the moment.
And you spoke of candidates, incumbents, this incumbency issue. How often or if ever has an incumbent government candidate increased his margin or indeed absolute number of votes? Interesting. That someone in government as the parliamentarian for some constituency being able to increase their vote during incumbency. It's often challenging to do so, to increase. Very challenging to do so. Incumbent candidates have, the likes of Philip Pear, as incumbent candidates from opposition to government when there's a national swing. But indeed, when you are, in fact, let's see this year, Philip Pear would be telling himself that perhaps he could try to reach other.
What happens with an incumbent is he has a lot more name recognition, so he can better fend off challenges.
Some might say more resources. Some might say the state machinery to be wisely used. There's no running from that. But there's also the attrition, and more people to please. Then you are the target. You are to deliver. The more pressure on you. They're more forgiving when you're in opposition, and you know you don't have the state machinery.
Well, the wisdom
SVG could be an example of that too.
The wisdom is you start losing votes from the day you win the election. That's the wisdom, because you see you've promised certain things. People have certain expectations. You, despite your best intentions, it will be difficult for you to meet the expectations of everyone. So from the day you've won that election, the very next day you start to lose votes. There's attrition. So you're right. I mean, this election will be very interesting to see, not just on the candidate level, but also on the party level. What happens to the St. Lucia Labour Party. There's been all sorts of talk about how better it will do or how it will do, and the United Workers' Party has also been countering of how well it will do. So I think it'll be very interesting to see whether an incumbent party is actually able to increase its standing over the last time, whether that works out, as some within the Labour Party have been predicting will work out. That will be a very interesting dynamic. But going back to the whole thing about voting, Teddy, I mean, I have the distinction in voting in A1A. So that's the first thing that's on your list, A1A. And I usually, like Edwin and Raisa, go to vote very early in the morning. This time I decided, you know what, I'm too used to getting on that line for 6 o'clock and staying an hour on the line. So I went to vote at 8:30, 8:45. There were 3 people in E2F ahead of me. One was in, actually voting. There were 2 people ahead of me. I was in and out in no time. So this was the most pleasant voting experience I've ever had. But the other lines, with the exception of G to I think, was also short. All of the other lines, P to Z, was a disaster. P to Z, there were people, I think, on P to Z all day long. My wife went to vote, and she votes she doesn't vote in P to Z. She votes in the one just before that. And she told me her line was long, but nothing like P to Z. So there's some lines.
So don't they, have a voters list, you sort it alphabetically, and then you do a quantile.
But I think what they do, Edwin, I think what they do is on the basis of the number of electors. The same thing we're going back to. So okay, you have 300 people in polling division A1. Right. So let's say you have 5 different polling boxes in polling division A1, and you decide you will go with 60 per polling box. But you're assuming that there are actually 60 electors in each box. Some of these people are not there. Some of these people might have migrated. So you might find that a box might have 60, but only 50 people on island, and another one might be showing 60 and it has 60. You know, to just simplify it. So I think that's a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think something else which came up, which was quite worrying, and I hope it was rectified, is this idea of the police vote in the South. I mean, I think it's common knowledge that the South has the most emergency personnel for whatever reason. But the Friday vote seemed to have been a very long and arduous task, which is akin to disenfranchising individuals, because individuals can decide this is taking too long and I'm going home. So it would be interesting to see, especially if it is that we have some of the data that will inform that level of attrition, that level of being fed up, to use local parlance, and having to stay very long. Of course, I commend the officers for staying for so long to exercise that franchise, but it must have been very, very frustrating, and something must have gone terribly
But it should also be noted, Ryan, that those who were not able to vote on Friday were able to vote today.
Yeah.
So, you know, but I agree with you that staying on the line until 10 o'clock and not being able to vote is frustrating, but they were able to vote today.
I mean, in any instance, I think the provision then even makes it even less attractive, because imagine if I live in Grizzly, but really I voted in
What are divisions? There are divisions cut off. However, for the East and the South, as you rightfully said, there is a large proportion, not just of police, but also fire officials and others that had to come in. And I also think the issue from some of the complaints that came to me from persons who I know who are police officers and fire officials is that they do not believe that there were sufficient individuals at the polling stations to man the number. So perhaps they did not anticipate the number
There's been
that
effectively
actually
a
came
concession.
out. So there was a report that came out where an apology was given in that respect to approve the process, to improve on it in time to come.
Well, some might say they hang all our analysis and certainly dissecting, but in the end, they may throw at you, isn't the election, has it become really and truly for the average voter, elector, a referendum on the leaders, on the two leaders?
I think to some extent it is. I think to a large extent it is. I think particularly in our politics, where the leader plays such an important role. I can't say he or she, because the only time we've had a she was when Dr. Morella Joseph led the United Workers' Party in 2001. But he plays such a central role, and it's so important to how people perceive the party. And I'm sure Edwin, as someone who has done polls, can verify this. But when you poll, one of the things you always look for is the popularity of the leader. And in some cases, you see that the leader is more popular than the party. So, and the leader then lifts the party up. I without seeing any...
Or conversely,
and without seeing any polling data for this year, I would be very surprised if Philip J. Pierre was not as popular or more popular than his party. Because Philip J. Pierre enjoyed the popularity this election that, you know, you talk about this whole question about people improving on their electability. You saw that with Philip J. Pierre. So that is something that I think certainly has to be factored in. What role does the political leader play in enhancing the prospects or diminishing the prospects of his party?
Just before we get the votes, the big factor we must consider, a major factor in the change, the progression, some may say, or the change dynamic in the politics, campaigning and so on. New media, social media, riser. I know you're very keen. You, in fact, one of the antagonists. Let's go.
I simply study what changes take place in how we communicate and the evolution of it and who it's targeted towards. So information is very important to a voter. Nous passons tout partout à cette ici. So de là nous tout avait trois programmes. Il y en a construit, il y en a choisi, il y en a fait en même temps puis nous social media. However, one of the challenges is now trying to ascertain truth from disinformation and also misinformation, where individuals, once they see something online, automatically it's true without even verifying. And then you also have the use of bot farms. So this election season in particular, I saw, for example, in official news media articles, a number of comments. However, when you click the comments, they're of fake pages. over a dozen,
Yeah.
and these fake pages are like by 20 dozen fake pages, some in Jamaica, some in Malaysia, and these things also shape the mindsets and the perceptions of people. So leo wesa yo kwetu just let me see cut a particular policy or action ek de laisse pas voir. So how do we now help our populace become more discerning, educate them on what is true? What do you look for when you look at a comment? How do you read something? How do you verify that an article is actually something that is worth its salt? Because you want people to actually have real information to make decisions that change their life for the better. Because honestly, all St. Lucians, is my genuine belief, want a better life for themselves, and they're trying to make sense of what is happening in the political space with what they have. Now, if that information is not truthful, you distort people into sometimes even voting against their own interests, and that is very dangerous.
And then also, I think I empathize with the shapers of information, of campaigns. Is infinitely easier previously, to me, when you were more involved, to channel information, established media, mainstream media, 3 stations, you channeling and programming. Now, from all sources, somebody could derange the message, you know what I'm saying, upturn a certain information pass, and so it's almost impossible to control. You have to battle against it, and everybody is a media outlet. Everybody becomes a media outlet. The influencers like crazy, the fake pages, the party pages, and so it's just so difficult to channel the information, and then ultimately there's a demographic, particularly the under 30s, under 35s, you might argue, who depend on that social media and less inclined to go to mainstream established media. So it is really a riot of competing information channels.
There was something I was very worried about this election, and unfortunately we did not see much of it, and that's artificial intelligence and the use of artificial intelligence to not just completely distort, but present a new reality entirely. I mean, what you can do with artificial intelligence now is mind-boggling. You know, to recreate or create a new persona for someone and have them saying things in a voice that sounds like theirs. But you know,
this morning.
Right, but by the same token, Teddy, I distinctly remember my parents telling me of an election. It's a pity that they both passed, so I can't get the definite source, but of a rumor being spread at the very last minute during an election campaign that one of the candidates had passed. And people actually, and they said to them, so that actually took root, and a lot of people did not vote because they thought that the man had, and there's no way to verify that he had passed. If I tell you a day before, and you're living in, and even in Castries, and this has nothing to do with a rural community, that this person has died, you don't have radio, you don't have anything, how do you know that person has died? So I'm telling you, so luckily that can be counted now because information is so readily available. But the converse of that is that you can create information, so you could create a new truth, a new reality. So that is something, and like I said, I was very worried about what artificial intelligence, how it would have been used in this election. Fortunately, maybe they didn't have the time to do it, at least the purveyors of mischief. But it is certainly something that we have to look to.
There's also a bit of exhaustion with AI slop. Like sometimes when you see a video, you immediately get an icky feeling about it. There's something off, right? I think people are becoming much more attuned to be able to make that sort of distinction between,
And Teddy, there's also Edwin. There's also another issue that I saw today. I mean, I went to vote, and I was asked to surrender my phone, surrender my smartwatch. I said to them, I don't have a smart wallet, but I surrendered my wallet also. And all of this is to prevent me from taking a picture of the way I vote. However...
And you didn't take out the ring?
No, well, I didn't take out the ring. I am wearing the smart ring, but I can't take pictures with my smart ring. But my glasses. You could be wearing Meta or any other glasses, and you could go in there and just do this and take a picture of the... Now, unfortunately, the people who are manning our elections have not yet been told that. But how do you now tell me if I'm wearing smart glasses, but I need the glasses to
smart
see,
glasses.
that I need to take my glasses out to vote. But if I take my glasses out, I can't see to vote. So these are all things that now, because of technology, we will have to find a way to factor into our politics.
We're looking at, as you say, waiting now for the first set of results to come in. They are due very shortly as we get the data coming in from electoral office from the different places. Your experience in the elections, Jimmy, many make the point that from your agents you do get a sense very early how you're shaping up in the election. In other words, there is a great propensity of persons to gravitate towards the colors, the agents' colors of who they're supporting. What during your campaign and elections experience was the indicator you used most to get in an early sense?
Well, I never went up for elective politics, so I only have to depend on what the colleagues of mine in the St. Lucia Labour Party, which I was in, would tell me. So I think there are two things, Teddy. It's not just the people where they gravitate, but you are also supposed to know your voter, because the way you win an election on election day is getting out your vote. You don't just go and bring anybody out to vote. You go and you bring your supporters out to vote. So your 100 yards people, the people who you have in the polling station, because when you go to vote, there you see people that are dressed in red and you see people that are dressed in yellow. Those are the respective agents of the parties. They, in crossing out, they would have an indication, okay, Jimmy Fletcher has come to vote. There is a very strong possibility, I suspect, that Jimmy Fletcher voted for the Green Party. So I cross, as far as I'm concerned, the Green Party has just gotten a vote. Edwin St. Catherine is coming, but I'm not sure you where Edwin is, So, and you also should know, if Teddy comes in, who's Teddy voting for? So you're not just taking count of your supporters, but also the opposition, and you tally that with your 100 yards people. So you get it's your kind of exit poll of how your vote has come out. And also, you are supposed to have a good ground game, and you're supposed to get your people out so that you know how many of your people you've gotten out, because you are supposed to do a mop-up by around 4 o'clock. You check, okay, boy, I haven't in this particular box, a lot of my voters haven't seen.
In the jargon, the bank votes.
Exactly.
We go into some reports. We always like to bring the actuality from early in the day. Grosile, Babono, we also have Castries North, Castries East, Central, and also we feature the special arrangements made in certain of the areas for the persons with special needs.
Bon après-midi, cette ici, après nous communauté Laguerre, Babono. Après moi ka parler by assistant pool clerk, mademoiselle. Oui. Mademoiselle Zasha Charles. Bon, Mademoiselle Charles, dis-nous, comment a été commencé bon matin?
Well, bon matin, bah, passé bien. Nous t'ai commencé à aller. Mon sorti dehors pour venir voter. L'année c'était polling station qui était plus passé l'autre, mais nous avons managé et pour à présent nous juste ni pas chaque bon matin. Oui.
So vous voulez dire un chay monte vini bon matin avant de aller travailler?
Oui, la tenue plus bon matin à présent it's just flowing.
Okay. La tenue pièce désagrément, désordre, tout va aller bien?
Non, pièce désagrément, tout va aller bien. Nous pas tenir pièce problème. Pour à présent, tout va aller bien. Nous pas ça rien about cut that. Yes. Pour à présent, nous pas ça dit nous ni pièce problème, tout va aller bien. Oui.
Okay. So plus tard, les gens quitter travail ou quoi la kay ni chay moun qui kay venir encore?
Peut-être well moi quoi because à présent tout le monde a taille so moi kay quoi that tout le monde kay venir après taille pour venir voter.
Avant 6 ans?
Oui, avant 6 heures.
Okay. Merci mademoiselle Charles pour parler avec nous. Après ça, moi ka parler by madame qui vient voter et que moi ka just demander une petite question. Nous ka demander en anglais et qui ka répondre en créole. What motivated you to come out to vote this year?
Moi viens voter parce que moi n'ai moins vote.
C'est ça seulement.
Oui, c'est ça seulement. Pour actuellement.
Ok. So là ou venir c'est bon là la panier chay moun la panier.
Na montagne travail avant moi venir.
So we put a half day.
We might put half day.
Okay, wonderful. All right. Merci pour parler bano. Moi ka parler et puis candidate là pour Babono, Monsieur John Paul Estefan. Monsieur Estefan, comment est aujourd'hui?
Oh, moi très bien, très bien. Moi a passé tout partout visiter toutes ces polling divisions et bagay ka gade très bien pour nous.
So what stood out to you most about the campaign leading up to today?
Well, the government has done an outstanding job, and then everybody recognizes that our Prime Minister, our leader, Philip J. Pierre, he's the man ready to lead St. Lucia again. And I believe when the results are counted, then the people of St. Lucia will give him a very decisive mandate going forward, managing the affairs of the state.
How are you feeling at this stage of the process?
Well, I've always been confident. The Labour Party has done very, very good work. I am well grounded in the community, and the people of Babono, they support me well, and I believe that they will show that in when the results are counted.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Merci. Merci bien, merci beaucoup, Monsieur Stéphane, and of course we're looking forward to results later.
Okay, merci Achai. Bien bon, enjoy your day.
Bon après-midi, cette Lucie. Après nous à Babono toujours, mais nous bon Babono Catholic Church, the Babono Primary School and the Babono Catholic Church. Right about now, we're speaking with our candidate from the United Workers' Party, Mr. Titus Preville. And of course, Mr. Preville, just tell us how has the atmosphere been like from your perspective as you've been visiting the various polling stations?
Well, from the turnout this morning and up to this point, we've just gone past almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. People have demonstrated a level of commitment to casting the vote. The process has been fairly lengthy, and there are a couple of things in my view that has led to that. In the case, for instance, of the polling division, the polling station in Balata, that is the Balata Combined School. There are only 195 or there are about 180 something persons on the voters list cast to vote there. And a number of people in Balata therefore have come to Babono to vote. And you've had, between Babono primary and secondary, you've had a number of persons therefore waiting for inordinate lengths of time to cast their ballot. And the second thing which has led, in my view, to the fairly lengthy delay is, and it's understandable, but there must be a way to make it more concise, is the explanation that the presiding officer is duty-bound to give the voter in terms of instructions on what is involved in the voting process. So it could take up some time depending on the level of understanding of the person. So that is, in my view, one of the issues. So in the future, it's obvious to me that a more electronic system type of voting would make life a lot easier. We are not yet there. But I think between an overloading of certain polling divisions with many people and an underrepresentation of people in other, at least in the case of Balata, has, in my view, led to some delay. But the atmosphere has been one, I believe, that is characterized by people determined to exercise their franchise.
Okay. Mais comment est-ce que ça t'est aujourd'hui?
Moi, même moi, j'ai toujours senti comme ça, relaxed. La panique de bagarre qui a fait moi pas relax parce que comme moi aller dormir en place bon Dieu. I sleep in the Lord's arms. I go to bed there. Moi lever côté moi avec Lila. Alors la panique de bagarre sur la tête qui a fait moi te casser moi parce que confiance moi c'est en Dieu.
Okay. Well, merci, Monsieur Preville. Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Okay, so right now we are closing up at the Babono Primary School, where the Babono Catholic Church is as well. And of course, right now I'm speaking with Assistant Polling Clerk Malik Athanase. So Malik, tell us, how has the voter turnout been so far?
It hasn't been bad, you know. It started off slow, and then gradually, given the different time intervals, people came in bit by bit, and it simmered down after a while, and then
Any challenges with, keeping the flow of the line and keeping the process to go smoothly?
I mean, you had one, two agitated, patriots, people impatient, people not knowing where to go, who to consult. So, they were agitated. Some people were cooperative, but all in all, everybody did what they had to do, and it went smoothly.
So there wasn't that rush this morning before people went to work?
Yeah, there was that rush. Those were the agitated ones, but eventually, we sorted certain things out. We ensured that they were satisfied with the service, and it ended positively.
So you're looking forward to that after work one?
After work one.
Yes, and he's taking a deep breath.
I didn't take time to think about that. Hopefully it's not much, because I feel like this morning we had a big turnout. There was a large number of people, and I guess now, given the time, is calm down. So hopefully later on, it's not as hectic as it was this morning.
All right. So another question for you, as far as people around your age range, can you tell us that you saw a lot of young people around your age range coming out to vote?
Surprisingly, I saw one or two. But not much. But I see you have one, two people who have one or two concerns, I guess, politically. One or two young persons, which is nice, which is thoughtful. But not really, not that much. But hopefully in future there will be more to actually come out and make a decision for what's best for the country.
And probably they went to the other polling stations in Babono.
Probably.
All right, so thank you very much for speaking with us, Malik, and of course, hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
No problem, it's a pleasure. You as well.
Thank you. Bonjour, c'est Lucia, and of course, welcome to this historic day, December 1st, 2025, Election Day in St. Lucia. I am your host, Ika Fergus, representing GIS for today, and I am outside polling division A1, which is the Groves Lake Primary School. Now, the atmosphere right about now is very calm. I guess the rush has already passed, but the polling officer, who is Mr. Hilton Okilier, will give us, a little more detail on what has happened so far. Hi, bonjour, Mr. Okilier.
Bonjour, bienvenue.
Okay, so Mr. Okilier, tell us, how did the opening of the poll go this morning?
This morning we started on time, 6:30. My staff, both polling poll clerk and assistant and agents, were sworn in by 6:05. And we were ready. We started receiving our very first person who was already waiting at 6:30 sharp. Our G2I has been steady but not rushed. Presently there's nobody there. There's a lull right now, but we have had no challenges, we have had no issues, we have had no disturbances.
Wonderful. So can you say there was like a big rush this morning because persons wanted to vote before they go to work?
There was a line, but not in G2I.
Okay.
But I could see it around, but we haven't been flowing steady.
Okay. Wonderful. And of course, any challenges, managing any lines?
So far, from my advantage point where I can see a few lines, I can see there's still some people, but we don't have any challenges so far. Yes.
So looking forward to continuing the process until 6 p.m.
We're anticipating after work that we'll get the line having a backlog, because people who probably did not do it this morning, when they come in after work, we will continue to exercise their right.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hilton Okelia, who is the polling officer, or one of the polling officers for polling division A1 at the Groves Lake Primary School. Right now we are at polling division A1D, which is the aquatic center, and of course this polling station covers the areas of Molave, Rodney Heights and Larry Twett. Right now I have the assistant polling clerk, Miss Nicola Alexander, with me, and of course she's just going to answer a few questions briefly while we have people coming in. So Miss Alexander, how did the opening of the poll go this morning?
Well, it was very early this morning. We had to be here for 5. When I came, everyone was setting up, so it went well. It went relatively well this morning.
Okay, were there any delays? Any challenges?
No, we didn't have any delays, any challenges. We started on time. Persons were here very early, so persons were able to come in and vote. So it went really smooth this morning.
So I suppose how has the turnout been?
Well, it started very busy this morning, early morning. So maybe around 9-10 o'clock, it started to get slow. Persons started trickling. Until now, persons are starting to pick up. So it's been fluctuating.
So you're definitely looking for that other big rush about probably after work.
Yeah, that will be a big rush. I anticipate there will be much more persons here after work.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Miss Alexander, and of course, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're still here at polling division A1D, which is the aquatic center, and right now I got a chance to speak with two observers from the British High Commission, Miss Quantrill and Miss Zimbani. Welcome, ladies. How has it been so far? How many places have you visited?
Well, it's been good so far. We've been through the Babonneau constituency. We've been through Union, Babonneau proper, Laguerre, Moshi, and now we're here in the aquatic center. It's been very well organized, very well put together. People, different communities have different feelings, atmosphere. Moshi especially had very lively atmosphere. Babonneau was pretty quiet, pretty stable. It's been good so far. Okay. Good to know.
Wonderful, because we're heading to Babonneau right now after we speak to you ladies, so most definitely. And you, Miss Quantrill?
I've been really impressed with the election so far. You know, it's been very calm, it's been very peaceful, people have been very respectful, but it seems like people are turning out in great numbers, which is great to see.
All right, so thank you very much, ladies. I know you have to continue observing until 6 p.m.
Yeah. Yes.
All right, so
and watching the election result with everyone else in the country, I'm sure.
So ladies, do enjoy the rest of your day, and I know you still have a lot of ground to cover, so looking forward to the best. Okay, thank you.
It's election day right here at polling division A1C, and this polling station covers the areas of Rodney Bay, Monjuro, Ridgeby, and Ridgeby Orchard. Speaker again representing GIS for today, and of course I'm speaking with Assistant Polling Officer Shoma Victor. Now Shoma, how did the opening of the polls this morning?
This morning the opening of the poll went very well. We were ready, and of course, yes, persons were here from 4:30. They arrived before us. They were scheduled to arrive at 5 o'clock. Okay, 5 a.m. this morning. We opened this morning we were supposed to open at 6:30. There was just a slight delay, but everything went well. The lines were very economical, but gradually, throughout the day, kind of calm down. Right now, there, watching the lines. Persons who are standing there with the surnames from D to G. Okay, so apart from that, persons from A to C come, they go. All the others coming to go. It's just that D to G, because of the amount of surnames within that area.
Welcome back as we get our first set of results for the coverage on elections 2025. Riza Joseph, you have the first set of results?
For Rush Clark, we have 60 votes. That is Soissat. Stanley Felix, 7. That is Set. Richard Frederick, Soissat, 6. That's 66. And Andrew Matthew, 2. That's a D. So repeating, Rush Clark, 60. Stanley Felix, 7. Richard Frederick, 66. And Andrew Matthew, 2. So these are the early numbers of votes for the Castries Central constituency. Castries South, the opposition candidate Tommy Descartes has 59 votes. Ernest Tilley has 155, and David Hurd has 2. So again, Tommy Descartes 59, Ernest Tilley 155, and David Hurd 2. We're just going to scan through to see if there are any others that have popped up. But so far, we have for Castries Central once again. Oh, Castries North. Castries North has been populated now. For Stephen Favre, 48. Howard Witt, Stevenson King, 97. Capriven is set. And Marcellus Steed, the independent candidate, has 1 vote. No votes tallied yet for Gina Matthew. So Stephen Favre, 48. Stevenson King, who is the incumbent, 97. Gina Matthew has not registered any votes as yet, and Marcellus Steed, 1 vote.
And we need to say that that's in C2. That's in C2, the Patricia James Secondary School, P to SM. That's the box, the ballot box, P to SM. That, that's, yes, so that's what Rice just gave there.
Go back. Right on the earlier ones, Central and South.
1 second. So, for Castries Central, again, Rush Clark
Central
had 60, Stanley Felix 7, Richard Frederick 66, and Andrew Matthew 2.
South again.
And that's 1 box.
Which box?
1 box.
What box it is in?
Not as yet.
Yeah, I'll get that for you.
So then we're going to South.
Castries South. Tommy Descat has 59. Ernest Sile, who is the incumbent, 155. And David Hood, the independent candidate, has 2. And I think we also had, these are the early numbers for now.
Yeah. We're seeing in Central, who's running so far between Rush Clark, the 2 established parties, Rush Clark and Richard Frederick. Richard Frederick from between Rush Clark, BWP, and independent Richard Frederick, 66 to Richard Frederick, and 60 to Rush Clark, and 7 to Stanley Felix in that constituency. And we had 2 to the new party, Matthew. And we also had in South, Castries South, Ernest led incumbent from the Seneca Labour Party, 155, Ernest led Seneca Labour Party, 155, and 59 for Tommy Descat from the United Workers Party.
And 2 for the
independent candidate, Hood.
And that was in the Lacroix Mengo School, F3 for Ernest Hilaire. That is the box G to K. Lacroix Mengo School, Hess School, F3, G to K. That's the result that came in. 59 to Descat, 155 to Hilaire, 2 to Hood, and there were, I think, 3 rejected.
Yeah, and that's about 5% of the voting population is where those votes are coming from in the case of Castries South. So, it's still, fairly early.
You see, the figures represent 5% of the area.
No, the area the votes are coming from represents 5%. Right.
The area the Labour Party has done well in Lacroix Mengo.
Yeah, but relatively less well than the other areas within Castries South. So that is actually one I really, if this is completed early, I would want to see if Ernest Hilaire does better or worse than his performance of over 20% in the last election, right?
The figures from last election in that area?
Yeah, well, from the last election, he won that area by about 20%, right? And the margin of that F3 Lacroix Mengo is now 44% in his favor. I'm saying this is not, you don't write home about that yet, because that may just be one specific case.
And not representative.
Yeah, it's not representative as yet, because, yeah.
The battle, and we're just trying to identify where, in fact, in which box did the Rush Clark, Richard Frederick...
I can give that to you. That is in E1, the Carmen Rennie Memorial School, A to E.
Yeah.
A to E, A to G. It's A to G. It used to be A to E the last time. Carmen Rennie, so see A to G. Richard Frederick 66, Rush Clark 60, Stanley Felix 7, Matthew 2. That is where that number is.
The Sanssouci School, as we call it, in the heart of the Sanssouci area.
In the heart
Carmen
of
Rennie School, 60 and 66. The battle, interesting as the results would in fact come flooding in.
What it shows, however, Teddy, is that there are fewer people. There are fewer people who voted this time around, because the last in that particular box in 2021, Richard Frederick got 153 votes and the UWP got 111. this time Richard Frederick got 66 and the UWP got 60. So we're seeing a quite significant reduction.
Well, is it complete yet? That box?
It's A to G. It's A to G.
Okay,
so I'm talking about the equivalent box in the last election.
Okay.
Which actually, this box actually represents a few more people because you have F and G where you did not have that the last time. So at the box level, this is certainly fewer votes being cast in this election than were cast in the 2021
election. It looks like about less than half.
Yeah, less than half.
Let's go back to Riser. I'd like to double check that. That will be drastic.
I'm a little. I think this is.
Whenever there's an interference or variation in the inclusion.
You think that's alphabetical because the last time it was A to E. This time it's A to G.
Yeah. So there are more people voting. There are more people voting in that box. There are more people voting in that box.
I would still reserve that seems so a drastic reduction.
I would be a little
interesting observation. Let's
see how the others pan out. But
that would be
well, I think you could be conclusive for that box. You can't be conclusive for the polling division. But certainly in that box, fewer people turn out to vote. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's look again, Riser, at the La Clery area, Patricia James Secondary School. The figures that we got.
That's for Castries North. We have.
Ram looks to see if any new figures coming through.
No problem. We have
some in Soufrière.
Okay, let's go to Soufrière.
All right. So we have at the moment 53.
Soufrière?
53 for the incumbent Emma Hippolyte, and for Herod Stanlisas 83. So 53 for Emma Hippolyte and for...
And to say where that is, Raisa, it's in H2, Soufrière Infant School, R to Z. R to Z. Yeah, H2, R to Z.
83 to Stanislas and 53 to Emma Hippolyte?
Yes.
And one rejected.
Right. They're happy they've improved, Jimmy.
Yes, one vote rejected, yes.
One vote rejected. So we're going over that again. Persons joining all the time and taking their own notes. They've been asking for us to just repeat it a couple of times.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Riser.
That seemed to have been similar. Well, similar to the trend in that box
last year,
as 2021. Although it was not exactly the same.
Let's say what we had the last time.
The same range of names, right? But the last time we had 44 SLP and 75 UWP.
Pretty much. Kind of trend there.
Yeah, it's kind of trendish.
Not too dissimilar.
Yeah, it's not too dissimilar.
In that area, in that particular.
Well, actually, the Delta's SLP is getting, I think 9 more votes, and UWP 8 more votes. Right. So it's almost the same thing.
Yeah,
almost the same thing.
In that box.
It's true to form. True to form.
Castries North again, Riser.
Going back to it.
Denry South, eh?
We have Denry South?
Yeah.
Denry South, Varo. Denry South, Riser will give us Denry South.
Momentarily just scanning through.
For Denry South, you want to go ahead. Benson Emil 33.
Louder.
Benson Emil
give the polling division rhyme. 03.
Yep. Benson Emil 03, 33 votes, and Paul Alfred Prosper 45.
Wait again, go over it again.
Benson Emil 33 and
S to Z.
S to Z.
Paul Alfred Prosper 45.
That's Glendon Mason.
And unfortunately, Teddy, 12 rejected votes.
12.
Wow.
The difference between the two parties.
Go again, Ryan, with that Denry South, please.
Yeah, so we have Benson Emil with 33 and Paul Alfred Prosper 45, which we know is Alfred Prosper.
I must say that in this case, it does appear that Benson Emil has underperformed.
Okay.
Compared to 2021, where the UWP received 51 votes, they now have 33. And the SLP, Prosper, received 45.
The last time?
This time, and the last time 50.
Yeah.
Okay,
all right, so, yeah.
He dropped too.
He dropped by 5, but UWP dropped by 18.
Significantly more.
Yeah, by 18.
But then for Beaufort South, we have votes for Beaufort South.
Go right on. Beaufort South.
Beaufort South for Danny Butcher, we have 91.
Again, Rice, say the polling division because people want to know where that is
It
happening.
has not popped up on my screen yet, which is why I have not shared it as
Where's
yet.
that?
Okay.
Beaufort South.
Beaufort South.
Yes. Beaufort South, we have 91 votes for Danny Butcher.
Okay, that's the Beaufort Infant School, E to I. Beaufort Infant School, E to I.
David Charles, more popularly known as Appa, the Independent, has 1 vote. Liana Johannes Paul, 44 votes. Shua Melchior, 2 votes. So Danny Butcher, 91 votes. David Charles, better known as Appa, colloquially, independent candidate, 1 vote. Liana Johannes Paul, 44 votes. And Shua Melchior, the other independent candidate, 2 votes.
Yeah.
91.
And definitely you see a drop-off in the UWP performance there from 61 and 21 to 44, right, this time around, whereas the SLP drop-off was just about 5 votes and not as significant. So there's a sort of a...
SLP dropped from 96 to 91, you saying?
Yeah, from 96 to 91, and UWP 61 to 44.
Those just joining, let's emphasize the Beaufort South again. But we have a new result.
91 to Danny Butcher. David Troy Charles, 1. Liana Johannes Paul, 44. And Shua Melchior, 2.
We have for Babonneau. We have Babonneau B1B, A to Z, the Balata Combined School. John Paul Estefan, 50. Titus Preville, 27. John Paul Estefan, 50. Paul Leo Titus Preville, 27.
Which one is that again?
And now we
Ryan?
have
Updated data. We have 3 boxes now.
Let's go.
Which one is that? The one
That's
you just
Babonneau.
called? No, which one?
is Balata?
That's Balata.
B1?
That is, yes, B1B.
That's A to Z?
Yep.
What is it again? Sorry?
It was 50 for John Paul Estefan and 27 for Titus Preville. But we have also some updated data from the Debara Combined School before A to Z with John Paul Estefan with 123 and Titus Preville with 161.
Repeat the figures.
So Debara Combined School A to Z, 123 for John Paul Estefan and 161 for Titus Preville.
161 is the total number of votes cast.
Not yet.
Just review that.
Yes, you're right, Mrs.
Yes,
Senkaffing. Apologies.
exactly.
So Titus Preville under the Debara Primary School, Combined School, 37 votes.
Right.
37 votes, not 161.
And how much? And how much for
and
Estefan?
John Paul Estefan, 123.
Right.
You have the total.
So we have a total. So
Rizal now gives the total from Babonneau.
So from the 3 boxes that Rahim just called out, John Paul Estefan has 353 votes, Twasa Seka Twa, and Leo Titus Preville has 141 votes. Yon Seka Wat Yon. So John Paul Estefan, 353, and Leo Titus Preville, 141.
Teddy, that result in Debara is a significant one.
Yeah.
Because 123 for John Paul Estefan.
Yeah.
The last election he got Virginia got 69.
69.
Wow.
And the UWP candidate got 61.
Right.
Titus Preville has gotten 37. So the St. Lucia Labour Party has increased its vote number there by 54, and the UWP has gone down by 24.
Wow.
So that's a significant result, and that is a
and
box.
that's a bellwether.
It's a bellwether.
That is a bellwether.
That box is a box that was even and has kind of, if I'm not mistaken, has kind of remained even. In 2011 it was 78 to 71. In 2016 it was 66 Labour, 77 UWP. So there is a definite gap that has emerged in this election that was not there in any of the previous elections in Debara. That's a definite move towards the Labour Party in Debara.
We have some from Miku North.
The margin was only
Miku North,
right.
N4, the Miku Primary School, J to L. N4, the Miku Primary School, J to L. You have Elisha Norbert with 61. And the incumbent Jeremiah Norbert with 68.
Okay, so
That is the Miku Primary School, J to L, which is within N4.
And there, it's a mirror image of the last election. The UWP is polling the same number of votes, 61 that it got the last time, and Jeremiah has gotten 2 more votes than he got the last time.
And
so
with the relative stronghold of UWP, even last year with the swing, it remains
68 now, 2 more,
very loyal to UWP.
and then the same amount.
Yeah,
61 for the UWP.
Same number of votes.
Relatively, it has been a good area, strong area for UWP even up to last election. Go ahead, right?
Yes, so it is 61, 61 for Elisha Norbert, 68 for Jeremiah Norbert. Our independent candidate is yet to register votes. Let me see if there are any updated figures for our other constituencies.
We've seen the constituencies taking shape so far. Of course, great interest. People are messaging like crazy. They want grows delayed.
As soon as we get them, we'll let you know.
We're anxious. Everyone wants to hear from their constituencies. That coming up very shortly. As we got Central, we got South.
I think this looks like we had 1 box for Central, right?
Right, yeah.
It's now updated. So Rush Clark now has 102 votes.
Which again, where is that, Raisa? Where?
The total.
I'm giving the grand total.
Oh, the grand total.
So we'll disaggregate in a moment. Stanley Felix has 21, and Richard Frederick, the incumbent, 168. Andrew Matthew has 2 votes.
That's the total so far.
The total so far.
All votes that we've received.
Yes, so let me disaggregate.
Do the total again?
Yeah.
Central Castries once again. Rush Clark 102. Yonson Day. Stanley Felix 21.
That's in E5. And go ahead.
So is that in a particular box or is that the total?
Probably a particular box.
Is that a box, Edwin, or overall? The updated.
164 overall from E5, and from E1 136.
Yeah,
right? And then you can break down the 136 from E1 into 60 UWP 66. Independent Richard Frederick.
So let's get the total we have so far for Central Castries.
The total for Central Castries is 300 votes cast.
Right, and what the respective figures, Riza? The public needs to be clear on that. The figures we have so far.
Just updated again.
Okay,
so yeah.
Yes, it's updated again. So
the totals, right? We're giving the total.
198, Rush Clark, Stanley Felix 31, Richard Frederick 317, and Andrew Matthew 5.
Okay, and for those people who want to know what the trends are, E1, Carmen Rene, A to G, Stanley Felix 7, Rush Clark 60, Richard Frederick 66, and Andrew Matthew 2. In the Anglican School, E2, A to E, Rush Clark 56, Stanley Felix 7, Richard Frederick 96, Andrew Matthew 2. That same polling division, E2, M to R, Rush Clark 40, Stanley Felix 3, Richard Frederick 53, Andrew Matthew 1. So that is, then we go down to E5, the RC Boys Infant School, E5, R to Z, Rush Clark 42, Stanley Felix 14, Richard Frederick 102. I do not believe Andre Matthew got any votes.
We have some new figures, this time from Grosile. Kenson Casimir 93, Marcella Johnson 42. And that's in 1 box. I think Dr. Fletcher will disaggregate what box that is for us in a while. So Kenson Casimir 93, Marcella Johnson 42.
So we've been getting results from 9 of the constituencies, and of these, the SLP is leading in 8. All right.
That box.
Just to clarify.
Yeah. What Raisa just gave there was A1A, the Grosile Primary School, M to O. A1A, M to O, Kenson Casimir 93, Marcella Johnson 42, 30 rejected ballots. 30 rejected ballots.
And how that compared to the last election? You have an update?
I think Babano also has an update. We have 4 ballot boxes now counted.
In Babano?
In Babano.
The total so far, give them the total right.
John Paul Estefan 451 votes, and Leo Titus Preble 179
It's actually updated now, Raisa.
Wow.
It's 583 for John Paul Estefan and 245 for Titus Leo Preble.
We have some
583 for John Paul Estefan and 245 for Titus Leo Prevel.
We have some from Viewfort North.
Okay,
well.
I have an update on that also. It's,
Okay.
it's 861
my
for
God.
John Paul Estefan and 360 for Leo Titus.
Repeat them figures, repeat them.
For the whole constituency
you
of
have,
Babuno, there are
No.
832 votes cast. Oops.
No.
That's the total per candidate. The total
Oh, just the totals per candidate?
Yes.
So B3.
No, the totals. Yeah, so far.
Oh, okay. So I have 861 for Estefan and for Prevel
245.
I have 360.
360. So you're probably updating later.
Repeat the totals you have.
The totals I have for Babuno at this point, 4 boxes, 861 for John Paul Estefan, SLP, and I have 360 for Leo Titus Prevel, UWP.
Right.
Viewfort North?
Viewfort North.
Yeah. So in Viewfort North, L2, the Piero Combined School, MO. So Viewfort North, L2, the Piero Combined School, M to O. You have 112 votes for Moses Jean-Baptiste, and you have 44 votes for Calix Ian Xavier.
Which one is that
So
again?
that is L2, the Piero Combined School, M to O. 112 votes for Moses Jean-Baptiste and 44 votes for Calix Ian Xavier.
We also have data from Castries East from one ballot box. Peter Chico, 14 votes.
Which one is that, Raisa?
Castries East.
Castries
Which
East.
box?
I have to fill in.
Castries
Shortly, I will
East.
give you that update. Philip Joseph Pierre, 109 votes. So Peter Chico, 14 votes. Philip Joseph Pierre, 109 votes. And for the Grizzly constituency, we have an additional ballot box added. So we have 2 now, and the count for Kenson Casimir is 173 votes.
And
Marcella
78.
Johnson, and 78 for Marcella Johnson.
Yes.
Would that still be in Grizzly?
Yeah.
That's Grizzly.
Still Grizzly. Grizzly town.
The ancillary has.
Ancillary?
I'm not sure if we've done ancillary before, have we?
No, we
No, we have not.
Okay, so for ancillary canneries, we have the Millet Primary School G2A with results from A to I. You have Dominic Fede, 59, and Wayne Gerard, 55. So the Millet Primary School G2A, A to I, Dominic Fede, 59, and Wayne Gerard, 55. You also have in the Tet Shime Human Resource Center, A to I, the Tet Shime Human Resource Center, 8 to I, 68 for Dominic Fede, and 86 for Wayne Gerard. So 68 for Dominic Fede and 86 for Wayne Gerard. So that gives us a total at this point of 127 votes for Dominic Fede and 141 for Wayne Gerard, being ahead by 14.
Yeah.
Give me those numbers again for the Millet Primary School A to I, please, Ryan.
Yeah. So for A to I for the Millet Primary School, you have 59 for Dominic Fede and you have 55 for Wayne Gerard.
And Tet Shime A to I was.
And Tet Shime is 68 for Dominic Fede and 86 for Wayne Gerard.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
What's the comparison in just a bit?
Well, the comparison is that the numbers are down. Well, no, it's not possible to compare Tet Shime because Tet Shime, we were in the last election we had A to Z. They've broken it up to A to I and J to Z. So we'd have to wait for J to Z to come in to get an indication of what's happening in Tet Shime. But where A to I is concerned, where the SLP vote is 59 and the UWP vote is 55, the SLP vote has gone down by 64. No, again, that's not correct because again we had A to Z, so that has also been broken. So it's too early to tell for either one of these 2 polling divisions what is happening.
We have some figures for Denry North.
Denry North?
Yes,
You want me to go ahead with this one?
I will give the grand total and you will break down what box that is.
So, do you want me to do that first?
Go right ahead.
Okay. So in Denry North, we have P5, that's the Olio Combined School, H2L. You have 102 for the incumbent, Sean Edward, and you have 96 for Bradley Marcel Fulgence. You have 102 for Sean Edward and 96 for Bradley Marcel Fulgence. That is the Olio Combined School H2L.
Okay. Sean has basically kept his numbers. He's gone up by 6, and the UWP has gone down by 11.
Yeah, that seems to be a national thing.
Olio is an area where UWP normally performs well in Olio.
We have some Castries East. I'm not sure if we've done it as yet.
We did one.
Olio is usually a bellwether. Olio is kind of has been even the last 2 elections.
No,
there's not been much to separate. Used to be traditionally, but the last 2 elections has been even.
For Soufrière.
Okay, and also Castries South.
Do you have some more numbers?
Let's do Soufrière. We have an update for Soufrière, Riza.
Yes, I'll give the total by Rahim gives us the box. Emma Hippolyte, the incumbent, has 201 votes. Herod Stanislas, 246 votes.
Okay, so Rahim, can you give us that breakdown?
Yeah, tell me which one we had previously.
We've had Soufrière Infant School.
Okay.
That is R to Z. We've had that one.
So that means this is Soufrière Primary. So in Soufrière Primary, H1, SO to Z.
Right.
70 votes for Emma Hippolyte and 91 for Herod Stanislas. So 70 votes for Emma Hippolyte and 91 for Herod Stanislas, which provides Herod Stanislas with an overall lead of 45 at this point.
So
yeah, but what in that box H1 is more UWP.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, by about 13%, and those specific name ranges. Emma has actually outperformed in those specific name ranges, even if overall the Soufrière
H1 is the strongest UWP polling division
definitely.
in
We have three boxes now. We have some updated figures for Mikud North. While Rahim goes to the breakdown, I'm going to give the grand total of what we have thus far for free ballot boxes. Elisha Norbert, 186 votes. Jeremiah Norbert, 296.
Repeat the overall, repeat it.
So Elisha Norbert, 186. Jeremiah Norbert, 296.
Overall.
So give us the breakdown, Rahim.
So the breakdown for the Miku North constituency, N2, the decommissioned Monrepo RC Combined School, A to E, Elisha Norbert 61 and Jeremiah Norbert 100. So that's 61 to Elisha Norbert and 100 to the incumbent Jeremiah Norbert. I think we've done the Passiers Combined School.
No,
we've not.
No.
Okay, so the Passiers Combined School also has some information that is N3 J to L. So you have 64 for Elisha Norbert and 128 for Jeremiah Norbert.
We're going to jump to Castries Southeast.
Okay.
Southeast.
Jawara versus Guy Joseph.
So the total, and I'll allow Ryan to give the breakdown.
Disaggregated for you.
Lisa Jawahir, 206 votes. Guy Joseph, 168 votes. That's out of 2 ballot boxes, and Rahim will provide us with what these ballot boxes are. Lisa Jawahir, 206 votes. Guy Joseph, 168 votes.
So you have here in the Castries Southeast constituency, Q3, the Bexor Primary School, Q3, Bexor Primary. In N to R, Lisa Jahir, 60, and Guy Joseph, 62. That's the Bexor Primary School, Q3, Lisa Jahir, 60, and Guy Joseph, 62. You also have in Q6, Badichose Preschool. You have A to E, 146 for Lisa Joahir and 106 for Guy Joseph. So that brings the total up to 206 for Lisa Joahir and Guy Joseph with 168.
Give me that number again, please, Ryan.
the total?
No, for Badu-Chaussee.
Okay, so for Badu-Chaussee, you have A to E, 146 for Lisa Joahir, and 106 for Guy Joseph.
My keys.
Okay, so that particular A to E, Lisa Joahir has increased the SLP numbers there by 11, and Guy Joseph has gone down from his 2021 number by 27. So Lisa has gone up by 11 on what Joachim Henry got, and Guy has gone down by 27 from what he did the last time.
We have also for Dennery North some updated figures. P1 from the Grand Riviere Senior Primary School, A to D. You have the incumbent Sean Edward, 101, and Bradley Marcel Fulgens, 75. So Grand Riviere Senior Primary, A to D, 101, and Bradley Marcel Fulgens, 75.
Okay, and that is a polling division that has gone basically neck and neck. The last election, it was very close. There was a difference of 4. So in this case, Sean Edward has increased his number by 27, although it is A to D as opposed to A to C the last time. So the boxes don't entirely align, but the UWP vote has gone down by 12.
There's also Dennery Riviere as well, Dr. Fletcher. So Dennery Riviere Combined School, P to 3, Sean Edward, FR to JON, 133, and Bradley Marcel Fulgens, 69.
We have some updates for Castries North, I believe. We have 6 ballot boxes now in terms of our count. I'm going to give the total, Ryan, so that you can go into disaggregation.
That's where?
Yes.
Castries North?
Castries North. Brenda Endwid has 4 votes. Stephen Favre, 281 votes. Stevenson King, 585 votes. Gina Matthew, 2 votes. Marcella Steed, 2 votes. So I'm going to repeat. Brenda Edwin, 4 votes. Stephen Favre, 281 votes. Stevenson King, 585 votes. Gina Matthew, 2 votes.
Okay, so
Marcella Steed, 2. Go right ahead.
No, so what I'm asking Ryan to do, because I have not taken the numbers down. So Ryan, I need you to go from the very first one that we have for Castries North down to tell me where we are with these numbers.
Okay, so we need to go back to Castries Comprehensive Secondary School, C1B, under D to G. Stephen Favre, 63. Stevenson King, 95. No votes to Jenna Matthew. And 2, well, none also for Marcella Steed.
None, okay. And same thing with Brenda Edwin?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go down.
You also have to P to Z under that same place, that's C1B, Castries Comprehensive. 63 votes for Stephen Favre, 111 for Stevenson King. No votes as well for Jenna Matthew, as well as Marcella Steed.
We have some updates for Castries South.
Hold on.
While after you populate this one.
Funny, we haven't gotten anything from it.
And give me the other. What's the other one in Babonneau?
No,
Ryan?
you mean Castries North?
Castries North, sorry.
Yeah.
Castries
you
North.
have the Mondador School, which is under E to F. That's C4.
Right.
You have 3 votes for Brendan.
Which ballot box?
That is, let me get it for you, E to F.
E to F,
Yeah. So you have 3 votes for Brenda Edwin. Right. You have 33 votes for Stephen Favre.
Yeah.
And you have 103 votes for Stevenson King. You have no votes for Jenna Matthew. Yeah.
Okay.
And also no votes for Marcella Steele.
Okay.
I think that brings us up to 585 for Stevenson King, ahead by 304 to Stephen Favre's
Okay, I seem to be missing
281.
one because I only have 406, but we'll get that sorted out. Yeah, let's go to
We
the
have
other
some updates for some of our constituencies, first of which I will give is Castries South. Tommy Descartes has, and that's the grand total so far out of 5 ballot boxes, 314 votes for Tommy Descartes, Ernest Hilaire 678, and the independent David Hood 10 votes. So Tommy Descartes 314, Ernest Hilaire 678, and David Hood 10. In ancillary canneries, we also have updates now for 4 ballot boxes. Dominic Fede, 294 votes. Wayne Girard, 342 votes. And Soufriere as well, we have some updated figures now from 6 ballot boxes. Emma Hippolyte, 517 votes. Herod Stanislas, 492 votes. So these seats are very closely contested at this time.
We have from Choiseul.
Yeah. Yes.
Choiseul.
So we have some first votes coming in from Choiseul. So people from Choiseul don't believe that we've forgotten them.
Yeah.
So you have from the Delse Combined School, which is I1. From A to E, you have 96 votes for Keithson Charles, and you have 172 votes for Bradley Felix. You also have from L to R, 70 votes for Keithson Charles, and 97 votes for Bradley Felix. So 70 votes for Keithson Charles and 97 for Bradley Felix.
Do we have anything else for Choiseul?
For Choiseul, that is what we have. That puts... Yeah, that is what we have at
so and that's why
first was seen some underperformance by the UWP.
And that's why it's important to look at a polling division level, because I1 is a very strong UWP polling division, and I1 Delse Combined, that's what we were talking about earlier on. So if you look at the vote this time around A to E, the St. Lucia Labour Party has increased its number in that box by 32, and the United Workers' Party has gone down by 17. And the same thing with L to R. The St. Lucia Labour Party has increased its number by 30, and United Workers' Party has reduced its number by 26. So a key to victory, for example, if you're a Labour Party candidate, is to reduce on the damage that is done to you in Delse, which from these preliminary results...
And I understand that Kiso,
and for the UWP
is from that area.
Oh, I don't know where he's from. I don't know where
no,
he's
he's not.
No, I don't know.
For the UWP, they would want...
They want to run up their numbers. They want to run up their numbers in Delse because...
wants to get
well,
maximum...
They're not doing as well.
They're not doing as well.
We have some Babonneau. Some a huge increase here from Babonneau.
Okay.
Where did we go to Babonneau Primary earlier?
Babonneau Primary, no, we haven't had anything from Babonneau.
Alright, so let me give you Babonneau Primary. So in Babonneau Primary B1A and the H2L, you have 127 for John Paul Estefan and 98 for Titus Preville. You have one rejected ballot. Right, so 127 for John Paul Estefan and 98 for Leo Titus Preville. We also have some information from the Balata Combined School. I think we didn't do this earlier, did we?
It depends. Balata Combined, yes, we have A to Z.
Okay.
Yeah, we have that.
Okay. We have some as well.
No, let's look at the numbers because we need to see what those numbers, how they're looking for.
What else we got?
Do you have anything for B1C, Union Orchid Garden?
No, but I have for Bogies.
Bogies, okay, yes.
Yeah.
Bogies is,
so in Bogies Combined School A to I, we have 132 for John Paul Estefan. Yeah. And we have 66 for Leo Titus Preville.
And again, Titus is underperforming there. That's 39 fewer votes than he got the last time, and 3 more votes for the St. Lucia Labour Party. So that's an underperformance there by Titus from what happened in 2021.
So an overall figure for the 8 ballot boxes before you go any further, John Paul Estefan has 987 votes to Leo Titus Preville's 470 votes. So leading by 517 votes.
That's massive. We have Foasaw.
We have Foasaw.
Yeah, Foasaw.
And that is a very strong Labour constituency.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
polling division. So let's see those numbers.
All right, so the Foasaw Combined School, you have, that's B5A, folks. C to E, 168 for John Paul Estefan, 70 for Leo Titus Preville.
Okay.
F to I, 98 for John Paul Estefan, 38 to Leo Titus Preville.
What? Give me the Estefan numbers again.
98. And 38 for Leo Titus Preville.
Okay.
You have under J to K 109 for John Paul Estefan and 57 for Leo Titus Preville.
Okay.
And then you have under R to Z 180 for John Paul Estefan and 77 for Leo Titus Preville.
We're going to go to Grosile in a little while. And to update the other constituencies, we have not forgotten about your constituency, St. Lucia. We know that you are concerned. We're going to go through. So we're going to go to Groseley, where we have 5 ballot boxes now counted. All 5 ballot boxes counted. For Kenson Casimir, in total, we have 480 votes. And Marcella Johnson, 251. So again, Kenson Casimir, 480 votes, and Marcella Johnson, 251. So ahead by some 229 votes.
The Babylon Secondary School also has some more information. I don't know if we've covered.
Let's do some other.
Let's get those numbers in Groseley. Where are they coming from?
Constituency updates come up.
So in Groseley, where we've not done the Groseley Primary School, have we?
No, let's do some updates, some total of the other constituencies.
Okay.
Yes, so for Castries Central, we have some updated because now with 8 ballot boxes counted, Rush Clark has 781 votes. Stanley Felix has 58 votes. Richard Frederick, 618 votes.
I think that it's updated already.
It's updated already?
Yeah. It's updated with Richard Frederick having 834 to Ross Clark's 445 and Stanley Felix 81.
Yeah.
So that was an error then.
That was an error then?
Oh no, just refresh.
There was an error on the page.
Okay.
So please repeat those figures for me.
So St. Lucia Castries Central, Richard Frederick 834, Ross Clark 445 and Stanley Felix 81. Richard Frederick 834, Ross Clark 445 and Stanley Felix 81. We apologize for any confusion. You could understand that it's coming in very rapidly.
Well, the page actually showed the numbers previously, so perhaps they updated the figures.
While I was talking.
So repeat the actual the present update.
Slightly in Sufra now.
Okay, let's go.
Can you give us those numbers again?
For Castries. Yes, so Castries Central, Rush Clark 445, Stanley Felix 81, Richard Frederick 844, and Andrew Matthews 6. So Rush Clark 445, Stanley Felix 81, Richard Frederick 834, Andrew Matthews 6. The incumbent is leading by 389 votes thus far.
Yeah, so far we have not heard from Mikud South or Labrie, right? And so far, of all of the seats, the other seats, the SLP is leading in every single one except Swazel.
Okay.
And the boxes that came in for Swazel are in a predominantly UWP area.
We didn't get the figures to indicate that SLP was ahead in Sufra. Did we get the updates on that?
We have to check Castries South as well.
We'll go check
now.
But let's check on Castries South as well.
Yeah.
Tommy Descart has a total of 456 votes.
Because I can't.
Ernest Sile 922 votes. David Hood, the independent candidate, 11. So again, Tommy Descart 456 votes. Ernest Sile 922. David Hood 11, so the incumbent is leading there by 466 votes.
Yeah, it's important for us to get the disaggregated figures because
Yeah.
that's the only way you could tell what the trend is. Because these numbers, you don't know what's happening.
So we're going to pop into that.
Where do you want the trends for?
Well, let's start from the beginning. Let's start with Groseley. Let's see what we have for Groseley.
All right. So in Groseley, we've done the Groseley Primary School.
Groseley Primary, no.
Okay, so good. So Groseley Primary A1A. Under MO, you have 93 for Kenson Casimir and 42 for Marcella Johnson.
Okay.
93 to the 42. And you have 30 rejected ballots.
Right.
All right.
Let's go on.
We're moving also to the Darren Sammy Stadium, A2B.
Right.
You have 178 to Kenson Casimir.
That's A to C.
Charles
to E. Okay.
178 for Kenson Casimir and 45 to Marcella Johnson.
Okay.
You also have M to P under Darren Sammy Stadium, which is 150 to Kenson Casimir and 51 to Marcella Johnson.
Okay.
Have we done the Grand River Infant School?
No.
Grand River Infant School, A3B, Leo to Matthews, 119 for
That's
Kenson.
what polling division?
That is A3B.
A3B, okay.
Leo to Matthews, 119 for Kenson Casimir, and 83 to Marcella Johnson.
Okay.
So give a grant to the.
Well, am I missing anything for A2B, Rhyme? For no. So okay. So A2A, the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. What we're seeing here is Kenson Casimir basically holding his own. Again, the numbers, the boxes are slightly different, but we are seeing what looks like Kenson Casimir keeping his vote, because you'd expect the same thing. If the boxes change, you'd expect to see the same thing. And Marcella Johnson reducing on the numbers from the last time. Yeah.
Okay. For the benefit of the public, I know that the public wants to hear the total numbers before we disagree. So I'm going to start from what our data shows us from top to bottom, so every constituency is included. So again, the total so far for Kenson Casimir, 955 votes, Marcella Johnson, 403. That's for Grosley. For Babonneau, so again, repeating for Grosley, Kenson Casimir 955, Marcella Johnson 403. For Babonneau, John Paul Estefan 1,309 votes, Leo Titus Preville 839 votes. So the SLP candidate is leading by 470 votes. In Castries North, we have 6 votes to Brenda Edwin, 545 votes to Stephen Favre, Stevenson King 986 votes, Gina Matthew 5, Marcella Steed 11. So the incumbent is leading there by 451 votes.
And that's with 10 ballot boxes out of 30 counted. So one third of the ballot boxes have been counted.
Yes. Castries East, the UWP candidate Peter Chico, 119 votes. 119 votes. Philip Joseph Pierre, 496 votes. The incumbent ahead by 377 votes.
With 5 ballot boxes out of 33 counted.
Yes. Again, we would have already given the update for Castries Central. We're going to give it again. Castries Central, Rush Clark, 445 votes. Stanley Felix, 81 votes. Richard Frederick, 844 votes. Andrew Matthew, 6 votes.
With nine ballot boxes.
9 ballot boxes out of 24. We go to Castries South. Tommy Descartes, 456 votes.
566.
Ernest Hilaire.
It's updated now. 566. Tommy Descartes 566.
It's updated?
Yes. And Ernest Hilaire 1184. Independent 11. Ernest Hilaire leading by 618 with 9 ballot boxes counted out of 23. Tommy Descartes 566. Ernest Hilaire 1,184. Independent David Hurd by 11. Ernest Hilaire is leading by 618 votes.
Yes. Ancillary Canries, we have Dominic Fede, 510 votes. Wayne Girard, 640 votes. The incumbent is leading there by 130 votes. That's 7 ballot boxes out of a total of 23. We go down to Soufrière, Fonse Jacques.
We could South have votes, huh?
We're going down. We're going down. We're not forgetting anyone. Soufrière, Fonse Jacques, Emma Hippolyte, 775 votes. Herod Stanislas, 640 votes. So again, Emma Hippolyte, 775 votes. Herod Stanislas, 640 votes. Strazel Saltibus, Keefson Charles, 244 votes. Bradley Felix, 328 votes. The incumbent is leading there by 84 votes.
With only 3 ballot boxes counted, and I think 2 of these ballot boxes are in Delsey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Labrie, we got some figures from Labrie. Alva Baptist, 186 votes. Laura Japierre, 60 votes. That's 1 ballot box counted out of 17. Alva Baptist, 186 votes. Laura Japierre, 60 votes. We go down to VA4 South in particular. Danny Butcher, 1,101 votes. David Charles, 6 votes. Liana Johannes Paul, 329 votes. Shua Melchor, 6 votes. So the SLP candidate there is leading by 772 votes.
With 8 out of 24 ballot boxes counted.
Yes.
One third.
VA4 North. Moses Baptiste has 503 votes.
It's now 629.
Okay, let me update my page. Sorry about that. 629 votes for Moses Baptiste and 217 votes for Calix Xavier. Again, Moses Baptiste, the incumbent, 629 votes. Calix Xavier, 217 votes. The incumbent is leading by 412 votes.
So Micoud South
In Micoud South, we finally have some figures coming in there. Alan Chasney, the incumbent, has 404 votes.
Mostly from Tirochet.
Tirochet area.
Yeah.
And the challenger Chandali Harak Singh has 167 votes. These are 4 ballot boxes out of 19. So 404 votes to Alan Chasney, the incumbent. Chandali Harak Singh, 167 votes.
Yeah.
We go to Micoud.
The performance in that case is actually a little weaker than 2021, right?
By the UWP?
By the UWP, yeah.
Okay. So we're going to continue with Micoud North. Elisha Norbert has 479 votes. Jeremiah Norbert, 605 votes. Again, Elisha Norbert, 479 votes. Jeremiah Norbert, 605 votes.
6 out of 18.
That's 6 out of 18 ballot boxes, and the incumbent is leading by about 126 votes for our count right now. In Dennery South, Benson Emil has 112 votes. Benson Emil has 112 votes. Alfred Prosper, 187 votes, and these are 2 ballot boxes out of 14. In neighboring Dennery North, Sean Edward has 824 votes.
975.
It's been updated.
It's coming fast and furious.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Updated figure, Sean Edward,
You have your finger on the pulse.
Yes, 975 votes to Sean Edward. Bradley Fulgence, 776 votes. These are 8 ballot boxes out of 20.
Edwards is up by
199.
199 votes.
Interesting to see where.
And Castries South East, Lisa Jawahir has 306 votes to Guy Joseph's 263 votes. These are 3 ballot boxes out of 36.
To see where these are.
So it's still early figures.
Go to Dennery North and see where these are.
No problem.
No, I want to go to Castries Southeast.
Southeast. All right, so let me go to Castries Southeast for you. So we've done the Bexar Primary, have we? Yeah. We've done the Bexar Primary. So we've got the Otsa Combined School. Let's look at the Otsa Combined School. So in the Otsa Combined School Q7, M to P, Lisa Joahir, 100 votes to Guy Joseph's 95. Lisa Joahir, 100 votes to Guy Joseph's 95.
That's it. So the numbers were 306 to 263?
Yes.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Yes.
So Lisa Joai has increased by 14. Guy Joseph has increased his number here by 3.
Okay.
Yeah. And in the Badu Chaussee preschool, Lisa Joai increased the number by 11 and Guy Joseph went down by 27.
Right.
So those are some of the numbers we're seeing.
That's a seat that SLP would have already won.
Yeah.
Right. So you're looking at it compared to something where they were.
And Badu Chaussee, we're talking about places like Cooley Town, Former J, Lakwamengo, Badini. That's that area there.
Yeah. Let's go. Update.
I'm gonna refresh it.
So let's see here.
Total.
Casimir's total, Kenson Casimir, Grosile, the total thus far is 1,000, sorry, Freudian slip, 1,535. Kenson Casimir, 1,535 to Marcella Johnson, 653. So Kenson Casimir is ahead by 882 with 12 out of the 63 ballots in Grosile.
Can we interrogate Micoud South a little further? Ryan, give me those numbers by polling division and ballot box in Micoud South.
So for Micoud South, yes. So for Micoud South, we have under M2A, the Tirochet Multi-Purpose Center. You have the leader of the opposition. Which
box?
That's A to B.
A to B.
A to B. 108.
Yes. 108
to Alan Michael Chasney, and the 38 to Chandali Harrison.
Okay.
Yeah. You also have on the H to L, you have 100 to Alan Chasney, to 59 by Chandali Harrison. You have on the M to R, 110 to Alan Chasney, to 51 by Chandali Harak Singh. And you have finally in the S to Z, you have 86 to Alan Michael Chasney to Chandali Harak Singh's 19. That brings the total, ladies and gentlemen watching, to 404 for the former Prime Minister Alan Chasney, 404 to Chandali Harak Singh's 167, ahead by 237.
We have some updated figures again too from Groseley. We're going to take it from the top again because we are constantly being updated. So if our numbers change, ladies and gentlemen, it's just because we're getting updated figures. Kenson Kazime has a total of 1,863 votes. Marcella Johnson, 848 votes. This is 15 ballot boxes out of 63. So the incumbent has a lead of about 1,015 votes.
How many boxes?
In 15 ballot boxes out of 63. So that's 23.8% of votes.
Yeah, going back to that Mico South data, Teddy, M28 Tiroshe Multipurpose Center, which is a very strong United Workers' Party polling division. What we're seeing here, and that's not with everything in, that's with there's one ballot box, C to G, that is missing, but the UWP's number is down by 150, and the Labour Party's number is down by 27 from the last election. So the United Workers' Party is underperforming in its strongest polling division in Mico South. Which is a little ominous for it, because not only is that its strongest polling division, but it's also one of the three most populated parts. The only polling division that has more electors than that is Deriso and Blusher, where the Labour Party has not done badly. So that is a little ominous for the United Workers' Party and for the leader of the opposition for those numbers there.
So we do have some updates in the Babonneau constituency, for example. We have 16 ballot boxes out of 33, so we're almost approaching 50%. John Paul Estefan has 1,785 votes. Leo Titus Prevail, 1,200 votes. So John Paul Estefan is leading by 585 votes in Babonneau.
Do we have any data for Laguerre? B2A and B2B?
Yes.
Because that would give us an indication. Those are very strong UWP polling divisions, and that would give us an indication of how Titus Prevail is polling there.
The only thing we have for Laguerre, the Laguerre Combined School, we have Laguerre Combined and Laguerre Community Center.
Yes, yeah, B2A and
so
B2B.
I will give you Laguerre Combined. So Laguerre Combined is B2A. And we see here J to K.
Yeah.
You have 79 for John Paul Estefan to Titus Prevail's 133. So you have 79 for John Paul Estefan to Titus's Prevail 133.
Okay.
When we go to the Laguerre Community Center under L to O, which is B2B, you see 75 for John Paul Estefan to Titus Prevail's 92. You have under P to R, 63 for John Paul Estefan to 68 for Titus Prevail. That's 63 and 68. You also have S to Z, which is 73 for John Paul Estefan to 91 for Titus Prevail.
Okay, so in Laguerre Community Center, John Paul Estefan has increased the Labour Party vote by 51. Titus Prevail has reduced the United Workers' Party vote by 28. So that's why it's very important to interrogate these numbers, because it gives you an indication of in the respective parties in their strong polling divisions how they're doing.
We've had Foaso?
I don't think we've had Foaso, because Foaso is a very... Yes, we have Foaso.
We have Foaso,
Foaso, John Paul Estefan is pulling away. The numbers we have is 555 to Estefan and 242. Do we have more than 4 polling boxes showing there, ballot boxes showing there, Rhyme?
Only 4 for now.
So, okay.
We have some updates from Castries East as well. We have some updates with 8 ballot boxes in about a quarter of ballot boxes for Castries East. Peter Chico has 207 votes. Philip Joseph Pierre, 822 votes. The incumbent, 615 votes ahead.
Can we... sorry, Raisa, go ahead, sorry.
No problem. So again, Peter Chico, 207 votes. Philip Joseph Pierre, 822 votes. The disaggregated,
yes. So that's what I was asking.
Yeah, so we're going to go to it.
Quickly, whether there's any update, Castries North, before we go back to...
Castries
Breaking down the
North.
figures,
One
no?
second. I want to
Well,
refresh.
there are updates. Kenton Casimir ahead by 1,093 now, folks.
With how many ballot boxes showing?
We have 18 ballot boxes out of the 63. 2,111 for Kenton Casimir. Tomasa Johnson to 1,018. You're going ahead with some other?
I was just told that Keefston is from Lirish. So Keefston is Lirish, yeah,
Okay.
in Choiseul. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Curly.
So Castries.
Let's go.
You want to go to, you want to disaggregate Castries
Castries East.
Go ahead.
Castries East, yes.
So
please.
let's disaggregate Castries East, folks. So you have under Castries East the Entripo Secondary School.
D2.
D2, A to B, 48 for Peter Chico, and 112 for
Where was that? Where was that?
That's Entripo Secondary School, 48 to Peter Chico, to 112 by the Prime Minister, well, incumbent Philip Joseph
Antrepo
Pierre.
area used to be a strong, UWP stronghold. Philip Pierre succeeded in reversing
Oh, he
the
has.
last few elections.
He has.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
definitely has.
certainly.
You also still have,
That's what it
folks,
looks like now.
T to 7, the Entripo Secondary School again.
T to Z.
T to Z, sorry. I wonder whose name has 7 as part of it. T to Z, Entripo Secondary School, 17 for Peter Chico, and 105 to Philip Joseph Pierre.
Okay.
You also have the Bishop Charles Gachet RC Combined School.
D4.
D4. You have 36 to
Which
under A.
which box?
A.
A?
Box A. 36 to Peter Chico, and 113 to the incumbent Philip J. Pierre. You have under P to R, 29 for Peter Chico, and 122 to Philip J. Pierre. And lastly, T to Z.
T to 7, yes.
T to 7. 11 from Peter Chico to 92 to Philip J. Pierre.
We need to go down. So I want you to go into Castries South while I give you the updated figures.
Okay,
We're
please.
now over 50% of
Castries South?
Wow.
yeah, Castries South. 12 ballot boxes out of 23.
Wow.
So Tommy Descat has 720 votes. Ernest Hille 1,552 votes. David Hood 13. Again, Tommy Descat 720 votes. Ernest Hille 1,552 votes. David Hood 13. So the incumbent leading there by 832 votes.
Okay, Ryan, can you give me that breakdown?
So
For Castries South?
I can give you that breakdown for Castries South.
The only one I have already is F3 Lacroix, G to K. I don't have anything else.
Good. So let's look at F1, which is the ferry terminal building for Castries or Bannon. Well, and Bannon. Let's look at C to D. So in C to D, you have Tommy Descat with 60 and Ernest Hilaire with 123. You have E to G, 65 for Tommy Descat to 134 for Ernest Hilaire. H to J O R, 84 for Tommy Descat to 122 for Ernest Hilaire. And you also have JOS to L, which is 52 for Tommy Descat to 116 for Ernest Hilaire.
Okay.
You have also, I don't think we've done the Cicero Combined School yet, have we?
No, we haven't.
So let's go to the Cicero Combined School. You have under E to F, 58 for Tommy Descat to 146 for Ernest Hilaire. You have under K to MONE, 58 to Tommy Descat to 122 to Ernest Hilaire. MONG to Q, you have 61 for Tommy Descat to 125 for Ernest Hilaire. And T to Z, you have 28 for Tommy Descat to 109 for Ernest Hilaire.
Now, shortly after your interjection, Jimmy, we want to go to the West Coast because
Yes,
we're getting
please.
some updated figures because the contest is very...
Particularly Suffrage was
Yes. But before that, ancillary canneries, and then we're going to go down.
Okay.
You don't want me to close off Castries South?
No, we'll come back.
Okay.
We'll come back. We'll come back.
Because if we want to...
We'll come back. People want
Yeah, so
that's why I've stayed away from my phone.
ancillary canneries, we have Dominic Fede with 905 641 votes to Wayne Girard's 1,041 votes, 11 ballot boxes out of 23, so we're almost approaching the 50% mark, with the incumbent leading by about 100 votes.
Yeah.
In Soufrière Foncé Jacques, Emma Hippolyte has 1,081 votes to Herod Stanislas's 948 votes. So that's 10 ballot boxes out of 22. One second. Out of 22. 1 second. I need to reload quickly. So again, Emma Hippolyte, 1,081 votes. Herod Stanislas, 948 votes. So the incumbent ahead by some 133 votes. In Choiseul, Keefson Charles has 640 votes against the incumbent's 574 votes. So the challenger now ahead out of 6 ballot boxes by some 66 votes. So very closely contested in Choiseul, Saltibus. Keefson Charles, 640 votes. Bradley Felix, 574 votes. I'm going to go down to Vieux-Fort South as well because I see some updated numbers. I believe for Danny Butcher, we have 1,407 votes. David Charles, 7 votes. Liana Johannes Paul, 391 votes. Shua Melchor, 6 votes. So the SLP candidate, Danny Butcher, is ahead by 1,016 votes. Again, Vieux-Fort
That's
North.
almost an insurmountable number right now.
Vieux-Fort North, Vieux-Fort North, Moses Baptist, 950 votes. To Calix Xavier's 336 votes. Moses Baptist, 950 votes. To Calix Xavier's 336. So the incumbent leading there by 614 votes. We have 7 ballot boxes out of 17. So about 41% of the votes cast so far. In Micoud South, I want to just make sure I have the updated figures.
I think that's one of the most keenly viewed races, that Micoud South race.
Micoud South.
Yeah.
So the incumbent, the opposition leader, Alan Chastney, has 1,248 votes. Chandali Harak Singh has 761 votes. These are 11 ballot boxes out of 19. So we're approaching 60% of the votes so far. Alan Chastney ahead by 487. 487. So we need to break down that particular seat for sure.
Yes, please.
Which one?
Micoud South.
Micoud South.
I need to know where these votes are coming
So I'm going to
from.
repeat again for the benefit of our viewers. Alan Chastney has 1,248 votes. This is the incumbent. And Chandali Harak Singh, 761 votes. The incumbent leads by 487 votes. These are 11 ballot boxes out of 19. It's missing to really give us the full picture of what the result will be there.
So you want me to?
Yes, go
So
ahead.
I need you to give me Micoud South, Soufrière Choiseul, those three.
So let's go to Micoud South, folks.
Yes,
Auger Secondary School. We haven't done theirs yet. M3A, A to I. You have 164 for Alan Chastney, to 92 for Chandali Haraksin. You have K to Z, 173 to Alan Chastney, to 115.
That's J to Z?
That is, let me just verify
Auger?
again for you. Auger, that's K to Z. K to Z. All right?
No, it's if it's Auger M3A?
Yeah. K to Z.
No, okay.
I don't know where the J
because
has.
so they've slipped J. Okay, there are no Johns or Josephs in.
Probably. We might have to.
I think it's J to Z. I think there can be. There's no way there can be no Johns and Josephs.
No Josephs.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, you and Rice don't exist.
Exactly. I might have to move to Auger. But folks, on a more serious note, the L3A Auger Secondary School.
We have those.
K to Z, 173.
And 115. We have that.
And 115.
Anything for Deriso combined?
Yes, we have Deriso M3B, the Deriso Combined School. J to MA, you have 108 for Alan Chastney, to the 78 of Chandali Haraksin. And you have MC to SP, which is the 102 of Alan Chastney, to the 78 for Chandali Haraksin. You have ST to Z, 90 to Alan Chastney, to 48 to Chandali Haraksin. And we've done Blashan already.
Okay, so that's all we have?
Yeah.
So that's 578 to 1041 or something like that? Is that what the numbers are showing?
No, 1,278 to Alan Chasney,
Okay, so I'm probably
761.
missing. Do we have any? Do we have any for Blusher? For Blusher M3C?
Yeah.
Which one is that?
Okay, so you have 71 to...
Which ballot box?
So you're looking at PE to Z.
Yeah.
71 to Alan Chasney and 120 to Chandelier Harrison.
Yeah.
And that box is a strong Labour box. PE to Z. Labour did very well in that box the last election.
Okay.
The figures?
PE to the last election, the Labour Party in that box got PE to Z. No, it wasn't the same. It was S to Z, but it's a little 76 to Labour and 46 to UWP in the last election.
UWP is probably.
Yeah, Labour went up a little bit more than UWP went up in that box. Anything else? So do we have anything for DIGA Human Resource Center, M1?
Yeah, nothing yet.
Nothing for DIGA. Nothing for Lacouville, M2B?
No, we have nothing for Lacouville as yet.
Okay.
We want to flip in a while to the East Coast for benefit of our viewers.
50% of the votes are in for Mikud South.
Yeah, so let's flip to the
Babano?
To the East Coast.
Oh, the East Coast.
So yes, so Mikud North, Elisha Norbert has 618 votes, Jeremiah Norbert 856 votes. So Elisha Norbert 618 votes, Jeremiah Norbert 856 votes. So the incumbent leads there by 238 votes.
Want to know how much
eight ballot boxes out of the 18.
How much of past year's money reporting?
Yes, so 44% of the votes cast so far.
So you want us to go to Mikud North?
Mikud North, in a while.
After Rice has given us all the updates.
So Dennery South, Benson Emile, 322 votes. Alfred Prosper, 398 votes. That's 4 ballot boxes out of 14. So the incumbent leads there by about 76
That's
votes.
the smallest constituency.
Yes. In Dennery North, Sean Edward, 1,204 votes. Bradley Fulton, I think I said this earlier on, 1,010 votes. We have
no update there?
That's an update, I believe, but it's really half of the ballots counted. We have 50%.
Bradley's not doing too badly in that constituency.
So Sean Edward, 1,204 votes.
So
Bradley Fulgens, 1,010 votes so far. Incumbent leads by 194 votes. 10 ballot boxes out of the 20, so 50%.
We'll have to see where those boxes are.
Yes. So I'll allow
Where do you want me
Ryan.
to, folks, where do you want me to go to?
I'm not sure if it's updated. Same total, yes. So we're going to go to I think,
Where do you want me to?
So Ryan, let's
Mikud North. Mikud North. Let's see.
Mikud North. Let's see where the votes are.
Let's go to Mikud North. Where have we covered this far?
So you've given me the former Monrepo Combined School,
The decommissioned one.
The decommissioned one,
So
A to E.
you want F to JN
I
for
would
there?
certainly like that one, yes.
Let's go to F to JN. You have 58 for Elisha Norbert, and you have 109 to Jeremiah Norbert.
Okay.
You also that's all we have right now for the decommissioned Monrepo RC combined school.
Past years combined N3.
Yep.
I have J to L already. Anything else?
You have D to I as D to I. You have GL.
No, I don't. I don't have D to I.
All right. Let me give you D to I. So D to I, you have 81 for Elisha Norbert and 142 to Jeremiah Norbert.
That's where's that?
That is the past year's combined school. You also have M to R, 80 to Elisha Norbert, 120 to Jeremiah Norbert. We've done J to L, you said, right?
We don't have S to Z.
No, we don't have anything for S to Z now.
Anything
we have
for
the
N4,
Mikud primary. We have the Mikud primary.
I have J to L.
N4.
Right.
A to C. Done.
No, give me that.
A to C, we have 96, a very close contest here. 96 to Elisha Norbert, to the 95 for Jeremiah Norbert. And the J to L, you have 61 for Elisha Norbert, to the 68 of Jeremiah Norbert.
So basically, we're seeing almost a mirror image of what happened the last election.
I wish to jump to Cashry Southeast, and then we're going to go back to the north because we have some updated figures.
Great. Let's have all the updates,
So Cashry Southeast, I think we have an additional ballot box, which brings us to 6 out of 36. Lisa Jawahir has 669 votes. Guy Joseph, 511 votes. So again, Lisa Jawahir, 669 votes to Guy Joseph's 511 votes. So the SLP candidate, they're leading by 158 votes so far, 6 out of 36 ballot boxes. And I want to go also to
North again.
To the north, because we've got some updated figures for both Grosile and Babonneau. In Grosile, Kenson Casimir, the incumbent, has 2,619 votes to Marcella Johnson's 1,260 votes. He's ahead by 1,359 votes. And we also have in Babonneau, John Paul Estefan, the SLP candidate, with 2,317 votes to Titus Preville's 1,620 votes. About 21, 43. So we go with 64% of the votes are in.
And he's ahead by 697
votes, about 700 votes.
How much of force have we gotten?
We'll have to see. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Babonneau, you want to look at Fowaso?
Well, let Raisa give the rest of the updates.
Through it. But
If there are any more
I'm
updates.
not updated. Let me just check again to see if there are any updates for us. I don't think
Fowaso is almost complete.
I don't think we've gone to Castries. Have we gone to Castries North in a while yet? I don't think so.
No, we haven't.
So in Castries North, again, Brenda Edward has 7 votes. Stephen Favre has 882 votes. Stevenson King, 1,642 votes. Gina Matthew, 11. Marcella Steed, 17. The incumbent leading there by 760 votes.
With half of the ballot boxes.
Half of the ballot boxes counted, 15 out of 30.
Yeah.
I'm also going to check in the Castries East constituency. Peter Chico has 488 votes. Philip Joseph Pierre, 1,693 votes. 15 out of the 33 ballot boxes counted. The incumbent leading there by 1,205 votes. I am going to see, I don't think there's any update as yet for Castries Central. So these are the Castries South. I want to give an update because we are about 65% of the votes so far. Tommy Descartes, 945 votes. Ernest Hille, 1,942 votes. David Hood, 15 votes. Incumbent leading there by 997 votes. So we can disaggregate these as we go along.
Has the ancillary canaries figure been updated, Raisa, from the last one we
I
gave?
don't think so, and I think we have updated figures, so let me just reload again. Dominic Fede has 1,223 votes. Wayne Girard, 1,392 votes. 169 votes ahead for ancillary canaries.
And Emma Hippolyte is leading right now by 136 votes, so it's 1,163. Yeah, we'll have to go down. We'll have to do the breakdowns.
You want where exactly do you want to break down?
I want the West Coast ancillary canaries, then Sofred and Choiseul. So give me a sec. Let me get to ancillary canaries.
Give me a sec. Let me get to
Okay, so give me ancillary canaries.
Where don't you have?
I don't have G1 Roseau Combined. You have anything there?
Yes, I do. Okay. So G1, folks, Roseau Combined School. You have Cox to E. You have 91 votes for Dominic Fede to 89 for Wayne Girard. You have F to I, 89 to Dominic Fede to the 102 from Wayne Girard. You have J, 105 for Dominic Fede to 95 from Wayne Girard. K to P, 109 Dominic Fede, 101 Wayne Girard.
All Roseau?
Yes.
All Roseau. R to Z, 128 Dominic Fede to 103 Wayne Girard. We're only missing one box from Roseau Combined, which is the A to COR box.
And I can tell you what has happened there is that with A to COR missing, the Labour Party's vote is 57 less than what it was the last time, but the UWP's vote is 188 less than what it was the last time. Anything for Millet Primary? Well, we already have Millet Primary. A to I. Anything for J to Z?
Yes. So Millet Primary, J to Z, 87.
The fell by 10%.
A to 87 to Dominic Fede to 77 for Wayne Girard. So Millet Primary is done.
And again, Wayne Girard has increased the number by 13. UWP is roughly the same, just 2 less. Anything for the Christian Faith Assembly, G2B?
Yes, we do.
You know where to locate it?
Christian Faith
Assembly. That's Van and Derado.
So you have G2B, Christian Faith Assembly, A to G, 105 for Dominic Fede to the 74 for Wayne Girard.
Okay. Nothing for H to Z?
Nothing for H to Z as yet.
Okay. Tetchime?
Yes.
We have Tetchime. We have J to Z?
We have J to Z.
What's J to Z?
So J to Z for Tetchime, 76 to Dominic Fede to the 112 from Wayne Girard.
And you know what we don't have yet? Canneries.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
Both canneries are ancillary.
We have
Canneries and ancillary.
We have ancillary.
Okay, give me some ancillary numbers.
For ancillary, we're only missing 2 boxes, folks. But we have A to CHU, 85, right? 85 to Dominic Fede, to Wayne Girard's 130.
Okay.
You have CI to F. We don't have anything there as yet.
Okay.
G to JN, nothing as yet. JO to MC, 77 for Dominic Fede, to the 115 for Wayne Girard.
Okay.
52 to Dominic Fede.
That's what, ME to P?
That's ME to Q.
To Q. To
Yeah.
Q. Yeah. Uh-huh.
52 for Dominic Fede, to 106 for Wayne Girard. R to 7, 92.
R to Z.
R to Z. I don't know what it is with me and this 7 tonight. R to Z, 92 for...
That's coded.
92 for
Dominic Fede. To 147 for Wayne Girard. And we have nothing from Canneries as yet.
Okay, so this is not looking good for Dominic, because with canneries not coming in, and canneries is an area where the St. Lucia Labour Party did very well in the last election. I think it won there by 202, almost 300 votes. 260 something. My math is failing me. 269. So that does not. Those figures don't look good for Dominic Fede at all, because there are not enough boxes remaining for Dominic Fede to be able to pull that margin in.
We have some updated figures for Choiseul Salty, but it's also very closely contested and watched. So we have an additional ballot box. Keith St. Charles, 792 votes. Bradley Felix, 673 votes. So 7 out of the 25 ballot boxes. Keith St. Charles, 792 votes. Bradley Felix, 673 votes. So the challenger, the SLP candidate, is ahead by some 119 votes.
Okay.
Which area just came
So Raim, I need you to go through and give me everything you have there, because all I have for Choiseul is Delse.
Okay.
So I need you to go through and give me everything to get a sense of what's happening in Choiseul.
Okay. So let's go to Choiseul. So you have everything for Delse, or you have?
No. I only have 2 for Delse. I only have A to E and L to R.
All right. So let's look at S to Z for Delse.
Yeah.
You have 67 to Keith St. Charles and 92 to Bradley Felix.
Okay.
Yeah. You have Magouj Infant. Only M to Z. 181 to Keith St. Charles, to the 67 of Bradley Felix.
Okay, so these numbers are ominous, because you see, in Delse, what has happened is that Keith St. Charles has been able to contain the damage that the United Workers' Party normally does there.
Significant.
Yeah, his numbers, and what has happened is that the UWP has not polled as well. They are quite short of the number of votes that they would normally get, even if F2K to bank in that stronghold. Yeah, so let's go down, Raim, Choiseul secondary.
Choiseul secondary. So Choiseul secondary, we have F to L, 152 to Keith St. Charles, to 99 Bradley Felix. And then you have S to Z, which is 78 to Keith St. Charles, to 59 to Bradley Felix. And then we don't have anything else. Well, we have PI combined. Sorry, folks from Choiseul.
Yes, give me PI.
PI combined school, A to I. We have 148 for Keith St. Charles, to 87 for Bradley Felix. And that's all we have for PI combined school.
Yeah, and it's consistent. What you're seeing is Keith St. Charles increasing or at least maintaining the last vote, but Bradley Felix certainly underperforming from what he did the last election. Yeah.
We have some updated figures from the Vifor South and North constituencies. Vifor South, Danny Butcher continues to lead. He has 2,182 votes. The independent candidate David Charles, 9 votes. Liana Johannes Paul, 642 votes. Shua Melchor, 9 votes. So the SLP candidate, they're leading by 1,540 votes. And we have 15 out of the 24 ballots, 63% in of the total votes. Beaufort North, Moses Baptiste, 1,062 votes. Calix Xavier, 445 votes. The incumbent winning there by 617 votes. That's 8 ballot boxes out of 17. 47% of the vote in there. I'm just going to check. There's an update actually for Micoud South as well. We have 15 out of the 19 ballot boxes. Again, almost 80% of the vote there. Alan Michael Shastney has 1,750 votes. Chandali Harak Singh, 1,189 votes. The incumbent Alan Shastney leads there by 561 votes with a balance of 4 ballot boxes left to be counted.
Gentlemen, I don't know when you do what the arithmetic, Mr. St. Catherine, is when you call seats.
You declare.
The Castries South also here, 18 ballot boxes been counting out of 23, with the incumbent Ernest Hilaire 2,446 to Tommy Descat 1,157, with Ernest Hilaire ahead by 1,289.
I think you could have called that seat a long time ago.
Okay, I'm just giving way to the arithmetic.
Out of the
gentlemen.
17, there are 2 seats that are probably still on the knife's edge-ish.
Okay.
Or one, maybe Micoud South is leaning UWP, maybe, right? But certainly, Soufrière is...
Soufrière is a little early.
It's a little early. Yeah. It's too early to call, I would say.
So can you give me the breakdowns for Soufrière, please, Ryan?
So I could give you the breakdown for Soufrière. So in Soufrière currently, where do you want me to go?
I want everything, because the only thing I have for Soufrière right now is the Soufrière Infant School.
Quickly squeeze it.
Then we know.
Yes, okay, for
then
sure.
we know Sean Edward, 1,789 votes. Bradley Fulgence, 1,245 votes. So the incumbent, 1,789 votes to Bradley Fulgence's 1,245 votes. That's 13 out of the 20.
124, I've seen one. Yeah, 1245.
Yes, so he's ahead by 544
He's widening his lead.
Yeah.
So
he's increasing the margins there.
The margin now is 9% in his favor compared to 6% in 2020.
Jawai?
Yes, Castries South East. Lisa Jawahir, 903 votes. Guy Joseph, 652 votes. So the SLP candidate there is leading by 251 votes. Again, we have 8 out of the 36 ballot boxes, or 22% of our votes in so far. So you're going to Raheem.
So Raheem, let's look at Castries Southeast before we go to Soufrière, because are you already in Soufrière?
I wasn't, but I've pressed backspace already.
Sorry, give me Castries Southeast so I can get a sense of what's happening there.
So in
Q1.
Go ahead. So let's go to Castries Southeast, the South Louis Community College.
Q1.
Q1. Let's look at M to P.
Yeah.
You have 110 for Lisa Joahir to Guy Joseph's 58. That's in M to P. You have under R to 7. Why do I keep saying R to 7? R to Z, 124 for Lisa Joahir to the 83 for Guy Joseph.
Okay.
That's all we have for the South Louis Community College.
Tiroche?
We have nothing for Tiroche combined as yet. We have some from Bexor Primary.
We have N to R. You have anything else from Bexor apart from N to R?
Yes, we have A to C.
Okay, let's have that.
So A to C, you have 88 for Lisa Joahir to Guy Joseph's 68. J-O to M, you have 142 for Lisa Joahir to the 80 of Guy Joseph. You have N to R, 60 for Lisa Joahir to the 62 for Guy Joseph. That's all we have for the Bexor Primary. We also have figures for the Bexor Infant School. I think we've done that.
I don't have that, no.
Okay, so A to CHAR.
Yes.
You have 133 to Lisa Joahir to Guy Joseph's 100. And you also, I think that's all we have. We've done also combined school as yet. We haven't received anything yet, folks, from Bella Human Resource Development Center.
Bala Chaussee, only A to E, nothing else?
Nothing else as yet.
Odd says only M to P?
Yes, yes. This is all we have.
Okay, I'm getting a call there, and I'm sure that call is for the candidate telling me to declare his seat.
Yeah, well, he does have a point.
I wonder who that candidate is.
I will say it online, but I'm sure he's calling me to tell me to declare
Because
his
he's
seat.
actually outperforming in every box in Central.
He is.
Compared to the
caller,
last
the caller who's just trying to
2021.
call me, can you please send me a text because I can't take your call. So send me a text message so I can get a sense of what it is that you're trying to tell. But yeah, I think we get the sense from the numbers coming that you are very much ahead. He probably wants to be the first seat declared. I think that's probably why. But
I think I did that a while ago, didn't I?
you declared South. Yeah, but there are seats you could have declared before. I mean, there's some seats. Kenson Kazimi's seat. There's no way that Marcella Johnson is going to overcome that lead.
1,500
Even if early showing in Castries East, what Honorable Philip J. Pierre is doing there, Chico can't overcome that. I mean, this is not a good night for the United Workers'
In
Party.
the seats declared for Grosively, Kenson is actually doubling his performance. That's how
in the boxes,
big from over all the boxes counted so far. His margins are 34%, whereas it was 17% in 2021. So he's really. It really seems that the constituents of Grosile are very appreciative of him.
We'll discuss the factors.
Okay.
So give me the breakdowns of Soufre Rhyme. I'm very interested to see what's happening in Soufre.
Let's go to Soufre. Just refreshing to make sure that when we go to Soufre, we're going with the updated
You see me
results.
laughing, so I know you're noticing what I'm reading. But I can't call your seat before I call the others, so sorry. But you have a point. You do have a point. Yes, go ahead, Rhyme.
I don't know who Dr. Fletcher was talking to.
No, I can't tell you who I'm talking to. Go ahead, Soufre.
So Soufre, good. So where do you want to go in Soufre?
H1, Soufre Primary. I have SO to Z.
We have that. That's all we have from Soufre Primary.
Soufre Infant. I only have R to Z.
Okay, Soufre Infant has been populated. So let's go A to C.
Yes.
A to C for Soufre Infant, you have 97 to Emma Hippolyte, to 118 for Herod Stanislas.
Okay.
You have D to I, 96 to Emma Hippolyte, to 124 to Herod Stanislas. We have J to L already?
No, I don't.
Okay. 82 to Emma Hippolyte, to the 79 of Herod Stanislas. You have M to P, 78 to Emma Hippolyte, to the 72 of Herod Stanislas. And R to Z, or Z, 53 of Emma Hippolyte, to the 83 of Herod Stanislas.
Anything with St. Isidore Hall, H3?
Yes, also done. St. Isidore's Hall, A to F, 185 to Emma Hippolyte, to the 86 of Herod Stanislas.
Just to say, that is an area where the St. Lucia Labour Party did very well in the last election. So go ahead.
You have 296 under G to N for Emma Hippolyte, to the 142 of Herod Stanislas.
Okay.
He's underperforming.
You also have O to Z, 161 to the incumbent Emma Hippolyte, to the 30 of Herod Stanislas. And that is it for St. Isidore. We also have Itang Primary.
Okay, and in that box, Emma Hippolyte has increased her number by 39 and Herod went down by 51. Wow. So he has underperformed in that box. So in that polling division, sorry, yes. Itang, give me Itang.
Yes, Itang Combined School, you have it also being done. A to H, 146 to Emma Hippolyte, and 146 to Herod Stanislas. And in I to Z, you have 160 to Emma Hippolyte, to 162 for Herod Stanislas. You also have the Boutor Combined School, A to Z, 35 to Emma Hippolyte, to Herod Stanislas, 36. You have the Force Jacques Primary School.
Yep.
We don't have A to JN as yet, but we have JO to Z, 217 to Emma Hippolyte, to the 84 for Herod Stanislas. The Force Jacques Primary School, H7, we only have K to Z, which is 68 for Emma Hippolyte, with Herod Stanislas at 97.
I need to give an update for Choiseul Saltibus because this seat is getting even more competitive. There's a 16 vote difference right now.
Oh, wow.
Clifton Charles has 1,323 votes and Bradley Felix has 1,339 votes. So the incumbent there edging off by about 16 votes, and we have 13 of the 25 ballot boxes in thus far. So 52% of our votes in. So it is very heavily contested in Choiseul Saltibus. And the breakdown that you just gave for Soufrière, just for the public to know, in Soufrière, Emma Hippolyte has 1,741 votes, and Herod Stanislas 1,350 votes. So the incumbent head by 391 votes there, 63.6% of the votes in.
Yeah. The only thing with that is H1. There are a lot of H1 boxes that are not in. That's the Soufrière Primary School, and that is an area that's Asmame, Chasney, Colombet, Palmis, Crestland, Zeno. Those are areas where the United Workers' Party, Hera, did quite well the last election. So it's a little early to tell what's happening there because that is a significant part of the constituency. So until we get some more numbers coming in from H1, it's going to be difficult to tell anything about what's happening with that.
I also need to go to Ifort South because Danny Butcher has just run away. Or is running away. Yes, but we still have to give the updates to our viewers. 17 out of 24 ballot boxes, that's 70.8% of the votes. Danny Butcher, 2,565 votes ahead by 1,755 votes.
That math is not mathing for Lady Lee. I don't see how she can.
She has 810 votes currently, and we just have to wait till the final
but
is declared.
Edwin, what is amazing about some of these numbers is the vote share for the Labour Party. I mean, we're seeing some numbers of 60%, 75%. Those are extraordinary numbers that we haven't seen in an election in St. Lucia for a while. I mean, we have to go back to 1997.
Government.
Yeah, we have well for anybody. So we have to go back to 1997 when the Labour Party won 16-1 to see those kinds of numbers. And it'd be interesting to see whether they even ran up those kinds of large percentages. I mean, this is a quite significant performance by the St. Lucia Labour Party
across the board.
Yeah.
Across the board.
I think.
Can we? I think there was one I needed some comparisons for, Ryan.
We'll go to Miku North.
Miku North, yes.
Even update on Miku North. We have 16 out of the 18 ballot boxes, so literally close to 90%. Elisha Nobot has 1,416 votes. Jeremiah Nobot 1,887 votes. Marius Wilson 5. The incumbent leading by 471 votes.
How many votes? How many boxes are missing?
Only two.
Two boxes left. Yeah. So can we declare?
Yeah. Well.
You want to know where these two remain?
No, I don't.
Where the two remain?
It's not like Miku North is Grozele, where you have a large number of votes coming in. So you say, okay, it's too early. I mean,
but
still a lot of votes to come in.
What's missing is Kwale Community Center is missing. You also, and one box in Miku Secondary.
Right.
But again, in these, in Miku Secondary, thus far the subtotal is ahead for Elisha Norbert with 368 to Jeremiah Norbert's 345. Which
can you give me some numbers for Dennery South? Okay. I don't have any numbers for Dennery South.
So let me give some figures for Dennery South. I'll give you the total for now. We have 5 ballot boxes out of 14. Benson Emil, 396 votes. Alfred Prosper, 500 votes, ahead by some 104 votes. So we have about 36% of the votes in for Dennery South, but the incumbent is ahead by some 104 votes. In the neighboring Dennery North, the incumbent there is running away too. Sean Edward has 1,945 votes to Bradley Fulgence 1,342 votes. That's 14 out of the 20 ballot boxes. 70%.
I suspect Rich Ford and Daniel Rivera came in.
So 603 votes ahead.
Rich Ford and also Daniel Rivera. He did very well in Daniel Rivera, but Rich Ford is one of his strengths. But Sean Edwards, I don't know whether you saw Sean Edwards' motorcade this election.
And his whistle stops.
I mean, I said to Sean, the only thing I did not see him bringing a motorcade is a backhoe. I mean, the kind of people he had in some of these dump trucks was... Ryan, can you give me what's happening in Miku, in Dennery South? I want to see what because I don't really have numbers for Denry South except Clendon Mason Memorial. Unless we have any updates for any of the other.
Well, I'm on Denry South already. In Denry South, we have nothing from the Ecotourism building.
Right.
We have Denry Infant School under O2. S to Z, you have 120 for Benson Emil to the 97 of Alfred Prosper. And Denry Secondary School is complete. So you have A to E, 79 for Benson Emil to the 142 of Alfred Prosper.
Where is that?
That's Denry Secondary.
No, which box?
A to E.
A to E, 79 for Benson.
To 142 of Alfred Prosper. F to J, you have 90 for Benson Emil to the 114 for Alfred Prosper. You have L to R, 74 to Benson Emil to the 102 for Alfred Prosper. S to Z, 33 for Benson Emil to the 45 of Alfred Prosper.
Okay.
And we have nothing else from Denry Infant, nor do we have from the Ecotourism building.
Okay. Okay. There was another one I wanted to go a little bit closer. Choiseul. The Choiseul numbers. I really would like to see what's happening in Choiseul.
Yes.
Yeah, we need to, Del Se versus the Mogouge.
Yes. So if you could start, I have Del Se,
Mogouge.
A to E, and the only one I don't have in Del Se is F to K. Do you have anything there?
Most of Del Se.
Do you have F to K in Del Se?
Let me go back to Del Se. So let's go to Choiseul right now. So in Del Se you want
F to K.
F to K. So yes, F to K is in Del Se. You have 92 to Kiefson Charles to 145 from Bradley Felix.
Okay, so and that is significant because what has happened in Del Se is that the Labour Party has increased its vote by 125 and the UWP's vote has reduced in Del Se its stronghold by 74. So, okay, Mogouge, you have anything for Mogouge?
Mogouge Infant School, I only have one, which is
M to Z?
M to Z.
Okay, Choiseul Secondary, I3?
Yes, Choiseul Secondary, you have I3, F to L.
I have that already, and S to Z, anything else?
S to Z, yes. We have 78 for Kiefson Charles to 59 for Bradley Felix.
You have any of the others? A to E and F to L? Sorry, and M to R, no?
No, we don't have any of these.
Okay, Dakite?
Yes,
I4?
we do. So that this place is complete. A to I, 81 for Kiefson Charles to the 142 of Bradley Felix. J to Z is 78 of Kiefson Charles to the 127 of Bradley Felix.
And even there, again, Dakite is a strong area for the UWP. Kiefson has increased the vote from last election by 12. Bradley has gone down by 31. Roblo combined, I5?
Nothing there.
Diga combined,
yes.
A to Z?
A to Z, you have 153 for Kiefson Charles to the 87 of Bradley Felix.
That's a Labour Party, area Labour Party did well the last election. Hangout Bar, Jetwin?
Yes. A to F, you have 127 to Kiefson Charles to the 66 of Bradley Felix.
That must be the coolest polling division out.
Well,
Hangout Bar.
Want to just give some updates quickly for...
Quick updates, then we go into Parliament for an update.
Yes, so Castries East, the challenger Peter Chico, 951 votes. Philip Joseph Pierre, 3,366 votes.
That's another one we can call.
Yes, 2,415 votes ahead again. Right there, Castries Central, we have Rush Clark with 660 votes, Stanley Felix 161 votes, Richard Frederick 1,282 votes, Andrew Matthew 10, the incumbent ahead by 622
and
votes.
I think it would be safe to call Castries Central for Richard Frederick. Yeah.
As we go to Parliament, well, a quick update from Parliament before we come back to results.
Yes.
Wow. Do we have Parliament on? Or do we
Okay, good evening, viewers and listeners to the National Television Network. Michael Gasper here with you, and I'm here to provide an update and to explain, to let you know what's happening in the St. Lucia House of Assembly as we give you updates on the general elections in St. Lucia for 2025. We are very thankful that our our panelists in the studio have been giving us a very good update on what's happening. But in the House of Parliament, where I am stationed, we have mainly electoral officials from the electoral department, the staff, as well as the chief elections officer, Mr. Herman St. Helen, is here with us as well. The chief, we also have the chair of the Electoral Commission, Marlene John Xavier, as well as there are other, we have not seen them, but there are other members of the commission, Mr. Michael Flood, who represents the opposition, Ms. Zilta George Leslie, another commissioner representing the government. I can also tell you that we have some OAS, a gentleman here from the OAS is also as the observer mission, that is, they are also here. So what we are doing here is mainly to give the actual figures, and in other words, what we've been hearing must be certified by the electoral department. So we at the electoral department, well, in Parliament, will get the figures, and so whenever it comes from here, it will be official. These are the official figures coming from the Parliament of St. Lucia. Je me dis ça en créole vitement. Nous ici, nous avons exactement information qui vérifiée par département électoral. Avec département électoral, c'est eux qui a conduit l'élection générale en Sainte-Lucie. Eux qui est responsable, l'année chef officier élection, M. Roman Saint-Hélène, et l'année plusieurs travailleurs qui ici en département pour, comme on dit, pour vérifier information, et aussi il a assisté par the chairman commissioner, c'est Madame Maureen John Xavier. Plusieurs différents mondes, là, nous aussi, ouais, ici à HTS, ça c'est station télévision HTS, je placé ici aussi l'année différents mondes pour vérifier ce qui a passé. Avec c'est exactement ça qui a allé. Monsieur Saint-Lucien qui a coûté ce qui a passé par ces panels-là, ça c'est ces différents mondes qui sont en studio, qui a baillé information sur ce qui a passé. Mais comme on dit, encore, the information must be verified by the electoral department, and that is what is happening here. So very soon, we will be hearing from them directly. But in the meantime, we will continue to listen to what obtains at the discussion from our panelists in studio.
We're back. Welcome back. We say thank you to Michael Gaspar. We will be going back to him for some conclusive updates and official figures from Parliament, from Michael Gaspar. And indeed, we have links with the leader of the opposition, his office over in Miku South, as do we with Philip Pierre, who was the outgoing Philip J. Pierre at his office. So we do have the two leaders, and of course Parliament. We'll be going back to Michael Gaspar in just a bit.
Yeah, we're still watching Castries South.
The results are very interesting here, and of course we're keeping the currency of the situation as the night evolves. So Michael Gaspar, thank you. We'll be back to you in a while, as we will with our correspondents in Miku South and Castries East, the office, the campaign office of the Honorable Philip J. Pierre.
Okay. So for Castries South East, we have 11 ballot boxes in out of 36. Lisa Jawahir has 1,207 votes. Guy Joseph, 904 votes. She's ahead by 303 votes. Lisa Jawahir, 1,207 votes. Guy Joseph, 904 votes. I also would have seen some update, I believe, on VF1 Dennery North. 1 second.
3 boxes left.
That's which one, Castries South East?
No, Dennery North, 3 boxes left. Sean Edward, the incumbent, 2,279. And Bradley Marcel Fulgence, 1,717, with Sean Edward ahead by 562. And we have about 3 ballot boxes left, and I will tell you where these will come from in Dennery North. So these 3 ballot boxes will come from the Grand Riviere Senior Primary. It will come from the Richford Infant School. and it will also come from the Ole York Combined School.
Can we go down in the Cache Southeast boxes to see what's happening there?
Yeah.
So I have Q1. I have M2P and R2Z. Do you have anything in Q1? Anything else in Q1?
For Q1 for South Louis Community College, you have M2P and R2Z.
I have those.
We have nothing else there.
Okay. T-Rocher combined.
Nothing in T-Rocher.
Bexar Primary.
Bexar Primary is done.
It's done. Okay. So give me D2E.
D2E 100 for Lisa Joahir and 101 for Guy Joseph.
Okay. And then F2JN.
F2JN 96 for Lisa Joahir and 96 for Guy Joseph.
Okay, so that's done. Okay. No, sorry, S to Z, anything for S to Z?
S to Z 108 for Lisa Joahir and 55 to Guy Joseph.
We're going to turn focus to Choiseul Saltibus again.
Yes, please.
Because we have gotten some updates. We have 18 now out of the 25 ballot boxes, about 72% of the votes. Keithson Charles has 1,833 votes. Bradley Felix, 1,765 votes. So a difference there, about 68 votes. Still close, but I'll allow Mr. St. Catherine to give his analysis as to what he thinks so far.
Where do we not have? I mean, we don't have much. We don't have much. At least not from Morgouge. No, Delce is finished.
Delce is finished.
Morgouge is
yes,
not.
It is.
Anything for Morgouge, Rhyme or Edwin?
Roblo still has.
I2. Do we have anything else for I2? Apart from A to E and F to L?
Right, so under Choiseul Saltibus, you're looking for Morgouge?
I'm looking for Morgouge, yes.
And so we have nothing for A to E and nothing for F to L.
Okay, so that's ominous because that is a very strong, that's ominous if you're the UWP candidate. That's very strong labor. Morgouge is the bastion of labor support in Choiseul.
And in the neighboring community of Soufrière, Foncé Jacques, where we're approaching almost all our ballots, we're talking about 3 ballot boxes. We have 19 out of the 22. Emma Hippolyte has 2,351 votes. Herod Stanislas has 2,058 votes. The incumbent leads there by 293 votes, almost about 300 votes.
Okay, so it'd be interesting to see what's missing.
Yeah, so 3 ballot boxes missing. In ancillary canneries, we have 17 out of the 23. Dominic Fede 1,661 and Wayne Girard 1,891. So he's ahead by 2,030 votes. 230 votes. My apologies.
That's okay. That's okay. So let's see what's happening in Soufrière. Rhyme, anything for the Soufrière Primary School? H1?
So in Soufrière, for the primary school, what
I only have SO to Z. I don't have anything else.
Good. So Soufrière Primary School is A to B, 120 for Emma Hippolyte to Herod Stanislas, 116.
Right.
C to E, you have 104 to Emma Hippolyte to 156 for Herod Stanislas.
Right.
You have 131 for Emma Hippolyte to 163 for Herod Stanislas. That's all we have for Soufrière Primary in addition to the SO to Z, which we've already covered.
Okay. We have H2 is finished.
H1 still has, huh?
H1 still has, and H1 is an area where the UWP has normally done very well.
Yeah.
St. Isidore's Hall is finished. Itang Combined is finished.
Everywhere else seems to be done.
Foncé Jacques, A to JN. Do we have A to JN for Foncé Jacques?
Yes.
Primary school?
Yes.
H6A?
So we have 156 for Emma Hippolyte to 93 for Herod Stanislas.
Okay. And then Foncé Jacques Primary School, H7, A to I?
A to I for Foncé Jacques Primary.
Yes.
Yep. 99 for Emma Hippolyte to 180 for Herod Stanislas.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that.
Well, yes, Edwin, but no, because Emma is leading by what? Emma is leading by 293. But H1, there's still.
Yeah,
I don't
there
think
are 3 boxes. I don't think these 3 boxes
no.
making that much of a difference.
Especially when you look
that's
at,
what I'm
especially when you look at
realizing.
the differences that we're seeing there.
Exactly.
And Herod has significally. It looks like he's underperformed in that H1. So it'll be.
He is underperforming so far in that H1.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did slightly better in 2021.
So let us, for the benefit of our viewers, again just give a recap from the
yes,
top.
where we are.
From the top,
Yes.
I'm going to go from Gros Delay so that we can just establish where every candidate is.
And what we can call.
Yes. So Kenson Casimir, 3,722 votes. Marcella Johnson, 1,722 votes. 30 out of 63 ballot boxes, about 48% of votes accounted for there, and Kenton is ahead by 2,000 votes.
Yeah, that's impossible for Marcella to
Yeah.
In Babonneau, John Paul Estefan has 2,919 votes to Leo Titus Prebil's 2,091 votes. John Paul Estefan is ahead by 828 votes, and we're missing about
7
boxes, about 79% of the votes already cast.
Again, very, very, very difficult for Titus. Titus would have to be running numbers in those boxes that we haven't seen. So there's very little likelihood that the Titus will win Babonneau, that John Paul Estefan will win Babonneau.
Yes, so in Castries North, we have Brenda Edwin with 7 votes, Stephen Favre 1,236 votes, Stevenson King 2,277 votes, Gina Matthew 19, Marcella Steed 19, with about 67% of the votes accounted for. Stevenson King, the incumbent, leads by 1,041 votes.
Again, very difficult, if not impossible, for Stephen Favre to overcome that lead by, from what we've been seeing.
Yeah.
So mathematically, it might still be possible, but from the trends we've been seeing, I don't see how he can overcome this.
And one of the seats we see already declared on from our data is Castries East with 32 out of the 3.
Oh, yes.
Again, so we're just going to let the viewers know what it is now. We're missing only one ballot box.
Yeah.
Peter Chico has 1,110 votes to the Philip J. Pierre's 3,871 votes, 2,761.
Wow.
He actually said in his campaign, Operation 3,000, and quite close to that figure.
That's almost Operation 4,000.
Philip Pierre is actually experiencing one of the biggest of swings for any candidate.
Yeah, correct.
By a lot.
Yes, and we will go to explaining what might have accounted for that in our post-results analysis. Castries Central, Roche Clark, 660 votes, Stanley Felix, 161 votes, Richard Frederick, 1,282 votes, Andrew Matthew, 10 votes. The incumbent ahead by 622 votes. We have about 58% of the votes in
The
so far.
incumbent is ahead by almost as many votes as Roche Clark has gotten so far.
Yes.
So again, that's Richard Frederick's seat.
Yeah.
Castries South, Tommy Descartes, 1,249 votes to Ernest Hilles, 2,614 votes. David Hood, 17. The incumbent leads there by 1,365 votes, and we're missing just about 4 ballot boxes.
We can declare that for Ernest Hilles.
Yes.
We can declare that seat for Ernest Hilles.
In Ancillary Canneries, Dominic Fede has 1,661 votes to Wayne Girard's 1,891 votes. A lead by 230 votes. We have 17 out of 23 ballot boxes accounted
With
for.
quite a few from the last thing I checked of Canneries votes not in.
A lot of Canneries not in.
So again, it is going to be very, very difficult for Dominic Fede to overcome that lead that Wayne Girard has.
In Soufre Fonsejac, Emma Hippolyte has 2,000.
Well, that's been declared.
It's been declared?
Yeah, there's a tick. There's a tick
I need to reload.
You need to refresh your page.
Sorry.
Yes, it has been declared.
I give you the honor of making an announcement.
It's been it has been declared. Emma Hippolyte, 2,456 votes. Harold Stanislas, 2,205 votes.
Still a very close contest.
20 out of the 22 boxes. Emma leads by 251 votes.
And you did say that, Mr. St. Gaffron. You said that it's very, it's almost.
Ahead by 251 votes, yes.
Yeah, with 2 boxes left.
Yes, 2 boxes left.
It's not.
That's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
Choiseul Saltiba still closely contested with 19 out of the 25 ballot boxes. Gibson Charles, 1,914 votes. Bradley Felix, 1,865 votes. Gibson Charles leads by 49 votes.
That is a very keenly contested.
So it's very cleanly contested. Still, we're watching.
I3
have
2 boxes there.
Yes.
Still undeclared.
We have not had many
It's
updates.
interesting. Labrie only has one ballot box.
Only one ballot box.
Yeah, I don't know what's
Unfortunately, we have
happening
not
there.
gotten an update for Labrie,
yeah.
but the figures that stand for Labrie so far are 330 votes for
So
Alba
can we
Baptist.
say that based on what has traditionally happened in Labrie and what is clearly a significant
Nationally.
swing towards the St. Lucia
The
Labour
Labour
Party,
Party.
that there's no way Alba Baptiste is losing
Exactly,
Labrie?
yeah. Or Moses Jean-Baptiste, conversely as well.
He's actually Moses Jean-Baptiste is already significantly outperforming.
And I don't know why Danny
his
Butcher
last
has
They've
not yet been declared.
Yeah, Danny Butcher also.
With over 75% of the votes cast so far, he has 2,956 votes. David Charles has 15, Liana Johannes Paul 934, Shua Melchior 12, Danny Butcher leads by 2,022 votes.
With only 4 ballot boxes.
Yes,
still to
so
come.
it's
So we can
impossible.
declare Vieux-Fort South for the Labour Party.
It's funny that some online news stations have already declared the new government of St. Lucia.
Well, it is. I mean, it's
I know.
The only issue now is by what margin.
By margin.
That is very obvious.
Yeah, it's
that
very obvious.
The only, I think, right now is whether it's 15-2 or 16-1.
Yeah.
Whether
You're right.
whether Choiseul and Miku South.
might be the same. The same
And there's
parliament
Choiseul and
before.
Miku South stay.
Yeah.
Are we sure about Denry South? Or is that sure?
Well,
Let's
let's look at Denry South, but I don't think. I think with what's left in Denry South.
How many boxes left?
We didn't analyze it.
This
let's
looks-
analyze it.
There are 5 boxes out of 14. Prosper is leading by 104.
In Denry, that's a lot.
It's a lot, but
Yeah, that's a lot.
But again, it's a small constituency.
Yeah.
We'll go and we'll interrogate these numbers.
Miku
a
North
little
has
more.
also been declared for Jeremiah Norbert, who leads it by 588 votes.
Yeah.
Elisha Norbert has 1,499 votes. Jeremiah Norbert has 2,087 votes, and Marius Wilson has 5 votes.
That's by the man who brought dump trucks to his motorcade. Sean Edward has been declared the winner in Denry North.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Figures?
By
By
Sean Edward,
640.
2,512 votes for Sean Edward. Bradley Fulgence, 1,872 votes. Again, these are 18 out of the 20 ballot boxes. 90% of the vote is already in, so clearly, and we continue to watch Castries South, East, and Choiseul.
So if we're going to be generous, we'll say that there are 3 seats that are still up in the air.
Yeah.
Choiseul,
Yeah.
Castries Southeast, and Miku. Well, I think
it's
but
not
from what we're seeing there, I believe Alan Chassis will hold on to that seat.
And the leaders normally do. I don't see a world in which the leaders of both political parties, even in a great national swing, don't.
Is doing
we've had, but it happened there. Von Lewis in '97, remember?
Von Lewis in '97.
Well, yes, true.
A result that was predicted by Edwin St. Catherine, if you remember, Teddy. Edwin St. Catherine and that famous telephone poll that showed the Labour Party winning 15-2, and nobody believed them, and they won 16-1.
But don't generally.
Don't generally.
And this election result might mirror this invented in a reverse color.
Exactly.
And a reverse configuration in that the opposition.
Well, what we need to say is that Friday is not Monday in St. Lucia, and St. Lucia has declared itself different from the realities that happen throughout the Caribbean.
St. Lucia is not St. Vincent.
It's not St. Vincent for sure, and we need to analyze what the factors that would lead to
But
this
Raisa,
reality.
I couldn't understand how people were drawing the comparisons. Ralph Gonzalez had been in power for 25 years, and he was going for a 6-2. Philip JP and the St. Lucia Labour Party has been in power for 1 term, 4.5 years. There is no comparison. The fatigue that you have with the Unity Labour Party in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it would be difficult to translate that to a fatigue with the St. Lucia Labour Party after 4.5 years.
I don't think that there was an analysis being, and I think obviously political parties in their quest for momentum use the opportunity to sort of rile up supporters to a particular end. Albeit I don't think the point was well developed, because I don't know that the UWP actually had anything post the Prime Minister of St. Vincent winning, whether it be on the Friday, the actual Friday, post Friday winning, and also the Saturday. So the analysis I felt was cut short, or did not cause them to do the type of internal sort of momentum shifting across that they expected.
And that momentum word rhyme is such an important one because we saw the momentum with the Labour Party throughout this campaign.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
it continued to
it
build.
continued to build. Yeah. Some people said, okay, they looked a little flat at the manifesto launch, but the manifesto launch is a different type of event. The manifesto launch is not a rah-rah, G up the crowd. The manifesto launch is a serious event. So you don't get the same type of energy in a manifesto
Which is
launch.
why they always choose a weekday relative to the bacchanal of the Sunday rallies and so on, a more sober weekday, weeknight. I think in production, our producers want to flash some cards showing some results, some declared seats. Can we gladly have that from our production team? Well, await any more from Rahim.
You want me to go through still?
Yeah, well, once you get the cards, here we have declared.
Okay.
Sean Edward, elected representative for Dennery North, St. Lucia Labour Party. Philip J. Pierre, St. Lucia Labour Party, elected representative for Castries East.
Swing.
Wow.
Emma Hippolyte, St. Lucia Labour Party, elected representative for Soufre, Fonse Jacques. Thank you, production team, Geraldine, Roger and company, for having this card's confirmation coming from our official sources of the conclusive results out of this constituency.
You want to go to places like Castries South East among other
yes,
areas?
Please. Yes, please.
Yeah. So let's go to Castries South East.
Okay, let me get to my spreadsheet, sorry.
Okay. Still have a lot of boxes outstanding in Castries South East.
Okay, yes.
But where do you want me to go?
Do you have anything else for South Louis Q1? So I need anything up to M2P. I have M2P and R2Z. So anything else?
There is nothing else at the South Louis Community College. The Tiroche Combined School is still out.
Okay, and that's an area where Guy Joseph has normally done well.
Yeah.
Bexar Primary is finished.
Yeah.
Wavin Poisson, SDA School,
SDA
Q4.
School is also
nothing?
Nothing as yet.
Okay.
The infant school.
Bexar Infant.
We've covered A to CHAR.
That's it?
That's the only thing that's there.
Okay, Bado Chaussee, preschool.
We've covered there.
A to E, anything else?
Nothing else.
Okay.
The Bel Air Human Resource Development Center. Nothing.
A to Z.
And the Otsa Combined School is the only place
M2P?
that's there.
Okay, so we have nothing.
I just have to
there.
say that I went to that school, by the way. I had to put it out to the national.
Oh, you're
the national.
But which school?
You're not
the Otsa Combined School.
Good.
A stone's throw away.
Yeah. So would that be your constituency in the future?
If the people so desire.
that's a famous cliched kind of response.
And cliches are normally true.
The truth and the humility, eh?
If the people so desire.
I don't think we have any updates.
Do we have any updates for Miku South?
For Miku South.
Diga, H1, M1, sorry.
Let's go to Miku South. So in Miku South, what we have, you want...
Diga, A to I or J to Z?
Yes, so the Human Resource Center?
Yes.
A to I, we have the leader of the opposition leading there with 146.
Yeah.
And Chandelier Harrison with 70. J to Z, 164 to Alan Chasney and 98 to Chandelier Harrison. We've completed Tiroche.
No, I need C to G.
C to G in Tiroche, 136 to Alan Chasney to the 63 of Chandelier Harrison.
Okay. Lacoville.
Lacoville is still out.
Auger is finished.
Auger is finished.
There is so combined.
There is so combined. The only place that's missing is E to I.
So give me A to D. I don't have that.
A to D is 116 for the former Prime Minister, 116 to 120 by Chandelier Harrison.
Okay.
J to MA, 108 for Deriso Combined School.
Right, I have that. So give me Blusher. Yep. Anything in Blusher?
So do you have MC to SP and ST to Z for Deriso Combined?
Deriso to Combine. No, all I need for Deriso Combine is E to I.
Okay, nothing there yet.
Okay, so Blusher, I need everything except PE to Z.
Okay, so K to PA is still out. You have A to E, 76 for the former Prime Minister, 76 to 140 for Chandelier Harrison. F to J, 122 for the former Prime Minister, Alan Chasney.
122?
122 to Chandelier Harrison's 109. And K to PA is still outstanding.
Okay.
Folks.
So the thing is, it looks like Alan Chasney will hold on to that seat. But Chandeli Harrison has to be given credit
She
for
has
how
done
she has
impressively.
performed, in some of these boxes. And in some of these polling divisions. So, for example, Tiroche Multipurpose Center, M2A, which is an area that's Beausejour, Tiroche, Moro, Tucoshaw, Calypso. That's an area where the United Workers' Party has traditionally done well. Chandeli Harrison increased the Labour Party vote there over the last election by 36, and Alan Chasney went down by 14. Then Alger, Chandeli Harrison, well, Alan actually did better in Alger this time around. So his vote went up by 22 and Chandeli went down by 9. Let's look at Choiseul. Anything else from Choiseul? Because that is one of the tightly...
Yeah.
So let's go down to Choiseul.
Morgouge. Anything in Morgouge apart from M to Z?
There's only one box from Morgouge?
That's what we have so far.
We have nothing for A to E, nothing for F to L.
Okay. Choiseul secondary?
Nothing for M to R.
Or how about A to E and
A to E, nothing.
Okay.
F to L, we have something. I don't know if we've covered
I have
already.
that. I have F to L.
S to Z.
Dakita is finished.
Yeah, Dakita is finished.
Roblo, anything for Roblo?
Yeah. So Roblo is done.
Okay, give me Roblo.
Roblo, we have 130 to Kiefson Charles,
Mhm.
to the 118 of Bradley Felix. You have the 81 to Kiefson Charles and the H to R, to the 100 to Bradley Felix. The S to Z, you have 43 to Kiefson Charles.
S to Z, where is that?
The Roblo. S to Z in Roblo.
What? Roblo has what? Has how many boxes?
Has 3.
G to Z.
No, it's G to Z.
No, it is S to Z.
Doesn't Roblo only have A to F and G to Z?
That's what
That's A to G,
That's what I have.
H to
A to
R,
F
and S to Z.
In Roblo?
Yeah.
Oh, well, they must have changed it. Something must have happened. They must have changed it at the
maybe
last
changed
minute.
it. Yeah.
Okay, so what? So the first one you gave me was G to what? G to R?
G. I gave you A to G.
You gave me A to F.
No, A to G.
A to G
is 130 to 118.
Right.
H to R.
Oh, H to R.
Yeah. 81 to 100.
Right.
And then you have S to Z, which is 43 to 30.
43 to 130?
To 30. 30.
43 for Kiefson
And
and
30 to Bradley Felix.
I need to give an update for Labry because we had been waiting for some updates. Although we had already projected, it's only fair to allow
We projected, and I have to claim the full disclosure. I have two cousins running against each other in Labry. Laura Jean-Pierre is my cousin on my mother's side, and Alpha Baptiste is my cousin on my father's
So
side.
you'll be crying and sharing at the same time.
I will be doing both. So give me the good and the bad news.
Okay, so Alva Baptiste has 595 votes. That's from 4 ballot boxes. Laura Japierre, 131 votes. That's the fourth of the 17.
Yeah.
So Alva leads by 464 votes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to go out on a limb here, right?
Yeah,
For Choiseul. Although Saltibus, we have anything for Saltibus, right?
Yeah, we're done with
Okay,
Saltibus.
give me Saltibus before I say what I have to say.
Saltibus, you have A to G. Kiefson Charles, 93.
Yeah.
To Bradley Felix's 142.
Okay.
You have H to R, 52. All right, to 94. You
Right.
have 84 to Kiefson Charles.
That's S to Z?
Yes, S to Z. To the 87 of Bradley Felix.
Let us pause just to acknowledge a card from our production team, the official from the official sources. Wayne Girard,
Has been
St. Lucia Labour Party elected, as Ram said, re-elected representative for Ancillary Canneries, Wayne Girard from the St. Lucia Labour Party.
Okay. Do we have anything for PI, Rhyme, J, O to Z?
PI, J to Z, nothing as yet. Still outstanding.
Okay. It's going to be very difficult. I know there's still a few ballot boxes to come in for Choiseul, but it's going to be very difficult for Bradley to win.
Yeah.
For the simple reason that these boxes are in Morgouge. A to E and F to L.
Yeah.
And
A to E Morgouge.
A to E Morgouge. Those numbers ran up the last election.
Yeah.
We're talking
21 now.
138 to 63.
We actually have an update,
For Choiseul?
Yeah, 21 out of the 25, and
Okay,
Kingston
so-
Charles is by 134 votes there.
So what do we not have?
All right, yeah.
We're missing 4.
So that-
Ryan, what do we not have?
Do we have anything more for Morgouge, Ryan?
If you left.
A
So
to
we-
E and F to L. Anything?
Nothing for Morgouge in
A to
these
E
two
is-
boxes.
Choiseul secondary, A to E.
Choiseul secondary, A to E, nothing as yet.
M to R.
M to R, yes. We have some results.
What's that?
265 for Clifton Charles to 177 for Bradley Felix, the incumbent.
Bradley is underperforming significantly in that polling division.
Yeah.
That's Choiseul Village, Reunion, Lafargue, Lirish. He's underperforming significantly in that division. And with Morgouge still to come, we have anything for N to Z.
There's a significant reduction in
Alicia
his
Thomas building.
You won the Alicia Thomas building.
N to
We
Z.
have, these results are in. You have 75 for Clifton Charles to the 71 of Bradley Felix. So that is also completed as well.
Okay, so it is almost impossible, in my estimation, for Bradley Felix to overcome the difference with these Morgouge boxes still to come.
Agreed.
Because Clifton Charles, based on the traditional, Morgouge is the bastion of Labour Party support in Choiseul. And based on that, there's no way there's no way Bradley Felix can make up that difference. So I'll go out on a limb, particularly because Choiseul is a constituency I know very, very well. I'll go out on a limb and say that Bradley Felix will lose that seat and Clifton Charles will be the winner.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Let's look at
Let's just go. We like to acknowledge the official source. So we're going to the card, confirming another result.
Which one is that?
Jeremiah Norbert. Say Michelle Party. He said that's pulling one out of the re-elected representative for Nico
Are these things been taking a very long time?
That's another dub.
We want to be accurate with our data.
We want to respect the official sources.
Yes, we want to do so. And again, remember, supporters are viewing this. This is a very tense time.
And very solemn time.
Yeah.
Very solemn time.
So we have to be respectful in how we give data for all sides.
But I think also, Raisa, where it is obvious that it is not possible for a particular candidate to overcome,
yes, we do.
then even before it is officially declared,
Yeah,
that's
no,
our role here.
That's within our right to
It is
declare.
mathematically impossible.
So both are good. That we go ahead and be proactive because of our analysis and our figure, but we also acknowledge and respect the official source when it comes. Because remember, officially, legally, they count only tomorrow. Does it become final?
That's right. That's right.
Country South East, we still at a halt there.
Nothing is coming in?
Nothing is really coming in. Lisa Joahir still holds a lead of 303 to Guy Joseph's 904. Well, she has 1,207 of the votes, but again...
so I'm missing something here because I only have Lisa at 1174. So
okay,
I'm missing a vote.
fresh it's 1207 now.
So
to Guy Joseph is 907.
907. So tell
904. Sorry, folks.
Guy Joseph is 904.
Yeah.
Okay, so I probably entered something incorrectly there because I have Guy Joseph at 937.
Okay.
Okay, so that's fine. We'll sort that out afterwards.
Yeah. Again, also we're still missing some stuff from Dennery South.
Yeah.
About 6 boxes outstanding.
Okay, so give me Dennery South because I don't have. I have a lot of gaps in Dennery South.
Okay.
So ecotourism building, anything there?
So in Dennery South,
O1.
Ecotourism building, nothing there.
Nothing yet.
Dennery Infant and Primary.
Infant.
O2.
What exactly within
I only
that?
have S to Z.
Okay, so under A to C.
Right.
113 for Benson Emil to 133 for Alfred Prosper.
Okay.
D to E we have no results. F to G we have no results. H to K we have no results. L to O we have 81 for Benson Emil to 102 for Alfred Prosper. P to R we have 88 for Benson Emil to 127 for Alfred Prosper.
Okay.
And S to Z, we have 120 for Benson Emil to the 97 of Alfred Prosper.
Okay, so what we're missing is
ecotourism.
Is D to E, F to G, and H to K in the Dennery Infant School, and the 3 boxes in the ecotourism building.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And Prosper is leading by 184.
Just under 200.
Yeah. And again, this is a
very small constituency.
Very
no,
small
micro
constituency.
constituency.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's another issue we need to discuss in the post results. The disparity,
especially
the
particularly
indecent.
Somebody like Kenson Kazimi, Teddy.
Yeah,
The size of the constituency that Kenson Kazimi has to. Kenson Kazimi's constituency is like what, 4 of the results?
When I saw someone re-elected in Gozili, for consecutive terms, Mario Michel?
Mario was the last.
It's 24 years. 24 years
97 and 2001.
24 years, quarter of a century since anyone was re-elected for consecutive terms in Gozili.
That was quite telling.
And Mario's performance
in his second election
was worse than his first election. This is unprecedented in more than one way for Gozili.
Going back to the constituency boundaries issue, it's been an issue that we have to resolve. I think it's always been on the political agenda, and it's there for too long without us resolving.
Well, they tried to, but I think Honorable Guy Joseph
because of the action before the court.
And I think this is because, to be honest, it is not fair to Kenson Kazimi. Although by these results, you'll say, well, it's fair because if he can increase his numbers that way. But it is a significant. I remember being in a cabinet with Emma Hippolyte, and Emma complaining all the time that, boy, look, the resources that go to Gozili are disproportionately low compared to the others because her constituency is just so large, you know. But I think the other thing that we have to look at too is the choice of some of the candidates. The United Workers' Party made some strange choices with its candidates this election. There were people who did well in 2021 when there was a swing towards the St. Lucia Labour Party that I thought would be given a second chance this time around. Ferropolius, for example, did well against Sean Edward in 2021, and Ferro was taken out. London was introduced very late in the game, and there was some boxes that he did well against Mosa, and then he was taken out. So the choice of candidate was very strange, to say the least.
But it was strange, you know, if you were following the movement of how the United Workers' Party has been structuring its leadership and who aligns with the leader, it wouldn't be strange for that. And that's why we have to now discuss party formation, party strategy, and a respect for your base. Even those who may oppose you, that is something that we have to discuss. Because in the political realm and even in the social media space, there was a disregard for opposing voices within the United Workers' Party.
Well, the chairman said so, right? So I don't know whether you remember. The chairman said that the most important criterion for candidate selection was loyalty to the political leader. He said so.
That's what
and we saw an unprecedented number of individuals who were stalwart members of the party, not Johnny Come-Latelys that just came.
That's never happened.
That has never happened before, and declared publicly that they were not pleased with the manner in which a number of things had been done, and therefore you can see that as a reflection. So internally there has to be a moment of introspection, and one would ask to, even after losing the last general election, did the United Workers' Party do the right analysis of what went wrong, working on it, or come back and tell us, well, I'm putting the same cards on the line, but with a fresh card of candidates.
Well, the simple issue too significant, you haven't touched it yet, the leadership. Despite winning his seat, whether United Workers' Party, rank and file, and indeed the executive and so would decide to persist, to continue with Alan Chastney at the two successive defeats.
And it was a point I alluded to, and I didn't want to go into it because voting was still taking place. But look at the two manifestos. The manifesto of the United Workers' Party was Alan Chastney on the cover with the pot behind him. And this was a manifesto that the United Workers' Party was trying to recast itself as a caring government.
Our future.
Our future. But you can't cast yourself as a caring government if what you're showing is hard infrastructure behind you. Compare that to the St. Lucia Labour Party. Philip Pierre, not only with his entire team, but his arms open, embracing them. And a lot of pictures of ordinary St. Lucians on the front of the manifesto. So it's a different vibe that you're getting from the two camps.
A lot back when you put the leader for leader, there is a PIP factor where you heard on the ground and in various constituencies, while some of the candidates may not have had the greatest appeal to their base, they said, I may not be voting for my candidate, but I'm voting for Philip Joseph Pay as Prime Minister of St. Lucia.
He was pulling up his candidate.
The simple fact, even ahead of that, we made the point at the start of the broadcast that so seldom you've seen an incumbent candidate, prime minister, increase in popularity, certainly as an incumbent. And also the growth of Philip Pierre from his swearing in, the early months, many considered rocky, unsteady, down to the command and confidence towards the end, and the growing respect and confidence from the public. So that is a separate analysis.
Later, leader pour opposition. La tenye shy moun ka di bagay kot li pa sou manye ite ko representative, mais ipate la, ipate sa fe premier ministre, ipate sa pale, di fwa bagay ko sa. We saw a very superficial analysis of Philip. He was underestimated to try to cast him in the shadow of the former leader, Dr. Kenny Anthony. But in his
even by some of his own party members, they underestimated him.
But he has established himself in a very distinct way. And not just himself, but the philosophies of the St. Lucia Labour Party have come out stronger than I have ever seen in my analysis of policies tied towards social justice that touch at the very core of what matters to solutions, whether it comes to the economy, job creation, and safety nets. Even when we saw,
to have a keen sense for the experience of the common man.
Yes, and it touched that.
The disparity and the contrast is captured well in this social net that is so crucial in the philosophy of the Labour Party, being dismissed as handouts, undesirable, deplorable handouts by the United Workers' Party. That captures the difference.
It's a poor characterization of the St. Lucian public and a misunderstanding that the majority of St. Lucians are working class people. So when you see developments in education that benefit not just St. Lucia Labour Party supporters, but St. Lucians, and you class these things in a negative light, although your manifesto actually mirrors some of the policies that the St. Lucia Labour Party actually does. It's like it was so confusing that
it was not credible.
Yes,
it was because you see you're saying one thing. For example, the statements on South Louis Community College contrasted with what you did with South Louis Community College before. The statement
it was
on
not believable.
The statement on the caregivers when your first action in getting into office was to terminate the caregivers, to stop the NICE program. So there was a credibility gap that was there. But going back to Philip Joseph Pierre, what he has done, I mean, it's incredible the transformation of the Prime Minister from the person who took office in 2021 to the person we see in front of us right now. He is calm, he's confident, he's also been a decent Prime Minister. Philip Pierre has received a lot of pressure in the media from one or two media practitioners. He has never once lost his cool. He's never once been indecent. He's never once called anybody anything. He has been a very calm and measured and dignified person. And I think that is not lost throughout his political career. And, you know, there's something else about this Prime Minister that I don't think people have understood. This is a man who, in 1992, fresh out of university, decided to dedicate his life to politics. And this is not somebody who did it because he didn't have any other options. He had options.
In an era where
he was seen as crazy and going up against a Romanus Lancico who, and let's not forget Teddy because we were there, who basically denigrated Philip Pierre, called him all sorts of names. He persisted. So you have to appreciate someone who has done that, someone who is clearly doing this because he cares about people. You know, the whole Philip Cares thing, I think we saw he lived up to that, and that is, but just before you come in, Raisa, what I found was amazing. For me, there was an inflection point in this Prime Minister's journey where he stopped trying to be what other people wanted him to be, and he decided, I'm going to be my Prime Minister. I'm not going to try and be the other Kenny Anthony.
I got that reaction quite a bit.
And you know, for me, part of that inflection, you see that time of the Macabau Worm, when that came out, and you know, some people tried to make a whole thing out of it. But it was a Prime Minister saying that, look, I have principles, and I will not succumb to buying rum for you to give your vote. And it helped that, you know, the guys made a meme out of it. And the Prime Minister then, he had swag. The Prime Minister's swag increased, and I think that is what you saw. You saw Philip Pierre, who was comfortable, confident.
It was authenticity.
It was authentic.
Let's take a moment to consider what next for a candidate like Titus Prevel. What Tommy Descat, who's promising on the United Workers' Party side? What if you are advising UWP, Edwin St. Catherine, Jimmy Fletcher, the approach? Alan Shastney, do you proceed with him as leader?
Before the gentlemen come in quickly, I mean, that these individuals are among the individuals that the UWP has really positioned as the brighter sparks of the party.
Prevail
some of
and
the
Descartes.
Prevails, the Descartes, the Favoriers, who, as per the media's conversation, has essentially left their high net worth professional jobs to be able to engage in politics. The problem has always been that you can't ascend to national politics and become leaders of political party without winning your seat.
Right. Exactly.
And I think at times the difficulty that I saw in this campaign with these candidates trying to assume a national, regional, international profile, as I alluded to earlier, suggesting a more technocratic role in the international sphere as opposed to being a politician.
As opposed to winning the
as
seat.
opposed to winning a seat. That gives you the pathway.
But I think
be that as it may, they still have the leadership
overhang of
Agreed. Exactly. But again, to finish the point that now, to be fair, if these gentlemen and others remain, they now have a greater path to legitimacy if these results continue as we see it, because they could go back within the party if it is that they have a sufficient grounding and can cause people to come back to gravitate to their own philosophy. I suspect that some of these policies that we saw as part of the ULP manifesto, even if at times I think it was political convenient promises, recognizing the critique in the last, in the first term of some of them, I think these were heavily influenced by some of the newer candidates who possibly are trying to recreate what the ULP looks like. But guess what? Leadership matters. And credibility of leadership matters. So I don't doubt that a lot of the people on this election said, I may support a free education at Sir Arthur. I may support a deposit on a house payment. But guess what? I may not support it under this current leadership.
Many people
credibility
told
and
Mr.
trust.
Prevail that he was in the wrong party.
And did he say so?
And he said
And he
so.
said so. He said so. He said so.
Apart from Sir George Melvin Compton, can we say that there has been real leadership succession planning in the United Workers' Party, not just to allow a Titus Prevail or a Tommy Descartes to emerge, but to have a healthy discourse within the party where persons who have dissenting views are not characterized as snakes, but allowed to share their views, because the reality is both parties have a political base, and if you lose even 1/10 of that, you weaken your party and their chances of making a formidable case for governance and your supporters as well.
The base of the UWP was broken in 2021.
Yes, it was.
With Richard Frederick and especially also Stevenson King, sort of the heart of the UWP. It was broken and taken away. And Philip Pierre has increased on that with his own leadership style of inclusivity by bringing them into his government.
Yeah. What do we make though? What does one make of, speaking of the UWP, that almost refusal by a Bradley Felix to accede, to aspire, to challenge for one of the leadership roles, being one of the two.
That may well be why
I think it hurt him. I think it hurt him.
That says a lot about the workings of the party.
But people also ask valid questions about leadership in a different way of Bradley Felix, and especially among younger voters. And I don't want us to just focus on what has happened at the national level, but at the constituency level. And I saw it myself in ways that shocked me from both young and older voters that asked the question, beyond my family voting for a particular political party, why am I voting for this individual and what have they done to earn my vote? This question has been asked by a segment of the population who I believe are the ones who are showing out these numbers that either stayed home or decided to vote with the Citizen Labour Party. And that's a significant question to ask. Why am I voting for you? What have you done with the resources? Because unlike in the last administration where there was an attempt to squeeze opposition candidates from resources, you were given resources. So what have you done with these resources? How have you presented and allowed the constituency to rise? And when you come to the platform, if we do not discuss issues, and I was very disappointed with what obtained as, it wasn't even policy discussions from the opposition, it was insults, of the worst kind, and many of it was divisive.
Yeah.
Whereas they could have focused on issues that matter to the St. Lucian public and also challenge the government to do better in areas where they were falling short or might have fallen short.
And sometimes you wondered why they had to resort to actually
It's a bit,
basically
Edwin,
false statements.
Acknowledging some footage coming out of Castries East, it is. Castries East.
It looks rather quiet.
Quiet for now.
So you know that means
that's because they're listening and watching.
But you know
Jimmy,
that means Teddy.
You and Jimmy Fletcher.
Boss up or we
No, people, I think people want the results. They want to know what happened to Lisa.
I want to say,
Any update on Lisa?
No, just I guess while we look, I also want to say something, I guess, on the Bradley Felix question of a session. I won't be too hard on him on sort of trying to ascend to higher ranks within the party, recognizing that I think the UWP as a whole should have had individuals who they believe have still political weight but also futuristic goals within the party to be able to be part of the rank and more so the rank among a more competitive system such that they're able to do that. So if Bradley Felix, for example, only wanted to be a representative of his constituency and nothing more, I think his party still has a responsibility to engage with other individuals as part of the leadership process. And with that being said, I think at times people look at the succession planning or look at some clear paths within both of the political parties to see who these individuals are who may very well start to ascend to some of the leadership positions.
Yeah, the very fact that he was able to maintain his seat
the last time
in the last election when there was this national swing towards the Labour Party said a lot about him. And
yes,
his life.
but
what I do think is that if he is one of the professionals within the party, I felt he should have taken a more prominent role as part of the press conferences that happened for 5 years. Bradley Felix. So even if it is that he did not, So even if he did not engage in a deputy leadership position, I felt there was a responsibility to take on some of the investment questions or more questions more broadly as part of the country.
But you know,
that was significantly
the interesting thing, Ryan, this is
problematic.
probably the first United Workers' Party election campaign that I've seen in a long time that lacked coherence and lacked focus. Let's be honest about it. There was very little coherence and focus in this United Workers' Party campaign. It was as if they were I guess they didn't know when elections would be called, but that's not an excuse.
Yeah.
You know, policies, what are the things that matter to St. Lucians, and what will you do different? You know, and I think it's the gimmick of 5 to stay alive, this and that. It worked once, and they flogged that horse until it died, and it was buried. People don't want to hit
flog, but go ahead.
Flog. But they've whipped that horse until it was poor horse. You can't continue.
You're talking about a horse, huh?
You're talking about a horse, right? I deliberately use that horse.
But something that Mr. St. Catherine brought up earlier on, and even their narratives contradicted the realities of St. Lucians, that the economy is not doing badly. Because I listened
too much on false statements.
I listened to both addresses last evening. One was personable. It came humbly to the people of St. Lucia, saying, we have worked, let's move forward together. The other painted a picture that did not match the St. Lucian reality. And I was compelled to say if this was St. Lucia West Indies or St. Lucia South Africa, because it did not match it at all.
What do you expect an opposition party to say?
No.
I know, I'm just
that it is false.
But there's an important point that we have to note. For me, the United Workers' Party's manifesto was the most ringing endorsement of the stewardship of the government over the last 5 years. Because the only way you could promise the extravagant things that were promised in that manifesto was if the economy was doing. If the economy was doing badly, the whole your manifesto would be somber. You know, like coming out of COVID, that we will do this recovery. We will take our time. We have to rescue St. Lucia.
And even cutting taxes and revenue.
This was the most extravagant set of promises I've ever seen. And the only way you could deliver on extravagant promises is if you have a springboard that is a solid springboard. You can't deliver on extravagant promises if the country is not doing well. So going back to your point, Raisa, about the incongruence of the message with the reality, that was one of it. You know,
Jimmy, I think you put in it very kindly. I think there was an attempt to pull the wool over the eyes of St. Lucians in that UWP manifesto. That's my view. I would not be as kind
At Southeast.
I'm gonna give one. We see celebrations first on our screen.
Yeah.
You can celebrate.
This looks very mild for now.
For now. But let's give
Result.
Castries Southeast what we have so far. 17 out of the 36 ballot boxes. Lisa Jawahir is leading by 393 votes.
It's increased.
She has
a refresh.
a refresh. Yeah. So she is leading actually by 507 votes. She has 2,123 votes to Guy Joseph's 1,616 votes. So 19 out of 36, that's 52.8% of votes cast so far. So Lisa Jawahir is leading Guy Joseph
Ryan,
by,
can you give me those?
by 507 votes.
Can you give me those numbers, where they come from?
Yes,
so I can see what's happening.
Tell me where you're missing.
So anything more for Q1, A to, anything up to J to L. I don't have anything in Q1 up to J to L. Anything there?
Yeah, we have A to B at the South Louis Community College. We have 86 to Lisa Jawahir, and we have 58 to Guy Joseph. We also have nothing for C to E. We have for F to I 102 for Lisa Jawahir to 57 for Guy Joseph.
Breaking news, Kifson Charles has been declared. He has been declared, so Bradley Felix has lost
like I
these
said,
seats, yes, sir?
it was impossible.
You did say
With 24 out of the 25 ballot boxes, we have Kifson Charles, 2,775 votes to Bradley Felix, 2,352 votes. Kifson Charles wins by 123 votes. That is significant. But we also note in that particular constituency, all the facts has been noted. In the last general elections, remember the Senatorial Labour Party had the issue of the challenge, the competing factors. Now you have a united front where there is a candidate that is supported from the community, has a base and a family support system.
It says a lot about the candidate selection process of the Labour Party.
Anything
it's more
else?
inclusive and it promotes.
Anything else, Ryan? In Q1, J to L? You have J to L?
So Kifson Charles has been declared.
J, you want
J to L, Q1?
Nothing in J to L.
Okay. T. Rocher Combined School, anything there?
Yes. So in T. Rocher, we don't have anything for A to D. Under E to I, we have 95 for Lisa Jawahir.
Right.
And also 95 for Guy Joseph.
Okay.
We have 108 for in J to L to the 128 of Guy Joseph.
Right.
You have an M to R, 130 for Lisa Jawahir to the 111 of Guy Joseph. You have the S to Z, 88 of Lisa Jawahir to the 71 of Guy Joseph.
Wow. Okay, so Guy Joseph with A to D out. Guy Joseph is down 161 votes. Lisa is down 28. So we will assume that Lisa will do better in T. Rocher than Joachim Henry did, and Guy Joseph will do significantly worse in T. Rocher, which is a strong UWP. Anything for Wavin Poisson, Q4?
For Wavin Poisson Q4, we have nothing from the SDA school as yet.
Bexo Infant?
Bexo Infant.
I have A to CHAR. Anything else?
From nothing for CHAS to FE. Sorry.
FI to John?
FI to John 122 for Lisa Jawahir to 103 for Guy Joseph. Nothing for JOS to O. Nothing for P to Z.
Okay. Bas de Chaussée, F to L and M to Z?
F to L, we have 185 to Lisa Jawahir to the 89 of Guy Joseph.
M to Z.
You have nothing for M to Z. Nothing for the Better Human Resource Development Center.
Otsa
Combined School is still missing out in significant parts.
So we only have M to P?
So we only have M to P. What UWP went into this election believing is that the Guy Josephs and the Dominic Fades, among others, are among their biggest assets. The Herod Stanislas's, etc., will somehow regain some of the seats that were lost the last election. What this election shows them is that these individuals don't have the heavy political weight that they thought that they did. And therefore there has to be a whole new cohort.
But then it begs the question, Ryan, what analysis was actually done? Because
I'm just telling you what the party believes.
Well, no, I'm just saying, if we are to study what are the factors that led to their loss, these are among some of the candidates that had some of the worst performances in terms of public image for the party. That person said that they did not want. There was an anti-leader of the opposition faction, an anti-Guy Joseph faction, and also Dominic Fede. So these individuals did not have a good public front and character. So we also need to know that. And I don't want us to miss some of the historic moments that have happened in the past 4 years of governance that actually would have carried the Labour Party as well in this victory. And one of them is the minimum wage.
The minimum wage.
We are an independent nation.
That
In the
resonated,
46 years of independence. 45. Pourquoi for l'histoire après quand on séclane nous ni a minimum wage côté nous ka buy mon pouvoir to raise the standard of living, because it's one thing to say that you are giving support in terms of subventions, but now to raise my earning power and capabilities, and even pensioners, individuals who are not necessarily regarded, that resonated. These are people who will go out to vote because they're impacted directly in a way that matters.
What point I must make, even publicly, there are a few instances where senior members of the party, in one instance it was Harold Stanislaus, making the point, one, he chastised his party publicly on platform for attacking members of the party who drifted away. He didn't.
He said
that's one. He is also known to have begged his party not to criticize the youth economy. He's going to say, my people in Soufrière, the youth are loving it. It's benefiting them. Do not knock it.
That's why
and another member was saying, why are we attacking the minimum wage? That has resonated with people. Do not attack the minimum wage.
I think it is, and I'm trying to put it mildly, but I think there's a certain sense of disdain within the rank and file of the UWP as of recent for any type of social safety net, branding it as one, handed as we said, two, inefficient because they point to some leakages that they're never able to back up with empirical evidence, but also anything that seems to help people over the line. And it's okay to criticize it on a means testing basis, saying that you believe the most deprived should get it. That's a different argument. But the argument that is being made is something of simplicity. That paying 5 subjects is somehow the most simple act ever, and therefore it should be dismissed.
Heavy subsidization of cooking gas.
And everybody makes the argument that, well, if it was so simple, why didn't you do it? Right? But there is that sense of thing. And I think, again, we saw it being pulled back within the last few weeks because there's a recognition that may not have been the best electoral. By that time, it was a bit too late anyway. And again, we saw it yesterday with the new announcement of the increase in the minimum wage for the tourism workers. As opposed to saying from day one, here's what, we support the minimum wage, and guess what, we're going to increase it. But again, the credibility problem is still there, because if you didn't even think about the minimum wage before, how do you gain legitimacy from saying I'm going to increase it?
So is it that we're probably going to have a 16-1 result? Is that what this is looking like? That
I think
is the
so.
only one who will hold on to his seat.
That's what it looks like.
It's looking like a 16-1. This is 1990, but this is not 1997. I mean, I live for 1997.
So it is, yes, the twin.
But not only that.
1992.
1997 was a different era. That was John Compton stepping out, the end of the Compton era, Vaughan Lewis coming in. You also had start of Kenny Anthony. You also had a consolidation of the Calix George's party coming in, George Odlum and John Odlum coming home to the Labour Party. So there was a
powerful combine of all the push and pull factors.
You had the youth in Minister and Sarah. You had the intellectuals, so Damian Mario. And this is different. This is an incumbent that has done a very interesting thing. It has rejuvenated itself. Because that is what Philip Pierre did very strategically. He rejuvenated his party. His party looked fresh. He brought in Keefson. He brought in Danny Butcher. He brought in Lisa. He brought in Shanda. So the party looked young. The party looked rejuvenated. And also,
in fact, I thought it wasn't emphasized enough in the visuals in the campaign. I thought that block of young, fresh talent.
I wonder what the candidates who were swapped out would have done on this election night.
But the amazing thing is,
interesting to see.
Philip G. Pierre looked like a young guy. The energy in Philip, you know, I've never seen somebody. Philip was out.
It's not easy to replace an incumbent candidate. You have a lot of difficulty and contradictions and
incumbent candidates who were ministers,
who
were ministers,
and who won their seats,
and who won difficult seats. Virginia winning Babonneau. Joachim beating Guy Joseph.
Against
Those
all
are
odds,
difficult
against
seats.
all predictions, yeah.
And to replace them shows that you understand what is going on the ground, and you are not afraid of rejuvenating your party, coming up with new people and presenting a fresh face because you've heard the criticism.
And what it's also telling us these candidates' ability to still, even if probably personally they felt aggrieved, to have still stood publicly with
and they didn't know what the UWPs have done.
Which is go across.
And Philippe made a point at every public outing to include them, to embrace them. That was emphasized. But Riza, we need to defer to her. She is our official scorer. Your grandchildren remember you were the announcer that night.
I was going to say something, but we're on air. Kenson Casimir.
Wow, as a
3,077 lead.
Can I tell you, his campaign people, that's the number they were looking for, 3,000.
That's what Philippe.
They were looking for 3,000.
What's Philippe's margin?
Let me go to that shortly. His margin is 2,761, but we don't have one ballot box is missing. One. Just one. So it's approximately that.
They're more elected
but
than
his
Brazil?
victory is the highest among all of the candidates.
What's
it's
it?
64%.
Who's that?
Philippe.
And his opponent had what?
is right now at 67.5. Kenson is at 67.5.
Yeah. What's the margin?
Yeah.
No, it's 77.7%.
Who, Kenson?
For Philip JP.
Oh, 77. Okay.
No, okay, I understand how you're measuring it slightly different from me. I'm looking at
okay, no problem.
A little bit of a different concept there.
What's the latest from Kenson?
From Kenson, again, it's the 3,277 votes.
But Teddy, the other thing too is that there were candidates who you heard their seats were in trouble. Wayne Gerard and Siri Canry, Emma Hippolyte, Sofra. You were told that those are the seats that boy.
Estefan too.
Estefan, in Babylon. And these people have won their seats.
Because you were going on historical precedent.
But not just that. Not just that. We look at things at a very surface level sometimes from the top, and we don't understand the community realities. Because I heard criticism that said some of these candidates did nothing in their constituency, and sometimes our definition of development is only infrastructure, but we do not think about social policy and the intimate relationships, the policies that touch people.
But go deeper in that, right? It's a very important point that the Labour Party is going to redefine achievement and progress, is something more social programs, more than infrastructure and projects. And so when one says, who has been more accused of doing nothing than Philip J. Pierre? The figures don't better.
And it is a disdain. And again, it's part of the conservative tradition as well. I think maybe, again, the glugler of a small island country or the world. So when you hear questions of Miami and you hear questions of New York and you think of these big buildings that are so high in the sky, but then sometimes the people in Labrie or shows, and I'm not picking on any particular constituency, but just saying broadly, they don't want that.
But the problem
that is not development in the most wide sense of the term.
But the problem also, Ted, you touched on the point about Philip JP and Castries East. People believe Castries East is a Marshall Road. So they look at what is happening along the Marshall Road, and for them, that is an assessment of what has happened in Castries East. But Castries East is about much more than Marshall. And when you go into the recesses of Castries East, you understand what has been happening in Castries East. So it is difficult to do much of Marshall because of the way the Marshall Road physically.
No, but Champagne actually,
the point you made about Bagatelle.
Champagne said something that people have to remember. And despite the fact that we know politics is about competition, it really always has to come back to the people. And the fact that he was able to recognize this is something I have clamored for and I have gotten it. And that's the objective, giving the people what they deserve. And if they get it, we have to be able to at least concede.
What's the phrase in Creole?
Not that caller traitor, he was insulted. And that is why.
Thrown out of the radio station.
Unceremoniously.
And again, it
goes back. Only
to
give the SLP a big last-minute boost.
And it goes back to the same question of development.
Well,
it's a question of development.
A little thing.
But perception is as good as reality. Because we could continue to see.
Can we look at whether anything else has happened with Denry South?
Okay, just allow Riza first to update the Casimir.
It has remained the same
3,277.
Lisa hasn't updated either. Estefan?
No, Estefan leads by 952 votes.
Lisa is ahead by 672.
Because Prosper is only leading by 89. So I'm a little. and there are 4 boxes to go.
Castries North again, Stevenson Kingsley.
What are the outstanding areas?
Leads
That's
by
what I want to know. What's happening
Can we get the
1,041.
outstanding
Denry
areas
South.
for Denry South?
Let's look at Denry South, Ryan.
Yeah.
Where do we not have
Okay. So let's go to Denry South, folks.
ecotourism? Anything there?
In
For-
Denry
for one?
South, still nothing in ecotourism.
Okay, Denry Infant and Primary.
Denry Infant, we're missing H to K.
Okay, so give me D to E.
D to E, we have 168 for Benson Emil.
168?
And 159 for Alfred Prosper.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And anything else, F to G?
F to G, we have 118 for Benson Emil to 114 for Alfred Prosper. Benson Emil is doing really,
And
really
H to
well.
K?
H to K, nothing there as yet.
Okay, so the boxes there are 4 boxes left then?
Yes.
Ecotourism building.
Is the only
and
one.
H to K.
Is that a new polling?
No.
So are we able to see anything from last one?
Lakai was
not very much.
It's a swung, you know.
SLP won Lakai by 38 votes the last time.
Not a lot.
And that box that is outstanding, H to K, that box, the UWP won it by 20 votes the last time.
Okay.
So it is looking like Prosper will be able to hold on to that lead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just run the card from the official sources, the authorities confirming. Is it Ernest Hiller?
Well, yeah.
We need to acknowledge, we need to respect the process.
They are very conservative.
By 1,600 votes?
Yeah. I think last
1,600, last year was
election it
just
may have
under
been
1,000.
Yeah.
Dr. Ernest Hiller, St. Lucia Labour Party, re-elected representative for Castries South.
I don't think it was under
Ernest
1,000. To me, it was a lot more than that in the last.
What was Ernest Hiller's actual figure?
Let me
the
get
margin?
it for you.
Over
Ernest
around
Hiller in
1,000?
the last election was
a little over 1,000.
A little over 1,000, yes.
Now it's
He
1,709.
got 3,064, and Bertrand Johannes got 1,635.
The actual figures.
Mr. Senkrafin, I know you've just churned that in your head already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The arithmetic.
I know that the people of A4 South are ready
You
for
want-
me to
you want the
they want me to
declaration?
declare. I cannot.
Absolutely. You have to do it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You have to
I
declare
have to
both Beaufort
declare-
South and Beaufort North.
Yeah, but I need the official card to come up because they want to go out to celebrate.
Okay,
their
so
their
so
candidates.
tell them what the numbers are right now. Tell them.
So Danny Butcher has 3,123 votes. He's ahead by 2,125 votes.
With 3 boxes remaining.
Yes, only.
So can you please declare Beaufort South for
We
the people of
declare,
Beaufort
we
South?
declare Beaufort South for Danny Butcher.
Thank you. And Moses Jabatis?
Moshe Baptiste, yes, 2,174 votes. Ahead of Calix Xavier, 811 votes. He leads by 1,360.
With 2 boxes remaining?
Only 2 boxes.
So can you
remaining.
declare?
We declare
Thank you.
before North for Moses Baptiste, the incumbent.
Yeah.
So, we see in Miku South, we already know that
You
the
listed the
incumbent,
figures for Alan Chastney.
Alan Chastney, 1,960 votes. Chandali Harak Singh, 1,417 votes. So the incumbent leads there by 543 votes. 17 out of the 19 ballot boxes.
Not far from the last. And where are the boxes outstanding? Where are they? Not that they.
I think we can. I think we
We
can
can
declare
declare for Alan
I think we
Chastney.
can declare Miku South for Alan
For Alan
Chastney.
Chastney.
What's the margin?
543 with 2
votes.
boxes. With 2 boxes remaining.
This is St. Vincent.
In
reverse. And again, it will be interesting to see
Yeah.
what the leader of the opposition does.
What the party
in
does.
the next few. Well, yes, but obviously, him first.
Anything new on Castries Southeast?
Oh, Castries North.
Castries South.
Oh, Castries North was. Castries
long
North
time,
was.
Long ago.
Oh, yeah.
Lisa Joao leads in Castries South is by 675 votes. She has 2,660 votes.
And how
To
many
Guy
left?
Joseph's 1,985 votes. There are 23 out of the 46 ballot boxes counted thus far.
That's a significant lead. 675.
Where are the boxes?
That's
All
what,
Chirusha?
that's what we need to see right now. Castries Southeast. Let's see. Ryan, you want to do a once over with me again, please?
Of which?
Castries Southeast.
Castries Southeast. All right.
Yeah.
So
Anything else in Q1? I'm looking for C to E and J to L.
okay, so we're looking at Castries Southeast, folks.
Q1.
Q1, J to L, nothing yet from that box
C
at
to
the
E?
Southwest Community College. C to E, we have something here, 101 for Lisa Joa here, and we have 98 for Guy Joseph.
Okay. Tiroche combined.
Nothing
A to D.
Nothing A to D.
Okay. Anything for Wavin Poisson?
Nothing for the SDS school.
What's
as yet.
going
I
on
don't
there?
understand. I don't understand
Where,
why.
from where?
Wavin Poisson, the SDS school.
Nothing
Q4.
for JOS to O in Bexor Infant. Nothing for P to Z.
Nothing for
A to Shah. Do we have A to Shah? Shas to FE.
Yes, we have 137 for Lisa Joa here to the 81 of Guy Joseph. And we have 122 of
to 103.
To 103.
Yeah.
The Human Resource Center in Bel Air is also nothing yet, and the also combined still has significant A to CHER. We have
that?
something
Okay,
here.
let me have
137 to Lisa Joa here to the 81 of Guy Joseph, and that's the only thing we have here from Castries Southeast.
And again, Guy Joseph's vote, it used to be A to C, it's now A to CHER. His vote is down 73 there. Lisa is down 2, but that's a slightly different configuration. Again, the numbers do not look good for Guy Joseph.
No, they don't.
They don't look good for Guy Joseph.
How many boxes?
There are 24 out of 36, so we have 67% in. Doesn't look good.
And I'll tell you something. The yellow is the code
24.
idea. Started to populate the media long before the Prime Minister spontaneously said on a platform, which again is part of the PIP factor, that the mood is red. And somehow that was a counteractive narrative as part of the body politic that we saw immediately as part of the campaign. And that to me, very little of that. But also the sort of marketing of both leaders was so interesting. Early on in the campaign, you saw Prime Minister still being reflected in some of the Denry segment songs, but closer to the end, you started to hear John Legend and Taurus Riley's "Stay With You," a more mellow, calm, composed idea of love, more than he's already been saying, "Comrades, I love you," as opposed to Alan Chasney, who took the different approach of the dancehall Trinidad, which I don't know again resonates much, and equally with this song of action speaks louder than words. So you could have seen a very clear difference.
It was a contradictory campaign.
But somebody else, sorry, so go ahead.
You can go ahead.
No, but there's someone made that point to me very early on. Right the wrong. When you have right the wrong as your slogan, you're telling the people they were wrong. Because the only reason the Labour Party is in now is because the people voted them in. So when you say right the wrong, you're saying that the people were wrong to put them in the first place.
But Doc, I'll make the point. I don't get from the UWP's machinery over the last 5 years that they ever believed that the people were right.
No.
But it speaks about accountability and political maturity. Losing an election for any party is a time for reflection. I don't think that the United Workers' Party took any time to really sit and say, what did we do wrong? Because the public is sending a message to you that
for you to
reflect on.
So right or wrong is the public that was wrong. The public made a mistake.
But that's the thing. Even with the right the wrong, they themselves couldn't say right the wrong. They wrong the right.
Yes.
The candidates on the platform made so many versions. They did not believe it themselves.
And what struck out to me in this event in the election was Camilo Gonzalez's concession.
Oh, that was brilliant.
And his first line was, or second line was simple, that I believe in the will of the people, and the people's voice is the voice of God. I don't know that I have never heard
brilliant. I've never heard
he won
5 years. That suggested
rebuilding, his recovery.
That suggested then that listen, you were right. I was wrong, and I will reflect, and I will come back as a better person. Not at least until last week when the leader of the opposition said that he changed.
But you know, the other thing, the point you made about the music. I remember, like 2006, 2011, when people are looking forward to the Labour Party releasing its CD. 6 or 12 songs. Sorry, 12 songs. Ved has a song, Lord Help Me has a song. Teddy, there were almost 50 songs of the Labour Party. Every candidate had 2 or 3 songs.
But it actually started in the Calypso tents.
Yes. And that's an important that is such
a good indication.
That's
a good indication of where the country is going.
Calypsos normally are against a ruling party.
In an election,
no, but even before that, for the past 4 years, the Calypsos have been against the opposition. And it was still singing songs of what it is it didn't like, and that is a social measure. Without the statistics of the public
more
sentiment.
important is the response to it, the voice of the people calypso. But the denial again,
exactly,
and
it cannot be spontaneous, it cannot be reflective.
It has to be that the custodians were paid to say.
Exactly. And again, that is denial of the nation as opposed to reflecting. And I listened to the calypsos, and for a moment I asked myself, and I asked people around, because I wasn't there, I said, did anybody ever sing as many songs in support of any leader ever? Because it was just flooded. And again, look at the humility. I don't know that I saw the Prime Minister in any way engaging with these songs up until during the campaign period. It was as if these songs were not about the Prime Minister. And he just sat there and bobbed his head.
Even when Brown would be on stage proclaiming the Prime Minister, he almost downplayed it. It wasn't about him, you know.
It's about the humility of the man.
The last 4.5 years of Philip Pierre have been a decent, humble Prime Minister.
Again, Lisa Jawahir, sorry to disturb, is continuing to trend towards winning the seats for Cash's office. She now has 3,399 votes to Guy Joseph's 2,527 votes.
With about 6 boxes left.
I have a friend who worked in that constituency, and she told me from last week that she did not see a path to victory for Guy Joseph. She didn't
Someone
see
told me that too.
And she said what was amazing with Lisa Jawahir's campaign was the spontaneous outpouring of support from young people. There were a lot of young people, you know, just gravitating towards Lisa because, again, and actually a young lady from that constituency told me so. She said, I can see myself in Lisa Jawahir. You know, I can see that boy. I've not had any interest in politics before now. I can see myself in Lisa Jawahir.
What I told somebody very closely, as soon as after Lisa's launch.
Sorry, Ryan, just to announce, alert the public, 2 things we mentioned earlier. We were expecting a comment from Professor Cynthia Barrow-Giles in Barbados. The technical issues have not allowed. We're still hoping to get an overview from her while we await the Prime Minister's arrival at Castries East. Thanks, Geraldine. We are, in fact, going for an interview.
Until he comes. No,
you're right, Jimmy.
Bossa
Vive.
Yeah, Bossa Vive à présent.
So, and I told people that Lisa Jawahir's story of being Palestine benefited from
let's go to the interview. Let's cut to the interview. On the phone. Nice at first.
That's for the that's for the camera. Congratulations, Mr. Pierre, for winning the Castries East seat, and of course by 2,761 votes against Chico. Wow, Mr. Pierre. Honestly, this was exactly what we called it. Couldn't read you, and they did not know what to expect. So tell us how you feel tonight.
Well, first of all, I really want to thank the people of Castries East. I want to thank the people who worked with me, and the people who caused that victory possible. It's because of them. They are the ones who made that victory possible. I really want to thank them. I have a special relationship with the people of Castries East. It's a special that has grown. And when people try to say to them, why do they support me? I feel insulted because you have a special relationship. I want to thank them. Understand, there are some people who have worked with me in my campaign from 1997 and they're still there with me. I want to thank all of them. I want to thank my family. I want to thank the men and women of the St. Lucia Labour Party. I want to thank my daughter who what she went through in this election campaign. I feel very sad that St. Lucian politics reached the depth it's reached in the last 4.5 years. I hope that no opposition party ever stoops to the limit of the United Democratic Party in that campaign. But right now, I think we must move forward. I think that the leader of the opposition won the seat. I would congratulate him for that. There's a place in the parliament for the opposition, and we will move forward and work moving forward together. But tonight is a night of thanks, the night where I humbly accept what the people of St. Lucia have bestowed upon me. I'm fortunate to have had the confidence of the people of St. Lucia, not only as a parliamentary rep, but also as first a minister and then as Prime Minister. I want to thank Kenny Anthony, who put me in his cabinet, and the men and women of the cabinet of the regional party. So right now we have work to do. We have to move forward together, because this country is on the right trajectory, and we have to move it forward.
Well, Mr. Pierre, we are very proud of you and the work that you have done in the 4.5 years. Yes, we are very proud of you and the work that you have done in the 4.5 years, and we're looking forward to a continuation of progress.
Yes, we will. And I can't help thanking all the public servants who in the main have worked with us, all the public servants. I want to pay special tribute to the doctors and the nurses and the people in the medical services, also the police, the people in law enforcement, the fire service, the people at Bodley. All these people have worked tirelessly for us to be able to take a country. I want to thank you, the press, for what you've been doing, and let's move forward together. I hope to get sworn in probably by the end of this week. Next week we'll form the cabinet. We have to do a few things. We have to get the VAT-free day going. I want to tell the civil servants, the public servants, that they will get their back pay as promised. So the back pay is coming, and next year we're moving forward to get this country going.
So congratulations again, Honorable Prime Minister. On behalf of all of us, we want to thank you. We won't keep you too long. We know it has been a tiring campaign, and we will let you go early. We look forward to the coming days, the swearing in of the cabinet, and of course, the victory rally, I suppose, will come. Remember, that was postponed because of COVID the last time, so there is something that is loading. Okay, so thank you so much, Honorable Prime Minister, and God bless. On behalf of all of us here at the National Television Station, we'd like to say thank you for staying with us, and good night to all of our viewers.
We have it from the Prime Minister of St. Lucia. He's leading the celebration fittingly. The celebration, where else would he be? And as we heard from the Prime Minister, the strain there, we're hearing that the last few days, the complete tour of all 17 constituencies, walking the ground with every candidate adding his weight to it. And we want to declare, Jimmy Fletcher,
yes,
we both
yes,
North, that's the privilege of declaring Kenson Casimir by how many votes?
Thank you. We can now declare, although it has not been officially done, but we can now declare Kenson Joel Casimir as the winner of the election in Grosley, with 54 ballot boxes counted out of 63. He has 6,757 votes. Marcella Adela Johnson has 3,223. Kenson Casimir is ahead by 3,534 votes.
What is the margin last election?
About 2,000, over 2,000.
I don't know, but all you can say about it is that that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a record for Grosley, a record for Kenson.
It was just over 2,000 the last time.
Last time, 3,500. So he's saying right there he deserves the title he claimed of Boss of the North.
Boss of the North.
Well, you see, we spoke about the size of the constituency, but it also speaks to the quantum of work and also his performance as a minister, one of the more popular ministers in the government, whose work has been very forthcoming in youth and sports development, where we have seen transformations. And another factor in the Grosley community that Leonard Spider must also benefit from is being from the community, unlike Marcella Johnson, and having that grassroots approach where you can appeal to people not just based on your performance, but having that relationship of being from the community.
James, I don't think it's psychological. Is that baby? From early years of that baby from Grosley, that thing, I saw that resonate. The motorcades, the rallies, and it's around Grosley really. And I think, as you said, genuinely the people were convinced that this young man worked both in the ministry and indeed at the constituency level. And they're aware of the challenges we mentioned, this vast community that to come through, you know.
I think we can also declare Babano. I mean, John Paul has 3,273. Leo Titus Preble 2321.
Ryan, could we look at some of the boxes there, Jimmy, what some call the Bourgeois belt? Ridley, Rodney Bay.
So Ryan, give me these numbers.
It's actually increasing, you know. We just got another box, so it's 3,782.
Right, so Kenton actually has, we still have 27 boxes.
I expect it's going to be over 4,000.
Yes, we have.
It's going to be over 4,000.
No, not 20, sorry. We have about
9 boxes.
9 boxes left. Sorry, I just refreshed.
The margin will is
See, you get
double
Ridley. What's the polling
Double.
station division in?
I suspect he might go get well over 4,000 votes.
Ridley is which one?
Ridley, Rodney B, Bonte, Rodney Heights. What do you think? Is there an Indies? Is there?
Yes, there's Indies.
Let's see Indies.
Kenson Casimir is 94 to 58, 93 to 50, 105 to 51. 90 to 61, 60 to 62.
So let's look at the Grizzly Primary School. So that is A1A. So that is that's Kappa State that you asked about, but that's also
Grizzly Town.
That's also Grizzly Town. Kensington Casimir 1,120, Marcella Johnson 501. Then we look at the Sports Academy. Kensington 1155, Marcella 666.
Oh, wow. I think we can declare Kashri Southeast, too.
How many boxes left?
We have 4 boxes left with 89% of the votes in. Lisa Jawari leads by 1,011 votes.
This is actually way bigger than the margin from
3,868 votes to guide the revs. 2,857. We're still waiting for some updated figures for Denry South. They've stalled for some reason. But out of the 10 out of the 14 boxes, we see Alfred Prosper still leading by 89 votes.
I mean, Mr. Sincraft, you probably could tell us about a lot better. I always get these theories from individuals when opposition parties, and even I guess in the last elections, Herod Stanislas, Guy Joseph, among others, spoke about people not coming out. I wonder tonight what I don't know that the narrative is of 1,000 and plus people not coming out. I think even in the last election, this was a rejection of the candidate. And in my view, staying home is also a rejection of a candidate, as opposed to being it framed of people that they know somehow stayed away. I think people came out in large numbers and said, this is a rejection
The EWP
of
also
you.
tried to promote a narrative of the silent majority will show up on election day.
Yeah.
Well, the majority did show up.
But it's also not, Ryan, it's also not just
them.
a rejection of the candidate, and it's a point we alluded to earlier. The Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the political leader of the St. Lucia Labour Party, Philip J. Pierre, lifted his party. He was popular. Alan Shastey did not do the same thing to his party. With all of the friction, the antagonism, that had a serious, I believe, effect on the morale of the United Workers' Party, and I do not believe Alan Shastey in this election was an asset to his party.
No, but even in the beginning, from the onset, he was missing from Parliament. Parliamentary debate. And when there were opportunities to stand your ground and to present meaningful contributions for your party, in addition to Bradley Felix, it was absent, and there was always conflict, so it left a lot to be desired. Already you are in a minority. Your job is, despite not having the quantity, to present a quality opposition, because in all democracies, people look towards the opposition to help guide decisions, to be a measure of the government.
That's what Louis George did in 1997. In 1961, Louis George stood his ground, and he defended the principles of the United Workers' Party against an avalanche of the St. Lucia Labour Party.
It was a lack of respect.
He came to every session.
It was a lack of respect in my mind for the democratic process and the will of the people, right? To be able to go there, as you said, and continue to defend and stand up tall, or attempt to. But in many instances, I felt that the leader of the opposition cowered in his defense, but also did not utilize the House standing orders, whether it be the ministers to questions to ministers, among other things, to be able to let known whatever position that he won. But again, it was a sense of unwarranted arrogance, especially after a defeat of 15-2.
And entitlement. That's the word you took, right? Entitlement.
Entitlement.
I'm sorry, it was.
And again, the people have shown in a very real way. And again, I mean, I heard Zoran Mondami and the others talk about it, even Bernie Sanders as well, saying, here's a radical idea. Let us hear what the people want and represent them. I think it's what Philip Pierre did in the last 4.5 years, listening to the people in a social protection way, which have said, for too long we don't have a minimum wage. For too long pensioners have been not receiving enough. For too long other countries around have been paying the CXCs for their children. That there is still a social flaw under which nobody should be within this country. And then from there we can springboard. that for me was part of the catalyst, and this is why we're seeing
Can
some
I say
things that
something?
we're seeing today.
Can I say something about the race between my two cousins, please?
Adi dan mouman, mwen vle di yo bagay. Nou pate pale a sou St. Jude.
Yeah.
For 16 years,
Yes.
St. Jude Hospital has been a defining campaign moment
Yeah.
and a national moment, because it's not about a win for someone to say that they finished a hospital. That's a human need. And after 16 years, we finally saw, and this is very personal for me as a resident of Beaufort South, to finally have a finished hospital building to begin the commissioning stage. And even then, we did not see a moment of national unity that we needed from the opposition to take people forward.
Yeah.
What we saw in the public light was misleading information, disinformation that told the public that the buildings were not finished and this is a gimmick. Whereas I and other people from the South walked through these hospitals.
Yes.
We walked through, we saw
and
the buildings for
there
ourselves.
were people at the hospital working there who could attest to
that.
the fact
So
that
it really
the
wasn't.
conditions
Yeah,
were
so
improved.
it was an insult not just to the people of the South. It actually put the integrity of professionals, the contractors, medical officials, into disrepute. So you're saying that these individuals are going to go forward for sham, which is not in fact true.
Okay, so can I please?
I think that's why. Yes.
My family matters here.
And they've declared Beaufort North as well.
Respond to your family
please,
matter.
With 11 boxes out of 17 counted, Alva Romanas Baptiste of the St. Lucia Labour Party has 1,648 votes. Laura Romina
let's
Jean-Pierre,
acknowledge Moses Jean-Baptiste, officially declared by Electoral Office.
Except it's for Beaufort North, not Beaufort South.
Beaufort North.
That's
Moses
Beaufort
Jean-Baptiste.
North,
Have the card corrected, please? Beaufort North. Moses Musa Jean-Baptiste.
So now, please, let me go back to my family. Alva Romanas Baptiste, 1,648 votes. Laura Romina Jean-Pierre, 358 votes. Alva Baptiste is ahead by 1,290 votes with 11 out of 17 boxes counted. Alva has 82.2% of the vote share. So that, as we expected, is an overwhelming victory for Alva Baptiste and the St. Lucia Labour Party in what is a Labour Party stronghold.
Relative to the size of the constituencies, the best performances have come from Labrie, Beaufort South and Beaufort North. In spite of the fact they are leaning Labour, they lean so much more strongly towards Labour than they ever did before.
Edmund, we haven't seen these kind of percentages.
That is
an incumbent.
you know,
I don't know.
Philip Pierre wins Castries East with 77.7% of the vote.
That is an exception.
That's an exception.
That is an exception. That is an aberration.
Yeah, 77.7% of the vote.
But it also trends towards the importance of stability. Société nous bien fond. Earlier, sometime last year, I met with a few colleagues of mine who were remarking, and they're not from St. Lucia, they're from the OECS and Barbados, who said they found St. Lucia to be so stable as compared to their own states, that they appreciated the context in which we live. So people have seen this stability in government. Again, the government has not been rocked by...
It's a projection of good governance.
Yeah, of good governance.
No scandals.
No real scandals to speak of, to talk about. Yes. No real scandals to really speak about. A good personal appeal to the people of St. Lucia, inclusive of opposition members, which is embracing. And who can hate that?
Yeah.
But look at Danny Butcher. Danny Butcher replaces Kenny Anthony. A tower, not just in national politics, but in Beaufort politics. Danny Butcher ends up with 75.2% of the vote. With 3,100, Danny Butcher is ahead by 2,125 votes in Beaufort South.
But it's also a testament to the candidate.
2,000 votes.
Danny Butcher is a young man who has been grounded in the political scene in Beaufort. So we must give him credit for also being someone who has had a desire to attain political leadership and who has humbly gone through
and
the campaign
resolving the issues between the candidates and deciding on one. Amicably was not an easy task.
No, it was
Let's
not.
put it that way.
Correct.
It was not. But one of the contenders actually became his campaign manager. in the person of Kentry Frederick, and
Right.
it speaks to a level of unity that perhaps the UWP now has to try to see how they can work with
Yeah.
even persons who contend that there is an overall goal to govern in a particular way, and we have to be able to rally individuals.
Politics is about additions.
Subtractions.
Always,
Just
always.
starting to work in backwards.
I like Jimmy. I like the way that he has not just inherited Kenny Anthony's stock. You know, the people who simply benefit of what was safe sea being handed. He has carved his own style, his own almost his own base in a sense. Even more because Kenny Anthony had his own challenges and support.
And he's ran an energetic campaign. I think
with a lot of young people. With a lot of young people following him.
I've seen
A lot of young
energetic campaigns this time around. Lisa, Danny Butcher, Jeremiah, and
Shanda.
Shanda. And on the flip side, I felt at the beginning, Tommy and Titus had exciting campaigns, but somewhere along the way.
But Ryan, look at Rush. The United Workers' Party never portrayed Rush as a youthful candidate. So you never even, I mean, Rush is a young candidate, but Rush was never portrayed as the future of the United Workers' Party, a youthful
Because
candidate.
he was handpicked by Alan Shasta.
But then, what was also damaging in this final week, we heard an address by a former prime minister, and later on, the leader of the opposition said that he agreed with the former prime minister. But in the former prime minister's statements, he actually said that the candidates should withdraw and only the independents go forth, and he said he agreed with that. So again, there was confusion as to what is the strategy of the UWP, even to give support to their own candidate, and that is also concerning. And again,
you were supporting Stanley.
And again, even while we try to
supporting Rush.
So it was really something.
And it speaks to also, and I made the point earlier about which is very clear for everyone to see, but those in the opposition camp, and you saw it for the manifestos, the ULP's strength in this election would have never been the leadership contest, but the people surrounding them, and hence why a collaborative team photo, etc. in the manifesto would have been good. But the second point is that, again, I don't know that the leader of the opposition at many times could have walked and engaged in certain constituencies that were not particularly favorable to him. So Castries South, very little engagement did I see with a Tommy Descartes. Especially if it is that you've gone after the Deputy Prime Minister so much, you would believe that you would be propping up. But to make the point further, you had Stanley Felix and Richard Frederick essentially quarreling with each other about who is the rightful heir of an SLP accommodation. And at no point did the leader of the opposition say, listen, I need to elevate Rush, and Rush needs to be the one that we speak about.
I seriously think there was an undercurrent of Alan Chastain's own candidates pulling themselves away from him.
But there's another important point. You see, the leader of the leader of a political party must have the gravitas and the appeal to go into other constituencies to help. Alan Shasta was in a fight of his life. Alan Shasta, he relocated to Mico South to ensure that he won that seat. So what Shanda Harrison and the Labour Party did was ground Alan Shasta and prevent him from going out. Whatever appeal he may have had, they neutralized it, so he could not go out. He had to put everything into defending.
It comes back to what has been the quality of the 4.5 years of opposition. Was there a retreat, a reflection, and a repositioning? No. There was a doubling down, on what caused the loss.
Right the wrong.
Because up to a point like this, we have not been able to say what are we actually trying to write, because you were the one who lost the election.
Insisting on Guy Joseph as a candidate.
And not just that, in
the
this
deputy.
As a deputy.
No, but in this instance as well, when we came to the point where you say in a declaration you have changed. What has changed? So you're now making a little concession of the things that we already know.
Can I tell you, Teddy's aware of this. In RC Teddy, at St. Mary's College, a friend of ours, dearly departed, Christopher Augustine Choffers. 1 year Choffers, and he was one of the most troublesome fellows in school. Choffers boldly declared to the class, I have changed. And he said, sir, I have changed. Halfway through the term, I think it might have been Kendall or maybe Clyde Vincent. Kendall say, but Christopher, I thought you said you had to. He said, yes, I got worse.
Flabote servi yon de parole yo pe. Je sais que c'était pe si Alan Chastaing TV we a shy monte kai pe pour lui. And one of the responses to the act of making the workers permanent, when the young woman in a moment of exuberance, I really thought it was a moment of exuberance, right? When she said on gratitude that they were going to vote for Philip JP after the level of victimization they had experienced.
They lost their jobs.
Yes.
They lost their jobs
yes,
when
they
the UP came into
Yes,
office.
they
So
did.
what do you expect the lady to say?
Exactly. No, but that was an understandable moment
Yeah,
for
of course.
many of us. But the response to that was
Yeah,
so
boy, that
venomous.
response-
Yeah, it was.
It was concerning because when you now say, I want to know what you're going to do.
When I call you to a meeting.
When I call you to a meeting, what does
Yeah.
that say?
Going to
tonight.
And somebody at that level, so you're in the back of your mind, you want to make her pay for what she said, a caregiver.
And that has always been. I don't want us to gloss over the point. That has always been. That's always been within the venom within the last, I guess, 10 years. So it's nothing new. But even then, I said there must have been a sort of organic response, because there is no way, shape, or form that the lady was coached into saying anything.
No.
This was an organic response to government victimization and exclusion. And again, as Raisa said, the point is to reflect on these things and see how there could be a more social and caring leadership that does not alienate these individuals and say very simply, well, listen, I'm going to serve you too, irrespective of. But again, I don't know that it was possible. And Kenton, I think they're showing us
Kenton declared
the declaration
I thought that was
of
we have already done so.
Yeah, we've
3,932 votes again. Kenton
Imagine.
Kashmir.
How much is it?
3,932 votes. And again, we don't have all our ballot boxes
How
in.
many left?
We have about 5 left. So this figure could well surpass 4,000.
Yeah.
No, I think it will.
It will.
Most
Because
definitely
58 out
it
of 63, he will beat her by 4,000 votes. Wow.
But a point that we want to make, because we don't want to make this an opposition night, this is about the governance of the St. Lucia Labour Party, whose policies have touched every echelon of national development, from sports to culture to education, healthcare, a number of areas, the police, and the areas that were touched were areas that persons had issues with in the last governance. Nurses, issues throughout. And what the manifesto showed, both the document that showed what was accomplished and what they aim to build upon, was really a reflection of, we have done this for you, we are going to build upon it. So people could actually see themselves in a future with Philip JP as Prime Minister again.
So quickly, to remain in context, panel team, what should be the agenda of the Labour Party going forward? We have decimated the opposition
You mean the
election.
the Labour Party?
The Labour
Okay.
Party going forward. Some priorities as you look forward, Riser and the rest of the panel. What should be the priorities, areas to address now to consolidate and continue the growth?
Well, they have to continue, again, succession planning, because a number of persons who have won this election may not contest again. So if you want continuity, you have to groom new potential leaders to move forward.
And don't wait that long to appoint.
Don't wait until
in fact,
the election.
the point was made, let's be realistic and let's be objective and honest, that some of the candidates, had they been a year earlier, would have been, they were a little nervous about the late announcement and late declaration of a key foe of an Estefan relatively late. You know what I'm saying? So they brought the freshness, but to work the ground, the retail politics approach that you need to add to the mix. When you have to acquire a constituency like Chazelle, the time, a year and a half is the healthy time you need. So in this case, the wave helped, the magic of the key four selection worked. Estefan, we sense the community that we said bellwether, Jimmy, when Rosalie goes, the Babon, that nexus there, that thread is there, that they feel the same, and so that helped in it. But of course, a caution as we objectively look forward to the Labour Party in trying to do the changeover a little earlier. 1.5 approaching 2 years is the ideal period.
And
you have freshness.
You can see with all the infrastructure projects that have been going on, these things needed to continue, and there are lots of jobs being created, record low unemployment rates. It was not by accident. The fact that the skyline of Castries is adorned with this crane building the halls of justice. These provided, people could see a future, and then obviously the Labour Party will have to confront the fact that it needs to address the airport.
The airport now.
The airport now.
Finish run up the hospital decently and properly. But also, the point we're glossing over is that more important, forget the partisanship. The aspect colleagues, of our country ending the constant rupture of the change of government. More
Yeah.
fundamentally,
Yeah.
that is one of the most important things happened today.
That's been
My
broken.
goodness, let us get some
Absolutely.
continuity. That's what Compton benefited from, wasn't it? The
Yeah.
long run, 15 years, 2 bouts of 15 years. That's what
Yeah.
countries we're seeing in the minds of some solution. Dominica almost threatening. Dominica, we always scoffed at, laughed at, wanted to shoot ahead. Just the simple continuity that you
Yeah.
need to build on, ideas.
Solutions have to find the right leader to express
Yes,
that
yes,
continuity.
yes.
And also, I mean, the spontaneous of the party politics also is this. I mean, all governance aside, prime ministers that go all the way up to the last inch or the last day that they have no choice, but because the bell is in their hand and somebody will take it away,
Right.
don't do very well. But I think the Labour Party recognized as well that, listen, if I have the prerogative power to take the bell and run with it and just shake it when I want, I will do so when there is an advantage to me. So I think that is also what was very, very critical.
Having
in this
learned
time.
from successive prime ministers who got the timing and the date wrong, Chief Fletcher, from Kenny Anthony almost twice, with his enumeration you mentioned, twice getting it very wrong. Alan Shastney got it wrong. The pundits would tell you sometimes you'd have fared better, maybe not one, had he gone months before, September or November
At the
before.
beginning of the
Stephenson
pandemic,
King got it
etc.
wrong, woefully wrong. Remember the Spider-Man Toots and Soak crying, screaming, begging for it to be called. Emma Hippolyte was introduced
Alan
on
Shastney
February
did
of
not
that
want to
year,
leave.
And so the timing, Philippe felt the pulse and got it right to call the elections at the
Can
right
I tell you,
time.
and can I tell you, the 2 occasions when the St. Lucia Labour Party has called the election prematurely.
Right.
2001, the collapse of the alliance.
Yeah.
When the alliance collapsed, the Labour Party decided at that point that this was the best time to call the election. I've showed you what the UWP's manifesto was in 2001.
Right.
It was woefully unprepared. Morella Joseph came in as the political leader.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I like Morella, but unfortunately she was handed a poison chalice. And the party was decimated.
Yeah.
And remember, the alliance had actually started looking good.
Very
the
good.
alliance had
Very
started
good.
looking good. Had the alliance stayed,
Had it held,
had it held, there is no guarantee that the Labour Party would have won so convincingly after 16-1. So Philip Pierre learned from that, I think, that look, if you have the prerogative to call elections when it suits you, then call elections when it suits you. Until that is taken away from you and we have a fixed date for elections, why not use the advantage that Philip Pierre is not the only one to have it. Like you said, Alan Chassé had it, Stephenson King had it.
Yeah, he dragged and dragged.
But
we saw Mayor Motley
She's been doing it. It's a major type
an
of
important
way.
part, even after calling it, there wasn't this air that I'm in control. I now relinquish, and this is what I have done.
Right, yeah.
You judge me now
Yeah.
as to whether or not
This
you
is my
want to
track
accept
record.
me.
Yeah.
So it came
In
to
the
the
hands of the
public in a
people.
very humble way
Yeah.
to present myself once again, and you decide, because he says all the time, this is a temporary job.
Yeah.
I do not own this position.
That's
and
almost his mantra.
and yes,
Yes,
and it resonates with a number of individuals. Now, you ask the way forward. There are a number of things that they must continue. They have widened the scope of national development, but they have to deepen too. So for me, we have not spoken about culture very much.
No.
They have made a number of important vision points. When we think about nationhood in St. Lucia, we don't talk about that enough when we think about development. Of emancipation being at the forefront, of COIL being introduced into schools.
Yeah.
What is our identity as a people so that we can rally, not just around
that's such an important
around political
what is the
parties,
soul of this
but
country?
for people. What kind of students do we want to create? Not just yes, we want to pay for their schooling, but when they leave school, their service to the nation.
Yeah.
Because too often I ask my students, are you proud to be St. Lucian? And sometimes they cannot answer the question because we
what
have
does it
not
mean to be?
we have not educated them on the beautiful things about St. Lucia, the resistance, the accomplishments. We saw the glimmer that is Julian Alfred bring the nation together in an unprecedented way, but there was no division, and there are more moments like that that we want to tap into.
But there was some reaching for our identity as a people. You saw it in all the paintings that would
in the murals. Well, that was
some
part
of
of
the
the
murals. I really
But
appreciate
there is
was
the
part of it.
educational program
That was part of it.
that is galvanized
So-
as part of it.
And not just that,
Yeah.
seeing we've seen the growth of our festivals in terms of numbers and and money, but we also need the developmental aspect that now has a mentorship element of building those very important cultural elements that are the foundation of the tourism sector, but also important to St. Lucian unity and social cohesion.
But, and Raisa, I hate to be the old man in the room, but I also would like to see a focus on discipline. I think that, for me, there's a very serious concern about what appears to be emerging of an absence of discipline. We can't be a country that perennially portrays ourselves as poor, needing to get special and differential treatment. There must be something that we aspire to. There must be something that we aspire to. We must see ourselves in 5, 10, 15 years as a country that has graduated, not graduated in the way the World Bank and IMF say in GDP per capita, but graduated in terms of quality of life, in terms of the values that you speak about, in terms of the things that matter to us. How do we position ourselves so that one day we'll probably be able to lend out a hand of support to somebody else?
Well,
and I think that is something that I would like to see, but that comes with discipline, and I do not see yet that focus on discipline as a people that we have to understand.
It can't come from the government alone. That is
the civil society. Civil society has to be empowered.
Yes,
it has to be empowered.
Well, it doesn't have to be empowered. It has to. It has to own their roles and responsibilities.
Yeah, but Jimmy, you can't get your success in what you're clamoring for if there's not, you don't stop that over-reliance on government.
Absolutely.
I keep saying so. The middle class is saying, just run away, retreated to the Rodney Heights and so on, just looking down at spectators. That is our poverty.
And another point is an over-policing of trying to solve issues in the society. And that's something we have not discussed in terms of fortifying our social services and human services in St. Lucia, which has not gotten the attention that we require. We have seen this government pump a lot of resources in an unprecedented way into the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. But then we have to also ask of the force, ask of its leadership, ask of its policymakers, how do you now reform internally? Because money alone cannot translate to transformation. You also need, the policies and the police need to be supported by other social services networks to give them the support, because police can't be everywhere.
And I really would like to see civil society playing a greater role, because civil society works in the communities. Civil society reaches places where government will never reach and can never reach. And we have to find a way to empower civil societies. I'll tell you something, Raisa. I've been trying to do it. I can establish 10 private companies in the length of time it'll take me to set up a civil society organization in this country. That is something that is too difficult. There are too many obstacles put in the way of people trying to organize civil society. That is something that we have to find a way, because unless we empower civil society, it's something my friend Dr. Stephen King has been talking about for years now. We have to find a way to allow civil society to play that role alongside government in lifting up those communities.
Do we have a place for the return of elected local government officials in the process? Is that still relevant?
They've been saying it for a very long time.
Riser, is that still a priority?
Adida come in no mem lani moon, kini ladwes, kini SPS no pa serve you. There are people who leave, and we speak about an aging population of persons, retirees who have given human service to the society as teachers, as firefighters, but they're just home. Have we thought about a program where there is a pairing of skills so that there is a transfer, that we remain community? Because you can create as many institutions, but if the community is not strong, then these things don't have the kind of weight and substance. Your guides and your programs.
Community is key to longevity.
Yes. So there needs to be
club sports steady. Club sports.
To revamp that and to give support to those individuals.
So the panel almost unanimous on a new kind of social agenda, that you set on partnerships to build not only at the government and executive level, but surely the wider society. And Jimmy, I always knock your last lecture, the middle class, I see. St. Lucia has a real pathetic situation with the middle class, retreated, looking down on spectators, all the talent, the capacity,
who's benefited from the state support.
Yes.
I think the
just so that people know, we're talking no new results have come in. So it's not like we're depriving you of results. We've been looking at Cashville Southeast and looking at Denry South, and nothing new has come in there. So it's not like we're blabbing and we're not giving you the results. Nothing new has come in for those constituencies. No, there's nothing new.
Although we can see the trajectory of Lisa. 32 out of 36, 89% of the votes.
What's the leader?
1,011 votes.
Lisa will win that. The one that I can't tell you is Benson. I don't know Benson and Alfred. I believe that with 71%, 10 out of 14, with Alfred ahead by 89, and where the votes are still to come in the smallest constituency, it'll be difficult to see Benson Emil running up margins. Well, we don't have anything for 01, I think.
Yeah.
01, which is
nothing
the ecotourism.
At all, right?
No, yeah, the ecotourism center. There's nothing there. And I think there's a box missing in the Dennery Infant Primary School, 02. H2K. There's a box missing there. So the delta there, Edwin, the difference in 2021 was 20 votes. UWP won that box by 20 votes.
Yeah.
And UWP won 01. Labour won 01 by 38.
By 38.
So if we see a continuation of the trend where Labour, as we've been seeing, that Labour wins 01 by 38, and UWP wins that one box remaining in 02, H2K, by 20, it means that Alfred Prosper will win that seat. There's very little likelihood with the boxes that are remaining that Benson Emil has an opportunity to overcome an 80-something vote margin. It's not going to happen.
Back to the sort of next steps point. I think, again, the supermajority provides yet another opportunity for constitutional reform in a very deep way. The second time around provides the supermajority.
You see a big smile on my face, right?
It shows that the country is energized enough to come out for a referenda. It shows the country is able to come out for the referenda. It shows that and I'm not making the policy pronouncement on behalf of the government, but it shows that now the monarchy needs to be dismantled, and that St. Lucia has to have a homegrown head of state because the supermajority is present. And I think the people in a very real way can come out to support a referendum. It shows or provides an opportunity for local government in a very serious way. But I'm interested in how this government deepens this silent education revolution that Minister Edward has started, or this one university per household, and how it is that we're able to also encourage and incentivize individuals to come back to their country and to give back, or creating of this sort of national volunteer program in the same way that Barbados and the others have, that incentivize young people to be able to get credits, etc., to go to school. I'm interested in all of that. I'm interested to see
one qualification on the one graduate per household thing.
Skills that you've
the
spoken
skills,
about.
Because I can tell you, Rhyme, after Hurricane Maria, I worked in Dominica for 6 months, and I was taking that ferry up and down every fortnight coming back to St. Lucia. The people who were working were the skilled, the tradesmen. These were people who were getting work. And with AI now making a lot of the university graduate jobs redundant, the people who will not lose their work are the skilled, the tradesmen.
And we have to Renault a very telling statement in that regard.
So it's not just the graduates.
Overemphasis
Gentlemen,
the white collar.
I think it's unfair because the education revolution is not really silent. It's taking shape even in the TVET schools that we're not speaking about now, and their ability now to harness different intelligences of our students that we have not been able to do before. And that's an important part that has come in. Again, to even the support for nursing, because again we're importing some of our medical personnel, and that too has an impact in the quality.
Have some serious challenges.
No, but here's the challenge.
The growing elderly population.
So here's the challenge.
Doubled.
Here's an existing challenge.
Persons over 65.
So here's an existing challenge. No ni nos Cuba, ek no emeyo. Yo la, me yo pasa parle Creole. When you now have to relate health and other issues, how do we do that? So all of these things are how we incorporate our regional support among other factors.
And healthcare is very important. Healthcare, as Edwin said, you have an aging population. That aging population is not an aging healthy population because you're seeing an increase in non-communicable diseases. So that population will increasingly become a burden on the people who are working. But the people who are working are becoming fewer and fewer because that pyramid is no longer a pyramid. It's more like a bowling ball. You know, so a bowling pin, sorry.
There needs to be a focus on health span.
And preventative
make it
medicine.
as close to lifespan as possible.
And before the producers ask us to wrap up, as they may well very shortly, and to continue, the NTNU may well have to have a part 2 of this discussion to come in and do proper analysis.
Somebody told me we should do like John Copner, just declare it and leave it.
Philippe should have come here and just declare leave. The point, folks, our regional context, the international environment, a CARICOM that's almost under threat for dismantling, some very, very, very scary behavior by some leaders in the recent times.
I think
the threat, one Donald Trump, you heard his message to Venezuela, to the leader there, that any time now, get out, we're coming for you. Caribbean countries as basis, we are now being sobered and all the euphoria by many people of this victory now. An environment, Caribbean and international, that we are set to face as unprecedented.
What I want to see in this term, as you said, is St. Lucia take a more louder posture as part of the regional integration movement. I think obviously we have a silent posture of friends of all, to use borrowed terms, satellites of none. We understand our geopolitics relationships. We believe in CARICOM and the region as a zone of peace. But I think we need
which is not unwise till now.
Exactly.
But you're saying now, with
I
this
think
new mandate,
now more than anything else, St. Lucia has a greater legitimacy to stand up for this region and the world. And I'm looking forward to seeing Prime Minister Pay and the Cabinet of Ministers also doing that. But I'll also tell you this, the idea also that the Labour Party within St. Lucia is able to regain is also going to deal a sort of death knell to the same conservatism that we see across a region in some respects, that's aligning with U.S. interests at the expense of Caribbean sovereignty.
That's one downside.
I think the way Deacon Mitchell has approached this issue, I find has been very measured. He said, I am going to respect international law, and we are not going to be rushed into making any decision. Right? And he has kept it at that stage for a significant amount of time. I don't know how long
the decision has been made for him because So I think by delaying the decision, it's worked for him.
Also, what is key in the SLP's manifesto is this question of freedom of movement. All of this elderly, we're speaking about the aging population, is either two prescriptions: increase the pension age, right? Or increase the working age, rather, not the pension age, or migrate skilled labor into this country. And I think the free entry or the free movement of people within St. Lucia has to also be on the agenda as part of our own regional division. I was very happy to see it included
in the
manifesto.
And St. Vincent.
So I see St. Lucia play a greater role
against much opposition
movement.
But you can only do that when you've tackled the endemic unemployment problems that you have, which this government has done. I mean, unemployment is now in single digits. Whether it feels comfortable enough that it has broken the back of unemployment, that it can now look to import labor is another story. I don't know that is a decision that yet Prime Minister Pierre believes that he has the ability to make. But certainly the similar. But in all of our talk, there
some gaps.
The St. Lucia Labour Party is in a good position. You're winning 16-1. What is the future of the United Workers' Party? That for me, that is a very important question.
That's what I raised earlier.
What is the future of the United Workers' Party? How does it pivot from Alan Shastney? Where does it pivot from Alan Shastney?
That's a key point.
It needs to look internally.
From Alan Shastney.
And I think it will. I mean, I don't see, even in the worst of scenarios, Prime Minister Bissessa was always 3 or 4 seats away, which gave her illegitimacy. There is no way on God's green earth that you've essentially done worse than you did the last election. Significantly worse. That you hold on to the position of power. So I think it has to look internally. It has to look, I guess, to its base, if that still exists.
It still exists.
Because people may argue, fine.
It requires.
It has to look, but again, the problem then will be the right leader that is able to galvanize a base of support, which is not possibly an imported person from somewhere that may not be a traditional unifier of the United Workers' Party. I don't think an imported solution works in this instance. It may or it may not, time will tell, but I just don't think, and neither am I, and I'm not officially advising or unofficially advising the United Workers' Party at this time.
They do need some advice.
Pukute
Alpha Baptist is now leading by 1,747 votes.
1,000 what?
1,747. Alpha has 2,237. Laura has
It's a
490.
big margin.
That's a big margin.
Alpha has
Big margin.
82% share of the vote, with only 2 boxes remaining.
You see that margin in the Beaufort and
Yes.
Labrie?
Danny Butcher with all boxes.
Look.
Yeah, Danny Butcher has 75% of the vote. He is won by 2,419 votes.
Edwin, what percentage of the vote did Kenny Anthony have last election?
What did Kenny have?
Well, such a very, I think he increased his position.
He did. He definitely increased his position, but certainly not
What percentage?
not in the 75% range.
Yeah.
Nowhere near.
1,563 I have is how
Let's
much he
put mine in
won
room.
by, and this time Danny Butcher 2,419 so far. Thereabouts. Yeah.
Castle Southeast, what was
Nothing
the
new.
percentage last time?
Southeast?
No, Beaufort.
Beaufort South.
Yeah. What did
Yeah.
Kenny Anthony win by?
1,500.
No, the percentage.
The percentage, 45% margin, and this time it's 50%.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm computing it exactly as you're doing it, but I'm looking more at swing, right?
No more Lisa
Yeah, I've not
Southeast.
been able to get
There's been no update to Southeast or to
for the
Denver
4th or
South.
for the 6th. She's just been officially declared.
Yes, she has.
Yes,
Yes, she has.
1,043
so
votes.
we could run.
So
the
can I
card.
do this one?
Yes,
Since we take it, we're taking claim. So we can officially declare the Castries Southeast seat for Lisa Joa here, receiving 4,084 votes to Guy Joseph's 3,041, ahead by 1,043, significantly increasing the margin obtained prior by Joachim Henry.
With 2 boxes still to
With
come.
2 boxes left, so we don't know also
She
what.
proved to be a
Second,
much more
second
charismatic.
successive defeat for Guy Joseph.
But not just that, the campaign ran against Lisa was a nasty campaign.
Yeah,
it was.
And I think it touched on so many things that the public does not want. And I want that to be a message for any potential campaign moving forward. We do not want this kind of campaigning that attacks so viciously, especially a newcomer into the political arena, going into personal lives and attacking someone so viciously without any kind of real merit on the substantive issues that matter.
Right.
Another part that happened, not just at the constituency level, at the national level, the politics of conservative religious talk also rub people the wrong way. And I don't think that the opposition took note of that. One instance was the controversy surrounding celebrations of the church and the Jubilee and who did what. The UWP took a preemptive move of putting forward a press release that was flawed with several inaccuracies in it, and
it was clear they had reneged on a firm decision made with the Archbishop.
It was accusatory.
What does that say for what you will, how you will govern?
And divisive.
As a Christian party.
There was also a proposal made by Guy Joseph on the platform surrounding the Adventist Church, which was also questionable because while it is no one would ever disagree with supporting building our denominational schools that make a valuable contribution, his policy actually is in contradiction to what their own policy is about, remaining separate from church and state.
Right.
And we also know that in that particular Castries Southeast Basin, you have a large percentage of Adventist voters too. So these are factors that the base did not like. These kinds of attacks, again, we saw it with Joachim Henry, the attacks on his family, and how that did not resonate with individuals. The attacks on Lisa, they were relentless, they did not stop, they were not issue-based as to what were you going to come in to do different.
They did not work.
They did not work.
And that's the most important thing, they did not work.
So
they did not work.
It didn't. People rejected it, they were appalled by it, and it didn't work at all. Maybe you could reach out to the electoral office. We're asking our production team to reach out to the electoral office at Parliament for the word on Dennery South.
But Teddy, there's something else though. I mean, I spoke to a few United Workers' Party supporters and people pretty well connected in the UWP in the weeks and particularly the last week leading to this election. And there was a quiet confidence that there appeared to still be a path to victory for the United Workers' Party. And, you know, I could not understand it because everything I was seeing, not just the momentum, but in making contact with people within the St. Lucia Labour Party and how they were seeing things within their respective constituencies. I didn't see this result, but I saw something close to this result. You know, and the talk that you heard from Labour early on about 17 not, 17 not, people started dismissing it, but it was clearly on the cards. And I couldn't, how is it that the Labour Party is saying 17 not and it believes that this election is not in doubt? And you have people in the United Workers' Party who still tell you, boy, I can see a 10-7, I can see a nightmare scenario, 8-8-1, I can see, you even heard a few saying 14-3, I'm saying, okay, so there's something going on. So is it that they are trying to portray a brave face? And I spoke to one of the people, Raisa, who should not be talking that way to me. So this is not like you're talking to the public and you're trying to convince them that
one thing that must be clear, two factors actually. To support the leadership of Alan Chastney was to enter into his own reality. And
reality distortion field.
And many people entered into a reality that was not St. Lucia's reality. And like I said, when I heard some of the commentary by supporters, again, persons that I respect, I actually asked, is this St. Lucia West Indies or St. Lucia South Africa? Because this was completely
Why did you
different.
pick South Africa?
Because there's a St. Lucia in South Africa.
There is
Australia.
In Australia.
Yes. So there was this sentiment. Another point that did not resonate well with individuals is the racial complex brought into our politics that I have never seen before, that try to marginalize and denigrate blackness as a measure of leadership, that many St. Lucians, it hurt them in ways that I don't think that the UWP actually has taken accountability for or seen the need to stop, to say that a black man cannot lead St. Lucia or that he is lesser than. We need to also take.
They seem to be promoting that idea.
So this racial aspect brought in un homme passager de cette nation. It's an insult not just to us but to our children too, as to what we tell ourselves.
They insult
the reaction
all of us
to the Nigerian president visit.
The reaction to the Nigerian president. It was embarrassing to see that. We are a nation. Yes, we are a nation, and we are a region that is seen as the diaspora of Africa and a pillar of development of the African Union. And we are welcoming one of the richest states that forms partnerships, and we have the most denigrating things to say about a leader. It was a regressive movement nationally.
I want to make the point also, right, so that, and I have written about it, the UWP attempted to create the myth of a raceless society, and somehow through their connotation suggesting that, I guess, colonialism had a conscience, if you want to use that one, or comparing the Prime Minister's constituency and associated with whiteness or blackness rather, as opposed to Guy Joseph's constituency, which he didn't have at the time, as pristine and white, creating a superiority among the two. And many other things over and over and over and over again, and somehow couching it in the view that St. Lucia doesn't have any racial tensions because we have tourists coming in and it hurts our tourism industry. And that was disrespectful to me and disrespectful to a wide majority of St. Lucians who at the end of the day understand racial connotations, the flogging and all of these statements, and you could not have misspoken.
You're right. Just not to interrupt you, but then result has been declared for Paul Alfred.
We want to interrupt you.
Okay.
So 13 out of 14 boxes called. Alfred Prosper 1,409, Benson Emil 1,323. Alfred is in by 86 with only one box left. So as we said earlier, it was mathematically impossible for Benson Emil to, but it has now been declared by the Electoral Department that Alfred Prosper is the elected candidate, elected member of parliament for Den South.
Going back to campaigning and negative campaigning at that, we looked at the racial aspect. The treatment of St. Lucians as poor mendicants is also something that did not resonate. Nous savons, pauvreté par bagay pour personne honte. Nous toutes, nous j'ai débrouillé différents côtés, mais nous savons, nous n'y l'oreille. And We even saw it from the influencers on social media who made very disparaging comparisons between St. Lucian life and that overseas. That really disregarded the St. Lucian reality that we are working towards building a strong nation.
So can we do a John Compton and say that the election has been won by the St. Lucia Labour Party
Yes, it has.
by 16 to 1? Yeah. So the St. Lucia Labour Party has won the 2025 general election by a margin of 16 to 1.
St. Vincent in different colors.
Comment fait, qui te fait comme même manière Premier ministre Compton te fait qui élection Teddy 1992 nous ni pour dire Parti étoile cette ici les bas j'agay élection cette ici 16 comment on a dit site
Cette commune cette ici.
OK 16 commune et Flabo ni yo site Miku South. So Parti étoile gagne toutes ces autres sites là et pas Parti étoile parce que monsieur Frederick Castries Central indépendant, avec M. King, Castries North indépendant, mais toutes ces autres sites-là, Parti Étoile, so nous avons dit c'est 14 pour les bas, 2 pour indépendant, et 1 pour Flabo.
Merci
Well said, well said. And what I mean,
the independents were very strongly aligned.
Yes, they were.
The production team has been up since 3 o'clock this morning after non-stop working. So, in deference and in sympathy and empathy with them, we will ask for final words from the panel. Rahim, having arrived last. Get the final.
You had to remind the country, didn't you? Thank you for having me. I think, of course, generally the country has spoken decisively, and we look forward to the next few weeks and months and years of another reign of Prime Minister Philip Pierre. I want to congratulate the St. Lucia Labour Party, the candidates, the canvassers, the people on the ground, and also say that essentially the voice of the people is the voice of God, and that's what we saw here tonight, and we will see what happens in the next few weeks and months. That's all from me.
Raisa?
Moi, je voulais remercier cette ici, je travaille là, tout le monde qui travaille le programme là aujourd'hui, c'est mon là qui mettait quoi pour choisir le gouvernement cette ici. Moi, je voulais remercier aussi et pour changer ça, c'est une fois, une voix unie. Les autres voix, participation en commun. I want to congratulate the St. Lucia Labour Party on a well-earned victory, grounded in a philosophy of putting people first, and we hope to see another stint of putting people first that deepens economic development in a way that is participatory, that is equitable, expands social justice in the manifesto unemployment benefits and other factors that we actually saw. A caring economy of caring for our elderly. We know we have an aging population, stronger growth in cultural development and education, and responsiveness to people. When you listen to people and you build formative relationships, they last. And I think that is what has been a recipe for their success. And if they want to continue to be a successful government that is seen in the eyes of not just Labour Party supporters, but opposition candidates as well, they need to continue along this path. We want to congratulate Philip Joseph Pierre and his team, and also those persons within the communities that form the basis. Your base matters in terms of building good relationships, strengthening your constituency council so that they can work and function properly. And we want to thank the people of St. Lucia and to remind them that this is their government and they are responsible for keeping them accountable.
Jimmy and then Edwin.
OK, moi, je voulais d'accord avec tout le Raïs dire créole. So, but seriously though, my first election night, general election night, was in 1997. And I distinctly remember that, Teddy, you were there, and we called a 16-1 victory for the St. Lucia Labour Party in 1997. It's almost full circle that, 28 years later, I'm here to call another 16-1 election victory for the St. Lucia Labour Party. Kudos to Prime Minister-elect Philip J. Pierre and his team for what has been a very well executed campaign. As I've said before, my my hat's off to Prime Minister Pierre for the way in which he has managed this country in the last 4.5 years, the dignified, calm way in which he's done it, but the fair way in which he's done it. He has not. It has been a government that has not been full of rancor or denigrating people. He has really tried to the best of his ability to put people first, and I think the results that we see here today demonstrate that message of putting people first resonated with the people. For me personally, I would like to see certain things in this new administration attended to. First of all, food security for me is a big issue. I really would like to see a greater focus on agriculture and ensuring that we've seen some things like the loss of land in this country. We've lost a lot of arable land in this country, and if we are talking about food security, we have to protect the land on which we grow our food. So I would like to see a very strong focus on food security. I would like to see a strong focus on water security. There are too many parts of this country that still, with the best efforts of the government and previous administrations, we still have a serious problem of water shortage. And I know that we don't control water, but we can control storage, we can control the efficiency of WASCO, we can control non-revenue water. So I really would like to see something happen there. I would like to see attention being paid to the energy sector, because I believe the energy sector is the one that allows us to have transformational change in all of our economic sectors. Right now, we are paying too much money for electricity because we're depending on imported fossil fuels. I would like to see this opportunity that the government has to rework this electricity supply bill to democratize energy and to allow us to use renewable energy to bring that price of electricity down, so that value added in agriculture, manufacturing, tourism those sectors can all become more competitive, and we can see a real diversification of the economy and a protection of the economic gains that this country has made. I would like to see the government continue its very strong social focus, because we do have many vulnerable people in this country, people who have not yet been taken out of that sphere of vulnerability. And I think the more the government focuses on the vulnerable, on the weaker members of our society, the better we all are. So it's a very tough job ahead for the government. 16.1 means that you really have to
be in opposition to yourself.
Yeah, you have to be in opposition to yourself. You have to police yourself. You have to make sure that you, as they've been doing, spread the wealth and spread the support across the country. But this Prime Minister has shown that he is up to the task, and I really hope that we see a continuation of the good work of the St. Lucia Labour Party in the next 5 years. I hope that we see, as Raisa said, and as we've been pointing, an introspection on the part of the United Workers' Party, pivot away from that philosophy, that narrative of right or wrong. As Raim said, the people have spoken, and the people have made it clear that they are not resonating with the current leadership and the focus of the United Workers' Party. This is an opportunity for the United Workers' Party to reshape itself and to become that strong opposition that every government, every country needs. But today, the people have spoken, and the people have spoken very loudly, very decisively, very clearly. And I want to thank the people of St. Lucia for conducting this campaign in a very calm, safe, and dignified manner. And let's remember that we now have a government. There's something that has bothered me for the last 10, 15 years, that campaigning continues or restarts the day after an election.
5 years.
Every 5 years. And it used to be just in the talk shows, but now it's on social media. Let's dial it down. Let's tone it down. The people have spoken. Let's all work together. We are now a country of 175, 185, depending on what census results. You look at 1,000 people. Let's all work together to move this country forward. We are a tremendous country. There is so much that we can do. There's so much potential that we have. Our young people, those who've already blazed the trail, we have to look to them. Our community leaders. Let's all work together to get this country forward, so that we can, in 5 years' time, not be speaking about the next election, but speaking about how much progress we've made building on the last 5 years. So I'm really looking forward with great excitement to the next 5 years, and to see the evolution, the continued evolution of this country that I love so much. I only have one passport, a St. Lucian passport, and I will always cherish the fact that I was born St. Lucian, and I'm a proud St. Lucian.
CARICOM passport.
I don't have it's a CARICOM St. Lucia passport.
Yeah, well, it's very unusual for us to see an incumbent government having won a previous election, actually substantially increase.
Having won a supermajority, increase on a supermajority.
Increase on a supermajority. That is an aberration in the electoral history of St. Lucia. And it is very clear that this government has a strong mandate. It can do things in terms of more constitutional reforms that can take place. I personally think that we have to ensure that in our population we increase our healthy health spans. I think this is going to be very important. The government has many projects that are underway that it has to sustain and continue, and take on the challenge of new ones, like a new airport and all of that. And of course, they have shown us that we can respect ourselves and be proud of ourselves as a predominantly black people, and do well nonetheless. So I think these are things that they need to take forward and double down on. Yes. And I think they can continue to be successful.
Thanks, Edwin. And as you said, Philip J. Pierre approving and heralding his troops, really leading them to that victory, not just electoral victory, but the confidence of St. Lucians. And some persons would say reasons to be proud of St. Lucia, having assessed what the two parties were coming through and making that decision in the end. Philip J. Pierre, we must say, Jimmy must claim it, our geography teacher in Form 1, remember?
Not just that, somebody I've known from the time I'm a little boy, by coming to my neighbors and, to see the evolution, to see the growth, to see the confidence of Philip J. Pierre.
What's his catchphrase
Amazing.
Now? I want to end on this words. I am a mystery.
I am a mystery.
They cannot read me. I am a mystery. They cannot read me. That was so telling to me in that campaign. I'm a mystery. They cannot read me. That says so much.
I don't know.
You could quote all you want. That is my quote from the campaign. I am a mystery. They cannot read me.
And they certainly didn't read that 16-1.
Philip Joseph Pierre.
Yeah.
And as
hats off to you, sir.
A lot to analyze the thing, the comparison. Interesting, our Labour Party, as I end the analysis to continue, Labour Party moved from winning 16-1, Jimmy, to having 97. To have accelerated calling of elections 4 years later, as George Odom said in his Bel-Elesh budget. Interesting, 16-1, had to call elections a year early, 4 years later, and winning 14-3. And from 14-3, almost at 15-2, going to lose the elections. Yeah. That was of the Labour Party. Under Philip Pierre, now we're seeing 15-2 and then 16-1. It's been a pleasure. The team at the GIS NTN, headed by Vernet St. Thomas, Fontenelle, Geraldine and the team, Roger and company, really fantastic working with them. They really put it together well. The electoral office, do it through to them now, or the team is ready to retire after so much hard work over the last few weeks, but the public really thirsty for the constant results update. Thank you, NTN. Thank you to the public who followed the broadcast by the thousands everywhere, right, sir? And it's been a pleasure. The NTN will decide whether at some point we do a part 2 of this program.
It would be necessary.
It will be necessary. The pleasure was ours, and have a good night. Be safe. The campaigning continues. Which motorcade you going to, Rhyme? You're going to observe, sorry.
In my bed.
Thank you and good night. Be safe, everyone.
Merci, bonsoir.
Bonsoir tout le monde.
Bonsoir.